Chapter 551. Future narrowed his eyes. Since the elder sister noticed this abnormality, then according to past experience, this must be a good thing. So he said, "Sister, put it up, we believe you." The others all nodded and looked at Uchiha Hong. They admired Hong Hong's luck to the point of being speechless. It was simply too amazing. It was more effective than the Buddha in the temple. If Hong Hong applied for the position of Bodhisattva, they would all burn 3 incense sticks every day. Put up the 3 animals every 3 days. Invite the gods to dance every 10 days or half a month. Hong Hong looked around and saw the expressions of her younger brother's friends. In particular, she was quite confident in her luck, so she didn't say anything, nodded, and came to the space and put the crystal boat up. At this time, something strange happened. The crystal boat seemed to be electrified, and countless bright patterns emerged directly from it. The light of each line is still different. It looks like the colorful lights in a nightclub, beautiful and eye-catching. Linghua hurriedly increased the chakra output to enhance the shielding ability of the barrier to prevent the breath in the room from leaking out. Noeki and Minato immediately made hand seals and added chakra supply. Soon, the bright lines swam from the crystal boat, swimming towards the cabinet. In a short while, the cabinet was covered with many lines. The brightness of the light also began to decrease a lot. As the light filled the entire cabinet, it began to move slowly. Soon a downward passage was revealed. Everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes slightly. There really is a secret? Noeki asked dumbfoundedly. He didn't expect that the guy in the future was actually right. This room really has a secret. Look, the secret passage has appeared. Minato put down the seal, smiled and patted Rope Tree on the shoulder, and comforted him. Okay, don't deny them directly in the future, it's easy to get slapped in the face. He finally understood that the future siblings were perverts, the kind that God chased and fed them. And Sister Hong Hong is more important to God than the future. Look, there must be a secret treasure in this passage. He dared to grab the future's little Zion and swear. So he picked up the unconscious Kushina and said, "Let's go." Based on his understanding of the future, this guy will not give up exploring when encountering unknown things. And there is only one K-Fang barrier, so they are destined not to split up. Besides, he is also very curious about what is in it. Ichiraku and Rope Tree also hurriedly cleaned up the traces of their existence, and then picked up the 3 white zetsu. Looking at the ready appearance of his friends, the future did not say anything and took the lead directly. At the same time, he also opened his eyes and turned the perception technique to the maximum. Especially in life, from the experience gained from many novels, the so-called secret passages are accompanied by the existence of mechanisms. If you don't want to die, you can't be careless. The passage is very dark. If it was before, the future and the others would be generous and directly use the rays Nan to provide light. But now, chakra must be saved to provide the consumption of talismans. So the future directly took out 7 long-handled things from his throat and distributed them to his friends in turn. What is this? Ichiraku asked curiously. This thing is as thick as a wine cup and as long as a palm. One end is tied with a rope and the other end is a glass mirror. There is also a fingernail-sized lamp bead inside the glass. There is also a protrusion on the body that can be pushed. Rope Tree had seen this thing before, so he pushed the switch skillfully and explained to everyone, "This thing is called a flashlight, which was developed together with my master in the future. As long as it is full of electricity, and then push this switch, the lamp beads can be lit, which is much more useful than ninjutsu and torches." In an instant, a beam of light appeared in the room, and the darkness was not so dark. Hearing this, the friends were all amazed. They all looked at the flashlights in their hands curiously. They even held the glass surface of the flashlight to look at it, and then accidentally pushed the switch. In an instant, several people were blinded by the light. They closed their eyes in a hurry. "Oh my god, it's so bright! It flashed my eyes." Seeing their embarrassing looks, Rope Tree laughed. A week ago, he was also like them, and his eyes were flashed by the flashlight. Now seeing them repeating their embarrassing looks, he felt much better. Hehe, this guy from the future still said I was stupid. Minato is so smart, he was also dazzled. So he came to a conclusion, my IQ of Rope Tree equals Minato's IQ. I'm not stupid. After the few people were no longer dazzled, Mirai led them down the stairs again. Hey, you're right, this flashlight is really good, it's quite bright. Ichiraku played with the flashlight in his hand, his eyes sparkling. And it's much better than a torch. He was very rare about this thing, and he would buy a few more from Mirai some other day. Although the light of the flashlight could not penetrate the barrier, as Ling Hua expanded the range of the barrier, they could naturally see all the scenes in the barrier. If you like it, this flashlight is for you. Mirai, who led the way, said with a smile. While speaking, he also used the perception technique to perceive the surroundings. Soon he encountered a mechanism. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and asked everyone behind him to stop. There is a trap here. Let me see how it is activated. As he said this, he squatted down and looked at the second to last step. This step is exactly the same as the one they walked on. If it weren't for the fact that they would take one step and look 3 times in the future, they would not necessarily notice the difference in this step. It's so damn insidious. They actually set a trap on the second to last step. If ordinary people walked carefully through all the steps without getting hurt, they would definitely relax their vigilance when they saw that there were only a few steps left. They would instinctively think that there was no trap on the steps, and then they would be caught here. Ling Hua frowned. It seems that the owner of this room set it up specifically for white eyes. I can't see any trap on the second to last step. From her perspective, the steps were normal, exactly the same as the other steps, and there was no danger at all. But the perception of the future said that this staircase was dangerous, so it was self-evident who was being guarded. Future carefully looked at the position within 10 meters ahead, and looked at it in detail 3 or 4 times. After confirming that there was no danger, he said to everyone, "Follow my steps closely, and watch my landing point." Since the trap has been discovered, there is no need to waste chakra to turn the barrier into a ball and take them through the trap. Moreover, the passage here is very short, less than 2 meters high. If they float up, it is easy to hit their heads. Everyone was very alert and looked around solemnly, fearing that something unusual would happen. At the same time, they also looked at the future's steps and remembered where he landed. With the help of chakra perception, the trap for Bun seemed very bright in his eyes. He easily avoided it. When they walked through the passage of about 100 meters, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Every 3 or 4 steps along the way, they would encounter a trap, most of which were gravity-sensing traps of the trampling type. The second is the talisman binding trap, which is the trap talisman used by the Otsutsuki Toku to set up the opening. It is a talisman that will be activated as long as it appears in its sensing range, thus binding people. Fortunately, they found that this kind of talisman is quite rigid and disposable. Once activated, it is useless. However, they only activated one in the future, and the rest of the same traps were blocked by their square enchanted field. If you can't sense people, you can't activate it. In addition, there are light-controlled, sound-controlled, and other traps, no less than 10 kinds. To be honest, the number and types of traps they saw in the textbooks in the future are not even half of the traps here. Especially the light-controlled trap, which almost made them all fall. Fortunately, there are no weak people in the team. At the moment the trap was activated, they immediately sensed it and quickly withdrew. Avoid being hit by the spell. After turning off the flashlight, the future and the others finally passed the light-controlled trap without any danger and came to a big door. This door is different from the outside world. It is a locked door. But it doesn't bother the future. With the activation of the future's perception technique, they can immediately see the internal structure of the lock. In addition to the experience accumulated as a property mover in his previous life, he easily opened the lock with a piece of wire. I haven't opened the lock for a long time. My hands are almost rusty. Future sighed. This caused the friends to change their faces slightly. Especially Minato, he felt that the treasures he locked up with a lock seemed not so safe. No, I have to think of another safe place. He didn't want to be discovered by the future that he secretly bought several books. Otherwise, this guy didn't know how to do it. Make fun of yourself. Chapter 552. Pushing open the door, a secret room was revealed. It covers an area of about 200 square meters. There are countless gold, silver, jewelry, magic weapons, and even books and scrolls piled up around it. There are even boxes of different sizes, of course, the ordinary ones. In the middle of the room, there is also a table. On it are paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. As the flashlight swept, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Fuck, are we in the treasure room? Good dong. So many treasures, how many tons of ramen can I eat with these treasures? Rope Tree was not too surprised. Although he had touched money, he was not interested in money. If he had no money, he would just use his face to pay for it. There were plenty of people to pay for him. But as the older generation of the Senju clan died of old age, it became increasingly difficult for him to make a living by his face. So he was the first person to move his eyes away from gold, silver, and jewelry. I say, Mirai, stop being in a daze and see if there is a trap here. After being reminded by him, everyone including Mirai came back to their senses. The next moment, their faces flushed red. Money. These are all money. They are not like Shenshu, who has been living a life of luxury since childhood. When they grow up, they wish they could break a tale of money into two halves to use. Seeing so many treasures at this moment, they only have one thought at this moment. Move away. Must move all away. Because the money is pulling at their hearts. If they don't move away, their thoughts will not flow. Although Mirai is very excited, he is not as excited as Minato and the others. He restrained his expression and began to point his fingers on the ground, carefully sensing everything in the room. Then he frowned. His face became very ugly. Don't think about these things, they are all covered with curses and traps. Once someone touches them, the trap will be activated. It will even block the door and poison all of us inside. As he said, he turned on the flashlight and pointed to the upper corner of the room. The room is square, and there are pipes sticking out of every corner. No need to guess, Minato and the others already know what it is. The excitement on their faces disappeared in an instant. All their faces were extremely ugly. Damn! Ichiraku even swore, with a look of astonishment on his face. Then there was great heartache. This feeling of seeing a mountain of treasures but not being able to touch them is really fucking uncomfortable. Ah! Minato took a deep breath, sighed, closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. I understand. After all, if he had so many treasures, he would also protect them with traps. The only thing in the room without traps was the table and chairs. Looking at a book on the table, Mirai couldn't help but walk over. Picking it up and opening the first page, he found that it was not a book, but an exquisite notebook with 3 big words written on the first page. Diary. Diary. Rope Tree looked down from Mirai's head curiously. He was taller than Mirai, so he didn't have to look from Mirai's side like Minato and the others. Mirai was speechless. I thought this book would be a book that recorded top secrets, but I didn't expect it to be a diary. He turned his head to look at Minato beside him, curled his lips and said, Do you write a diary? No. Mirai raised his head again and looked at the rope tree above his head, and asked, Do you write? Rope Tree spread his hands. Who would write a diary? Ichiraku also said, who would write their true feelings in a diary? That's right, what is written is still called true feelings. So the 4 men looked at each other, and at this moment they felt a sense of spiritual connection. They looked at each other and all laughed. Hee hee. Despicable. The 2 girls in the field looked at the boys speechlessly, and they were too lazy to pay attention to them. So Hong Hong took the diary from Wai Wei's hand and read it. Ling Hua also came over curiously with a handprint. For other people's little secrets, these girls have no resistance at all. Seeing this, the future and the others no longer stayed here, and they all walked towards the place where the magic weapons were placed. His eyes were filled with depression. Even without future's reminder, they saw traces of ceiling, barrier, and curse. It can be said that they had no way to take these things out. Now they can only watch. Yul looked at the secret room eagerly, and suddenly turned his head to look at Future and asked, Brother, don't you have any way? He coveted these treasures, even more than he coveted his girlfriend. Although he didn't have a girlfriend. If he had with so many treasures, Ichiraku Ramen's shop can be redeemed. And it can be expanded. How can he not be greedy? Rope Tree on the side looked at Ichiraku with some curiosity, and asked in confusion, Aren't you only interested in cooking? Ichiraku shifted his gaze and looked at Rope Tree, and couldn't help curling his lips, who would complain about having too much money. Then he looked at the treasure again and said bitterly, If I had so much money, how many ramen shops can I open? Rope Tree. He was speechless for a while, because he felt that what Ichiraku said made sense, and he couldn't refute it. To some extent, Ichiraku's words seemed to be related to cooking. Minato on the side carried Kushina on his back. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes looked at the future from time to time. Obviously he was also moved. Because he was also short of money. He still has to pay the rent. If he gets 1/10 of the treasure here, he can buy 10 buildings, not to mention one. This is an important opportunity for him to turn over a new leaf. Mirai naturally noticed the gazes of the two friends. As for Rope Tree, well, he is just the stupid son of a landlord. What concept does he have about money? So just ignore him. Mirai looked around and fell into deep thought. For a while, no one dared to disturb him. In the central hall, not to mention the people sitting there, even Atsutsuki's eyes were filled with a lot of bloodshot. His expression seemed to be about to go crazy. He looked at the bird's-eye view map of Sky Island, which was much more detailed than the big map. How could there not be any? Impossible. They must be hiding here. I can't possibly be wrong. Looking at his son's appearance, the people present were like him, almost going insane. The deputy clan leader looked at his beloved son's appearance, and he felt distressed. This was the first time he had seen his son in such a miserable state. German. He couldn't help but call out. Before he could continue to say some comforting words, the clan leader spoke. He rubbed his brows and said, "Our only gain is a pit in the cold palace. It looks like it was dug 4 days ago, which means they had been hiding there for a while. Then we got the information that the reincarnation eye was in the bat cave from some treasure at the bottom of the well. Now we still haven't found the foreigner. Obviously, he used some unknown method to escape from the moon and return to the ground. I propose to send 100 tribesmen to the earth to find the thief." After this, everyone was silent. Go to the earth. This is the last thing they want to do. Who would like to go into a cesspool? But the problem is that the supreme treasure of their Otsutsuki clan is very likely to be in the cesspool. This made them feel entangled for a while. Suddenly someone spoke up and raised his opinion. "I have a question." Hearing this, everyone subconsciously looked at the old man with grey beard. The only one who didn't look at him was Otsutsuki Takuto. "Speak." The clan leader spoke directly. He was in a bad mood, and so were the others, so he didn't want to say anything roundabout. "Actually, I wanted to say it a long time ago. The outer path demon statue guarded by our clan suddenly disappeared last time. Through the perception of the clan, it was found that it had briefly appeared on the ground. So this time, the theft by the foreigners was also done by this person." When this was said, everyone was stunned. All of them stared at him with wide eyes. It was as if the brain had short-circuited, and it was instantly connected. Why didn't they think of this? Chapter 553. Even the bewildered Otsutsuki Takuto suddenly turned his head and looked at him. "Yeah, why didn't I think of this?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that the IQ of himself and others seemed to be suppressed by something. Not only him, but also the last time he set up the pocket. No one in the main family or the branch family thought of it, but he was the only one who thought of setting up traps outside the palace complex to intercept. And this time, if it weren't for this person's reminder, they would have forgotten about the outer path golem. What's going on? He was puzzled. The two clan leaders obviously realized this too. With their ugly faces, they handed a branch to the old man and said, "Well, the third elder will lead 100 people, no, 1,000 people to the earth to find the trace of the outer path golem. This is the magic branch taken from the outer path golem, which can sense the existence of the golem within a certain range." "Chief, The eldest elder's face suddenly turned black. Why did he say such a rude thing? "Now it's over, I'm going to go to the cesspool." The chief naturally saw the third elder's resistance, but the most urgent thing now is to arrange the reincarnation eye and the golem first. So, in order to make the third elder do his best to accomplish this, he said, "If you recover the outer path golem, you can make a request to the tribe, and we will definitely satisfy it. If you can recover the reincarnation eye, one of the eyes as your reward is not too much." Originally, most of the people who heard that the tribe leader sent the third elder to the lower world couldn't help but gloat. But when they heard about the reward, they were all dumbfounded. Even the third elder himself was the same. Originally, he wanted to refuse, but when he heard about the reward, he strode forward. The reluctance on his face was replaced by a blush. He shouted excitedly, "Tribe leader, I will definitely bring back the golem and the reincarnation eye." Instantly, the hall was noisy. "Clan leader, let me go. I am younger than the third elder and can endure hardships." "Clan leader, let me go. I am older than the third elder. If I can contribute to the clan, it is worth it for me to die." "Clan leader." In short, facing this generous reward, everyone was tempted. In fact, after saying this, the clan leader himself was tempted. This made the third elder's nose crooked. These bastards! Number. Finally, 3 elders were selected from the 10 elders to lead 1,500 people to the land. Among them, the third elder was from the clan, the second elder was from the branch family, and the remaining 7 elders represented neutrality. According to the theory of triangle stability, it is easy for 2 people to have trouble, and the second and third elders do not get along well because of factional relations, so someone is needed to mediate their relationship. The 7th elder is more suitable. And he also volunteered. In terms of identity and status, he can be on par with the second and third elders, and can achieve a good check and balance effect. When the meeting was over, soon only Otsutsuki Takuto and his son were left in the hall. Looking at his son sitting on the stairs with a thoughtful look on his face, the deputy clan leader was silent for a long time, and then he whispered, "Takuto." After being called by his father, Takuto came back to his senses. He raised his head, and a pair of bloodshot eyes appeared in the eyes of the deputy clan leader. Seeing this scene, the deputy clan leader was shocked. You know, he hasn't closed his eyes for 4 or 5 consecutive days, and the bloodshot in his eyes is not as much as his son. It's like his son is the one who hasn't closed his eyes for 5 days. Otsutsuki Takuto responded hoarsely. Father! Are you okay? Facing his father's worried look, Otsutsuki Takuto forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "I'm fine." As he spoke, he looked around and realized that there were only the 2 of them in the huge hall. The deputy clan leader walked over to Takuto and sat down. He thought his son was still brooding over his miscalculation. So he said, "Son, people are not perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, just like your father and I. We have made many mistakes in decision-making. You are still young, and your father and I still have time, enough to withstand the mistakes you make." But Takuto shook his head. He opened his white eyes and looked around. After making sure that there was no one nearby, he lowered his voice and said, "Dad, I suspect something has affected the thinking of all of us." Hearing this, the deputy clan leader narrowed his eyes. What the third elder said just now also made him realize this. He didn't expect his son is actually thinking about this. Indeed, I feel it too. Our thinking is all rigid, we can only act according to logic. I suspect that the thief used some ability. Listening to his father's words, Darren was silent for a while. He was thinking about the possibility of his father's words. Then he shook his head. It's unlikely, if that person has the power to influence the thoughts of all of us moon people, he wouldn't hide in the dark and dare not show up. As he said, his voice was even lower, I suspect that our holy weapon was tampered with. What? Upon hearing this, the deputy patriarch jumped up directly. He looked at his son with a shocked face. It was as if he saw the serious Yukin patriarch wearing women's clothes, waving his flower hands and dancing square dance in the palace hall. Seeing his father's astonishment, Darren continued to whisper seriously, "Our world was created by the holy artifact. It can affect our thinking. I can only think of the power of the holy artifact. The holy artifact is the huge reincarnation I passed down by the clan." Hearing his son's fantastic words, the deputy clan leader could no longer sit still. He kept walking back and forth in the hall. Although he felt that his son's words were really a bit outrageous, he had to admit that his son rarely made mistakes. This time it was just an accident. After pacing back and forth for a long time, he immediately had an idea, so he said, "This matter has already concerned the foundation of our clan. Let's put aside the grievances between our 2 factions. I will go to the clan leader to talk about this matter." Yet, Darren did not stop it. Because the holy artifact has always been controlled by the clan. Of course, some things are not easy to say in this place. Can't say. In the back hall, the clan leader brought the third elder to the side hall and explained something. Although the second elder is old, he has 600 people with him. You only have 500. You must win over the 7th elder to counter him this time. Listening to the clan leader's admonition, the third elder nodded and replied, "Don't worry, clan leader, I know what to do about this matter." Hearing this, the clan leader nodded, turned his back, looked at the scenery outside the window, and sighed, "Originally, I wanted to give you more people, but the second elder has lost his face for the reincarnation eye. There are still many old people alive in the clan." He asked for 600 people on the grounds of his old age and balance. As the clan leader, I don't have much choice at all. As a leader, he has to treat everyone equally to convince everyone. As his confidant, the third elder naturally knows the difficulties of the clan leader. He comforted, "Don't worry, clan leader. As long as we find the reincarnation eye, the other voices in the clan will naturally dissipate." As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh, if the Hyuga clan hadn't been protected by the bird in the cage curse seal, we might be able to fuse out a pair of reincarnation eyes again. After hearing this, the clan leader couldn't help but ponder for a moment, and suddenly asked, "How is the purity of the Hyuga clan bloodline in the land?" After hearing this, the third elder shook his head slightly, his eyes full of disgust. "Very bad. In order to protect the people of the branch family, the main family voluntarily refused to accept the bird in the cage. After investigation, among the new generation of the main family, only the brothers Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi have a slightly higher purity, but they are still a long way from the passing line of fusing the Rin-Egan. As for the branch family, alas! Due to the bird in the cage, the purity of their Bun is even worse. Even if they have it, they can't get it. Is that so? Then let's wait a little longer. As time goes by, the purity of the Hyuga main family's bloodline will naturally revert to its ancestral state. Then it will be time for us to take away the Bun." "Yes." The third elder nodded in response. As he said this, he couldn't help but admire the man 800 years ago. Even after 800 years, they couldn't break the curse seal he developed. Sure enough, he was worthy of being a member of the Hyuga clan who could kill the last owner of the Rin-Egan. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hate again. If it weren't for his curse seal, the Otsutsuki might have had several pairs of reincarnation eyes. By then, even if the people from heaven came, they would have enough confidence to fight against them. After all, he didn't forget that the ancestor's mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, produced a large number of white Zetsu in order to resist the arrival of the people from heaven. It was also because of this that their mother-son relationship was broken, and the ancestor, together with the six-path sage, sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki on the moon, and the Otsutsuki clan guarded her day and night. At this moment, the deputy clan leader knocked on the door and strode in. "Clan leader, I suspect there is something wrong with our sacred weapon." Chapter 554. After Linghua and the other two girls finished reading the general contents of the diary, the future and the others were still trying to break the seal of the treasure. At this time, the two girls finally knew why the owner of the house had never locked the door. "I didn't expect that this was the reason for not locking the house." Hearing this, several boys turned their heads curiously and looked over. They were very curious about this matter. "What is the reason?" Future asked. Rope Tree and the others were curious, and he himself was even more curious. Linghua turned to a page of the diary, handed it to the Future and the others and said, "At the beginning, the owner of the house felt that the neighbors around were all his own people, and their character was trustworthy. In addition, after locking the front door, there was no need to lock the room door." Future and the others took the diary and looked at the contents on it curiously. The handwriting on this diary is very powerful, and every stroke is extremely elegant. Just like a noble gentleman. Looking at these handwritings, the Future and the others couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. Because the handwriting is much better than theirs. Linghua continued, "Not long after, the owner's house was robbed. His front door was pried open, and the thief took away all the valuables inside and left a mocking note. The note was mixed in the diary." Walai turned curiously and looked at the words on the note. "Everyone around locked the door, but you didn't. You are seducing me." The handwriting was very sloppy, but you could barely make out a little bit. Before everyone could say anything, Hong Hong continued, "It was robbed once, and the thief was not found, so the owner locked the door the second time. Half a year passed, and when the owner thought the thief would not come again, he didn't expect his house to be robbed again. This time the thief left the same message again." As she said, Hong Hong reached out and turned over a small half of the pages, pointed to one of the notes and said, "Look, this is the note." Walai and the others hurriedly looked at it. Immediately happy. "You didn't lock the door last time I came, why did you lock it this time? It's obvious that you are guarding against me. If I don't steal from you, who else can I steal from?" After reading it, even Mirai couldn't help but feel miserable for the owner of this room. This is obviously targeting him alone, right? This thief is really interesting. Minato laughed. After laughing, Nawaki and others also sighed, "By the way, this thief is really capable. He actually committed crimes twice in a row and succeeded both times." Yes. Ichiraku followed Noeki and said, this thief is really powerful. Whoever is targeted by him will be depressed to death. But Mirai restrained the smile on his face. He noticed something unusual. Have you found a problem? What's the problem? Noeki asked. He is like this, he speaks directly and his brain is for fun. Too lazy to use his brain. Minato also reacted. He squinted his eyes, looked at Rope Tree and asked, Brother Rope Tree, if you were the owner of the house, the first time you didn't lock the door, the house was robbed, and the second time you locked the door, what would you do the third time? Hearing Minato's words, the friends present were all stunned. If I were the owner of the house. Rope Tree squinted, and next moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I would move. Move far away so that the thief can't find me again. After saying that, he smiled complacently. This method is really good and solves the problem fundamentally. Minato just smiled and didn't say anything, but looked at Ichiraku and asked, what about you? Well. Ichiraku thought for a while, then replied, find the security team to investigate, and the thief must be caught and brought to justice. Minato nodded. Ichiraku's idea is the normal idea of most people, which is not wrong, but it is not quite the same as what he thought. So he looked at Linghua again. Linghua, what about you? What do you think? Linghua knew why Minato asked this question, and her eyes fell on the diary. The diary on it was almost finished, and the second theft happened half a year ago. In other words, according to the interval between the first and second times, the thief will come here again these days. And leave a paragraph of sarcastic words, then take the treasure and leave in style. So what will the owner of the house do if he suffers twice? Soon she had the answer in her mind, I will lay a net to catch the thief who made me lose face twice. Minato couldn't help but laugh, this idea coincided with his. Yes, I think so too, so the door is open and unlocked not because of the first theft. But the owner of the house is to invite you walked into the trap, but it was not locked. After hearing what Minato and Rika said, Noeki and Ichiraku suddenly realized it. Thinking of a certain possibility, Noeki couldn't help but get anxious, so, we walked into the trap ourselves. Yes, the valuables in the room were not stolen. Obviously, the thief has not started yet, but we broke in without permission. If we are caught, won't we become the scapegoats of the real thief? Looking at Noeki and Ichiraku whose expressions changed drastically, Mirai hurriedly said, don't worry, the traps in other parts of this house have not been activated yet. It should be that we suddenly leaked our breath, causing the owner of the house to be caught off guard. Moreover, the value of the reincarnation eye far exceeds the total value of the valuables in this house, and also far exceeds the face of the owner of the house, so the owner of the house is not at home. Several people heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. They were obviously comforted. But Hong Hong shook her head, this is not a place to stay for long. If they can't find us, the owner of the house might come back. If they find us then, we will be in trouble. Hearing this, Shenchu understood, should we leave this house? Yes. Walai nodded and said, this house is a bait set up by the owner of the house. It will be very dangerous for us to stay here. Their barrier talisman can invalidate all perception spells, but it cannot block out tangible substances. Fortunately, the white eyes are not magnifying eyes, at most it can only allow people to see a few hairs on the legs of a fly at close range. If it is farther away, the vision will be the same as everyone else. Otherwise, if they see the fluidity of the wind, I am afraid they will be caught at sea. But Linghua looked at the treasures in the room, she was a little reluctant. These treasures are enough for her to eat for a lifetime. And there are countless precious medicinal materials, classics, magic weapons, and strange news magazines, insights into secret techniques, etc. And the owner of the house is obviously also from the Otsutsuki clan, and uses the Bun. There must be books that record things about the Bun, and even the Senrigan may have them. Now her pupil power is still in her eyes, and it has not begun to melt, because time and environment do not allow her to do so. But sooner or later, she will use these eyes. Hearing Linghua's hesitation, Mirai looked at her and suddenly suggested, why don't we try to unlock these seals? Otherwise, if we just leave like this, my thoughts are very unreasonable. When Mirai said this, everyone's eyes were happy. They were reluctant to give up so many treasures. Adding them together, it is estimated that there is a price of 50 ma. It is almost the accumulated finances of Konoha village in 10 years. Okay, I and Sister Hong Hong will be responsible for lifting the seal. In the future, you and Brother Nawake will be responsible for installing it. Ichiraku, Minato, the K-Fang barrier will be left to you to maintain. Ling Hua hurriedly arranged everyone happily. No problem. Shenchu patted his chest and promised. Although he didn't know how to seal, he had plenty of strength and space storage. Minato and Ichiraku also made seals with both hands and took over the authority of the barrier. Everyone started to move other people's property. The top floor of the central hall. The two clan leaders walked quickly towards the highest tower one after another. The deputy clan leader told everything his son guessed. This made the clan leader who led the way change his face again and again. So, my son, the Germans suspect that someone has tampered with the holy weapon, otherwise, it is impossible to affect the thinking of all of us silently. After hearing what the deputy clan leader said, the clan leader's face became more ugly again. He remembered that he had noticed the movement of the holy artifact not long ago, and he immediately contacted the person guarding the holy artifact. But the person did not answer immediately at first, but waited for him to call 3 times before the person responded in the communication. At that time, he was worried and went to take a look in person. He found that there was nothing abnormal about the holy artifact and thought he was overthinking. But now it seems that the holy artifact must have been tampered with at that time. Damn it! Chapter 555. Facts have proved that Ling Hua and Hong Hong are quite good at sealing. They can basically break the sealing barrier of another faction. As for the traps, they are all left to the future. With the help of perception, any tangible material cannot escape his induction. So he can find the connection point and destroy these traps. To be honest, the future loves this technique. It helped him a lot. The only thing left in the field was the huge bookcase connecting the entire secret room, which could not be moved. Alas, the sealing techniques on these bookcases are much more advanced. If Kushina wakes up, she has a lot of ways to remove these seals. Ling Hua said, she sighed. The problem is that Kushina is still in a coma. She has a lot of chakra, but once it is used up, it is more difficult for her to recover than ordinary people. Even if her recovery ability is far beyond that of ordinary people, it is still the same. The seal of the entire bookshelf is connected to the secret room, which is dozens of times more difficult than those boxes. It seems that we can only give up. Hong Hong said, and couldn't help sighing again, alas. But in a way, this is not bad, at least they have gained enough benefits. Walai looked at the two women sighing, raised a large box similar to a bodyguard, and threw it into Shenchu's mouth. He walked over curiously. Is it really that difficult? Seeing that it was Walai, Ling Hua glanced at him, thought about it, and said by analogy, it's difficult, let's put it this way, the difficulty of the seal of the box is level 2, and our ability to break the level is 2.5, so if we spend some time, we can break the seal on the box and so on. But the seal on these bookshelves is level 4. This is not something we can solve at all, it's too difficult. Ling Hua's popular analogy, even Shenchu, who doesn't use his brain, immediately knows how difficult it is. He frowned, is it so difficult? Minato also carried a lot of sealed scrolls and sorted them out one by one. He walked to the side of the few people and sighed at the bookshelf. Ah, I understand. After all, books are the carriers of human wisdom and the most precious wealth of mankind. The owner of the house would spend so much time on it, obviously he understands this truth. Seeing his friends saying it was difficult one by one, Mirai was a little confused. Is it that difficult? Why did he already think of a solution? Am I too smart? It's really possible. I have a way, I wonder if it will work. When Mirai said he had a way, everyone's eyes lit up, especially Minato. He forgot that his good friend was Uchiha all-knowing Mirai, who knew a little about everything. If one day he said that Orochimaru would be pregnant for 10 months and give birth to a baby for fun, he would not doubt it. Minato and Rope Tree attacked from both sides, hugged Mirai's shoulders directly, and asked with great joy, tell me, what is the solution? The two girls also stared at him with bright eyes, as if they were looking at a delicious cake. This metaphor is a bit inappropriate, but the meaning is the same. Mirai did not keep it a secret, he smiled and said, as the saying goes, you have to use magic, use ninjutsu to defeat ninjutsu. It was a close call, he almost copied all of his father's words. This is the ninja world, there is no magic. Magic does exist. Without waiting for everyone to ask, he immediately said, since the seal cannot be lifted, why not seal it? Seal, 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 put on. What is this? Let alone rope tree, Minato, and others were all dizzy. Looking at the future with some difficulty. This is too difficult to understand. Future also knows that they don't understand it very well, because this is a word that runs through a dimension. So he explained, isn't there a seal on this bookshelf? Since it can't be solved, then think about it in another way. How about we use our own seal to seal the seal covering the bookshelf? At the same time, his hand gestured a downward pressure. After his explanation, Minato and others were all stunned, and their eyes slowly changed from confusion to a deep incredible color. Especially Rope Tree, when he looked at the future, his eyes were full of the look of seeing God. Let alone Linghua and Hong Hong. The two of them had never thought of this method. It seems nonsense, but if you think about it carefully, it seems very reasonable. Then, what's the brain of the future? Why can he always think of what about the unexpected ideas and opinions? Use the sealing technique to seal the sealing technique. Can the sealed sealing technique be sealed successfully? Yul subconsciously looked at Sister Hong Hong and Linghua and asked in a low voice. He asked a very convoluted question. After he finished speaking, he thought about it silently in his heart, and there should be no problem with his expression. From the result, it seems that there is no problem. But I feel that there is a problem somewhere. But I don't know where the problem is. And if he is asked to repeat it again, I guess he can't say it. Hiss. For a while, he felt that his brain was itchy and felt like a tumor was growing. After Linghua and Hong Hong came to their senses, they looked at each other. Let's put aside the magical solution to the problem proposed in the future, just treat it as a solution, and they are going to try it now. See if they can seal the sealing technique on the bookshelf. The two carefully observed the seal patterns on the bookshelf. Rather than saying these are seals, they are more like barrier techniques. As Linghua said, she continued to popularize science. In the ninja world, curse seal techniques, barrier techniques, etc. are all classified in the seal technique system. The evolution of many barrier techniques and curse seals is actually derived from the seal technique. The seal on this bookshelf, no. Barrier technique is derived from the seal technique itself. Sister Hong Hong, if the two of us set up the 5-element seal, can we suppress the barrier to the foot of the bookcase? In this case, wouldn't the books above the foot of the bookshelf be taken away by them? Linghua said, and finally looked at Sister Hong Hong. Uchiha Hong heard this, she pondered for a long time. In fact, their attainments in seal techniques were about the same. If Mito hadn't died, or if she lived a year or two longer, then with the guidance of a famous teacher, Hong Hong's attainments in seal techniques would definitely be far beyond ordinary people. But Uzumaki Mito has passed away. Uchiha Hong's sealing skills were mostly learned from books, and then discussed with Linghua and others. She couldn't guarantee it, but looking at the thousands of books on the bookshelf, she was itching to try. She was a little unwilling to give up just like that. So she asked tentatively, why don't you give it a try? The future and the others looked at each other. They were inclined to give it a try. But there was a risk. Rope Tree said, I'm afraid that if you fail to seal, or even have a rebound of the sealing technique, will you break through the Kaifeng barrier, just like the last time in the Bat Cave? Hearing this, everyone was silent. Yes, although they were all unconscious about the Bat Cave, after Sister Hong Hong and the others' narration, they were still scared even if they had never seen it. Especially in the face of the huge search that covered the sky and the sun these days, they could also glimpse the danger of the Otsutsuki clan. Future also smiled bitterly, but we can't stay in the bait house for too long. And we don't know when Kushina will wake up, let alone when the thief will come. It's even hard to say whether we can sneak in here next time. Hearing Future's words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other, and a trace of cruelty gradually flashed in their eyes. Fuck. 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 The 6 people all had the same look in their eyes. That's fuck. If they were alarmed, they would run away immediately. Anyway, they all had the experience of the Bat Cave. And this time, Future also woke up, and their status was in the middle, which was much better than the last time when only Rope Tree, Rika, and Hong Hong woke up. So Hong Hong and Rika both set up a big 5-element seal, or big 5 elements barrier, blocking the inner wall of the Kaifeng barrier. In this way, if the bookshelf seal rebounds, there is also a buffer zone, which greatly reduces the pressure of the Kaifeng barrier. Similarly, Walai and others are also outside the big 5 elements barrier and inside the Kaifeng barrier. They will not use their own bodies to test the power of the bookcase seal. As the two women looked at each other, they all nodded in unison, indicating that they were ready, and then the two women directly made the last seal. A delicate voice shouted, 5 elements seal. Start! In an instant, 5 characters appeared on the ground they had arranged. Each character has a different color, representing wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth respectively. As the 5 characters appeared, they immediately connected with each other in a mutually beneficial relationship, and soon made it a semicircular cover, covering a bookcase 5 meters long, 50 centimeters wide, and 2 meters high. After seeing them do this, Wallai and the others held their breath. Whether the sealing technique can be used to seal the sealing technique depends on this time. Chapter 556. Dad's words are indeed applicable to the entire universe. The sealing technique can really seal the sealing technique. Mirai looked at the seal of the secret room suppressed by the 5 elements seal, and immediately threw all the books on the bookshelf back with excitement and trembling hands. Behind him, Rope Tree and Minato sorted out the piles of books and put them into the sealing scroll for storage. Half an hour later, Mirai looked at the secret room without a single feather, and a strong sense of pride suddenly emerged in his heart. How great it would be if I had the snake swallowing technique in my previous life. Not to mention the bank, he stole the national treasures of the British Museum. Rope Tree glanced at the table and chairs, and a light flashed in his eyes. He felt that he could swallow more. The seal space in his body was not full yet. So without saying a word, he swallowed the table and chairs. That look is more like a bandit than a bandit, at least he won't take a needle or thread. Let's go, we should go out. Wallai reminded. Just saying that, he couldn't help but burp. He felt that he didn't need to eat dinner, he was full. But it was just an illusion. Snake swallowing technique is to store items in the seal pattern, and the digestive system such as the intestines is just a carrier. And this is also due to the personality of Mr. Orochimaru, so it is designed like this. In fact, it can also be done on the skin. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time, let's get out. Everyone followed Wallai's steps, avoided traps one by one, and immediately walked towards the entrance of the chess and card room. Soon they appeared in the room of the chess and card room. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Wallai suddenly stopped and thought of something. Are we just leaving like this? Walking in front, Rope Tree, who was about to perform the light and heavy rock technique, turned back in surprise and looked at the future, asking puzzledly, what else? Do you want to stay here for dinner? The future did not answer. That's right, his eyes flashed with a burst of light. This made Minato, who was very familiar with him, understand immediately. Yes. Some unlucky guy is going to be calculated. What do you think? Hearing Minato's question, the future smiled and showed an evil smile like an evil god. If we leave like this, the owner of the house will definitely hate us, and maybe he will chase us to the earth, so why don't we transfer this hatred away? Rope Tree was too lazy to think, he asked directly. What are you going to do? Hee. As the saying goes, love what you do. Since we have all been thieves once, why not do it all at once? As he said this, he shifted his gaze to all the valuable ornaments in the room. Ha 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 ha. Everyone, Omega. The future is going to be bad. We like him so much. In the Otsutsuki clan. In a very imposing side hall. A young man slowly sat up from the bed. He yawned, as if he had driven away all the fatigue of these days. Hey! I haven't felt so comfortable for a long time. He was exhausted these days. However, thinking of the Rin-Egan, he shouted to the outside of the door, is there any news about the Rin-Egan? Report to the young master. A beautiful female voice immediately responded, the clan leader believes that the foreigners have fled to the earth with the Rin-Egan, and they also suspect that the Gaido Golem was also stolen by this person. Hearing this, the young man nodded, I know, bring a basin of water, the young master wants to wash his face. Yes, I'll do it right away. After that, a brisk footsteps gradually faded away. The young man opened the door and looked at the gloomy sky, which made his relaxed mood heavy. Rin-Egan. It must not fall into the hands of the branch family, especially the hands of the Otsutsuki Kento who is the same age as him. For a moment, a gloomy color flashed in his eyes, it can only belong to me, Otsutsuki Kento. Thinking, he turned his head and looked at a palace. Half a year is almost up. So he looked at another female attendant and asked, Where is Otsutsuki Takuto? Where is he? The female attendant hurriedly saluted and replied, My lord, Takuto is still in the central hall. I heard he is thinking about something. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kento couldn't help but curl up his lips a little. In the hall, that's great. So he turned around and walked towards the hall. He wanted to personally confirm whether the man was still there. If so, then he should go to the other party's house and find some fun for the other party. Thinking of this, he waved his hand behind his female attendant, Tell Zaiju that this young master will not wash. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his nose and sneezed directly. Achoo! Before he touched his nose, the next moment, 3 more sneezes came out. Achoo x3. Strange, could it be that the continuous change in the weather caused this young master to catch a cold? He muttered. After seeing that he didn't sneeze again, he didn't care. Fortunately, there are still countless blank storage scrolls in the owner's house. And Walai also went to the owner's neighbor's house to borrow some. It took a full 7 or 8 borrowings to barely make up. Even Walai used the teapot, so all the treasures in this house were emptied. At this moment, all of them were carrying large and small bags behind them. Every house was empty, even more so than when bandits entered the village. Not to mention the beds and bedding, even the tables, chairs, benches, etc. were packed and taken away by Walai and his men. Walai moved his shoulders and tightened the hundreds of kilograms of packages. Then he said in high spirits, Let's go quickly, I guess the owner of the house should be back. Yet. Linghua responded hurriedly. She was also carrying hundreds of kilograms of heavy objects behind her, and most of them were scrolls. A scroll weighed at most 4 or 5 taels, so you can imagine how many scrolls they had. At this moment, her face was flushed, and her heart was pounding. There was an indescribable excitement. This was her first time as a thief. Without saying anything else, she felt extreme shame, fear, and more excitement at this moment. The expressions of the other friends were similar to hers, and they were also nervous and excited. However, as they went out, they met more and more Otsutsuki people. When they passed by the 17th Otsutsuki, Nawaka couldn't help but wonder, are they not going to look for us? The faces of these Otsutsuki people were all very bad, and they were in a very bad mood. When they walked home with their companions, they never said anything. It was as if they were all dumb, leaving the future and the others knowing nothing. The future and the others didn't speak, because they didn't know what to say. But as they met more people and walked back, their faces changed again and again. Because they met more people. There is only one possibility, that is, all the people who searched have returned. It seems that they have given up. Ichiraku guessed, but when he said this, he felt very relaxed. If they all gave up, then they would be extremely safe. At least psychologically, they think so. Then let's go home. Minato suggested. Okay. After several people agreed, they stopped talking and silently formed seals to maintain the consumption of the barrier talisman. They all did not have the blood of the Uzumaki clan, so they consumed more mana. So Rope Tree drove the barrier ball and floated towards the passage. The highest place in the central hall. There is a projection of a temple here. It shows the running trajectory of the temple. Because this projection has a connection with the holy weapon, the clan leader uses this to mobilize the power of the holy weapon. The 2 chief and deputy clan leaders stopped in front of the projection and carefully observed the temple. Even the huge reincarnation eye inside was looked at once, but there was no abnormality. Let's go to the core of the temple. The clan leader looked for a long time and suddenly said. Hearing this, the deputy clan leader was stunned, and then he was happy. He had never touched the core of the temple, and this time he could gain some experience. Okay. So the clan leader activated the teleportation array and sent the 2 people directly to the temple. There are 2 guards here. Since the last guard delayed answering, he was removed by the clan leader and replaced with 2 extremely loyal and powerful people. Clan leader. The guard saluted hurriedly. Yes. He said, letting the 2 people use white eyes to scan, and even exchanged slogans, and then they were let in. Chapter 557. When the deputy clan leader saw the huge, glowing ball, his mouth opened slightly, and his eyes were very shocked. He had thought about the appearance of the reincarnation eye countless times, but he had never thought that the reincarnation eye would be like this. The clan leader ignored him and put his hand on the huge ball of light. Face to face, he finally felt a little abnormal, and as his mind moved, The abnormality of the reincarnation eye was spit out by it. When they saw the black substance, the faces of the deputy clan leader and the clan leader who came back to their senses became very ugly. Although they didn't know what this pool of black substance was, they could feel that it had traces of magic. Is this the product of yin-yang escape? So, only the person who stole the outer path demon statue has the strength to do this. Yin-yang escape is not something that everyone can learn. This is a more advanced existence than the 5 elements. Everyone has it more or less, but it is very difficult to mobilize. At most, they can use the passive abilities of these 2 attributes. But if they want to create objects and give them vitality, this requires extremely high attainments in yin-yang escape. As far as they know, no one in the Earth realm can control yin-yang escape except Hashirama Senju. And even Hashirama Senju only mastered the ultimate yang escape, without any yin escape. Perhaps the man named Uchiha Madara mastered yin escape. But they didn't dare to get close to investigate. So if he can steal the golem, then he may also be the one who stole the reincarnation eye this time. After all, it is impossible for 2 people in the Earth realm to master yin-yang escape. If there are really 2 people who have mastered mature yin-yang escape, then they should all go to bed. Why bother arguing to death over the last words? Because they can't beat them. The 2 were silent for a long time, and the clan leader finally spoke. It seems that we can only wait for the response of the 3rd elders. Yes. The clan leader stretched out his hand to seal and directly absorbed the black substance into the holy weapon. After all, the product of yin-yang escape is also a kind of art, and it is the best food for the holy weapon. Even if it is the abnormality that confuses all of them in Otsutsuki, as long as it disappears, then this abnormality will be resolved. After that, the 2 left the temple and rushed to the clan. However, the thief who mastered yin-yang escape, plus the power of reincarnation eye, the 2 clan leaders were a little worried. So they discussed it and sent more than 1,500 people again to make up 3,000 people, which is already 3/10 of their entire Otsutsuki. I believe that the thief should be caught and the reincarnation eye can be retrieved. Otsutsuki Kento did not see Diren in the hall. After some inquiries, he found out that he had just left here 3 minutes ago and walked towards his home. So after thinking about it, he also walked towards his home. After all, since he was here, he might as well check it out. But thinking of the many treasures in the other party's house, he couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he could suppress his reputation, he would be extremely happy. Otsutsuki Takuto was thinking all the way. He rarely responded to those who greeted him. Those people also understood, after all, they went to such great lengths to find foreigners just for the reincarnation eye. If nothing unexpected happens, the host of the reincarnation eye will be selected from Otsutsuki Takuto and Otsutsuki Kento. But now that they haven't even seen a hair, it's understandable that Otsutsuki Takuto is in a bad mood. But they suddenly felt that Otsutsuki Takuto didn't seem as tall and holy as they imagined. Look, he has 7 emotions and 6 desires just like them. But when Otsutsuki Takuto opened the door, he suddenly froze. He froze in place as if he had been hit by acupuncture points. What did he see? He saw the empty yard, even the stone tables and stone benches placed in the yard, the landscape trees, fruit trees, willows, etc., all disappeared. Not even a blade of grass was left. Not to mention the small river surrounding the yard. There were only a few fish and shrimps that were dying of thirst in the water. The problem was that he remembered that he had put a lot of fish and shrimps in the yard. He also fed them some food in the morning. So where is the water? Where are the fish? And where are the trees, grass, flowers, and bushes? They were all gone. The thoughts in his eyes all turned into a blank look. And then from blank to clear. So he took a step back. With a bang, he closed the door. Muttering to himself, maybe I opened the door the wrong way. Looking at the closed door, he took a deep breath. There was no thought of the reincarnation eye in his heart. His mind was full of the bare yard he had just seen, which was no different from the newly built one. This must be an illusion. Next time you open the door, use a different hand. Then he pushed the door open with his left hand. He still saw the same bumpy yard. So he closed the door again with an expressionless face, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch slightly. No, I must have been too busy these days and didn't sleep well, so I had hallucinations. Yes, that's it. He kept talking to himself, as if he said this, and said so much, then what he saw was really just an illusion. When Otsutsuki Kento came here, he saw Otsutsuki Takuto, who was nagging at the door. He shouted in confusion. "Brother Diran, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like a psycho? Did he lose his mind because he didn't get the reincarnation eye? This is really great." Diran ignored Kento's words and pushed the door open again. Kento looked inside the door curiously and was stunned. "Whose house is this?" It was all mud inside, no grass, and it was very bumpy. It looked like the house had just been built, and the grass hadn't been laid and the trees hadn't been planted yet. After Kento finished speaking, he looked at the name of the household beside the gate. Otsutsuki Takuto's house. When he read out this name, he was stunned for a moment. A look of astonishment on his face. At this time, Otsutsuki Takuto, who had opened and closed the door 3 times, finally realized one thing. While he was working hard to find his eyes in the outside world, his house was robbed. In an instant, his face changed from black to white, from white to red, and from red to blue. Colorful and beautiful. Kento Otsutsuki walked forward blankly and asked in a daze, "Where is your house? You want to move? But this move is too thorough, even the grass and trees are to be moved away, and the most excessive thing is that he even doesn't let go of the water." For a moment, his eyes looking at the German were full of weirdness. This guy is a ruthless man. No, he is more than a ruthless man, he is a werewolf. In order to avoid his patronage, he actually made a plan to move away even the grass. Why didn't he just move the house together? That would be extremely convenient. But thinking that I had stolen his house twice before, I understood that he would think about moving. The German ignored him, but ran towards the house quickly with a gloomy face. The living room on the first floor. Sofas, tables, chairs, benches, potted plants, lamps, curtains, shoe cabinets, coffee table pendants, calligraphy and paintings, wine glasses. All of these are gone. The whole living room is as empty as a newly renovated room. The German's face became darker, with a faint sign of turning blue. He walked towards the bathroom without saying a word. The bathtub, shower head, shelf, bath towel, sink, toiletries, even the toilet and flush tank are gone. The high-pressure pipe at the water outlet is tied into a knot, preventing the water from flowing out. The only thing left is the faucet. The German even guessed that if the faucet had not been taken away, there would be no way to block the water, and I am afraid that the faucet would also be gone. Cry to death, really? This thief is still a little humane and knows how to save water bills for himself. At this time, Jianren also opened all the other rooms on the first floor. Looking at the empty rooms, his face gradually became interesting. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. This is a colleague. And his colleague is even more ruthless than him. At least he would only steal valuables, such as furniture such as tables, chairs, and benches. He would not even look at them. It was just that this was originally his job, and someone dared to get there first. Really, well done. No matter who it is, as long as he can make Diran lose face, he, Kento Otsutsuki, will treat that person as a brother. Really? So he suppressed his smile, came behind Diran, patted his shoulder with his hand, held back his smile, and comforted him with sympathy. "Your house has been robbed again, don't worry, if you trust me, I will help you find the thief. Then I will hand him over to you to deal with him severely." "I will never hand him over to him, he wants to stay and become brothers with him. It is not impossible to eat and live together, even to share a girlfriend." The German suddenly turned his head and looked at him. There was more red in his white eyes. Even a few blue veins appeared. He looked at Kento, who was suppressing his gloating expression, and his anger became more and more vigorous. He said word by word, "It is said that criminals will return to the scene after each crime, to admire their masterpieces." Otsutsuki Kento. His face froze and he couldn't laugh at all. "What do you mean?" Otsutsuki Takuto's expression became more and more ferocious. He grabbed the other's collar and said in a low voice, "Hee. What do I mean? My house is so clean, it must be you who did it. Damn, you are slandering me. I am the young master of the main family. I have everything I want. How could I care about your little things? Damn it, why do I feel that I have been blamed for no reason?" But Takuto said viciously, "Then why did you come to my house?" This instantly stunned Kento. He couldn't say that he was here to scout the place. If he really said that, he would probably shit in his pants. If not shit, then shit. I'll take a walk. Would you take a walk of 1 kilometer from your home to my home? Kento stiffened his neck and said firmly, is it not possible? Chapter 558. Otsutsuki Takuto's house was robbed. This matter was widely spread. Before 10 minutes had passed, countless people gathered around. Curiously looking into the yard, even if they were very tired, it was everyone's nature to eat melons. The clan leader looked at a piece of paper in his hand. It read, I told you the first time to lock the door, but you kept the door open to seduce me. The handwriting was very sloppy, exactly the same as the previous 2 times. Obviously, there was a 99% chance that it was done by one person. He looked gloomy. Otsutsuki Kento yelled, you have to testify for me. I have been busy with the affairs of the foreigners these days. How can I have time to steal his things? Besides. He pointed to the canal beside him and said, look, the fish is still open, it is obvious that the thief just left not long ago. At that time, I just came out of the central hall and was ready to stroll around. As he spoke, he came to his senses and became more and more confident. Yes, it was obviously not done by him, why is he so guilty? So he looked directly at the German and asked, we Otsutsuki people are so kind, how could we do those petty acts of stealing and sneaking? Many people nodded secretly after hearing this. Of course, he and others are kind, and they don't pick up things on the road. Of course, the most fundamental reason is that everyone has white eyes, and they may be seen by others when they are about to commit a crime. This is a kind of mutual supervision, so there will be no theft. So when Otsutsuki Takuto's house was stolen for the first time, all the Otsutsuki people were alarmed. Because it was too surprising and too rare. As a result, they ate this melon 3 times in a row. Seeing that Otsutsuki Takuto wanted to say something, Kento interrupted and said, I now have reason to suspect that this is a play directed and acted by you, and the purpose is to frame me. As he said, he looked around and continued to shout loudly, everyone, tell me, which thief would steal so cleanly? Thieves steal by picking up valuables and easy-to-carry things. After speaking, he looked straight at Otsutsuki Takuto and snorted coldly, only people who move can move so cleanly. As soon as he finished speaking, Takuto's nose was almost crooked with anger. You. But the discussions of the people around him stopped him. Yes, I think Kento-sama is right. Which thief would steal all the grass? You mean that Takuto-sama deliberately threw dirty water on Kento-sama, then why did he do this? Well. In my opinion, it must be for the competition for the Rinnegan. That makes sense. After all, the Rinnegan is so valuable. I think the clan leaders will give it to the most outstanding young people in the clan to use. Among the young people, Otsutsuki Takuto and Otsutsuki Kento are the most outstanding. No, I don't think your analysis is logical. Takuto-sama is as good as his name. He has both good character and good morals. Moreover, he has surpassed Kento-sama in popularity. Why would he do such a thankless task? Of course, there are still too few people who say fair words like this. There are only a few people. More people think that Takuto-sama wants to be the leader. Although Kento-sama is inferior to him in every way, his father is the clan leader. The chance of obtaining the reincarnation eye is still quite high. So he took the risk and took advantage of the previous 2 thefts to throw dirty water on Kento-sama. But it seemed that it was the first time that Takuto-sama did such a despicable thing. He didn't control the strength at all and used too much force. The fish in the ditch witnessed the quarrel of the Otsutsuki people. The frequency of its mouth opening became lower and lower, its eyes became more and more cloudy, and the scales on its body became drier and drier. Woo! Can you stop arguing? I feel I can still save it. In return, I can tell you who the murderer is. Unfortunately, it is just a fish, so no one will care about the idea of food. Finally, its mouth stopped opening and closing, and an illusory soul came out directly from its body. It pouted at the Otsutsuki people, then twisted its tail and swam towards the Pure Land without looking back. Otsutsuki Takuto looked at Otsutsuki Kento, who was talking freely. He gnashed his teeth in anger. With a muffled sound of crack, all his molars were bitten off by him. But he did not spit it out, but swept it with his tongue and moved his throat, and swallowed it alive. Kento. Bitch, just wait, no, I will not be a human if I wipe out your entire clan. At this moment, his gloomy eyes swept over everyone. And these idiots, wait, I will dig out your eyes one by one, and use your power to destroy the clan. At this moment, a heart of hatred burst out from the heart of Otsutsuki Tokujin. Future and others looked at the people who came in and out, and they were all a little confused. At this moment, they hid on the side of the passage, silently watching the Otsutsuki people in the passage. Ichiraku pursed his lips, he thought he should say what he thought. Are they planning to attack the earth? More than 1,000 people, plus puppets, at least 3,000 or 4,000 combat forces can be pulled out. This is not a small force. Every single ninja village will have a headache when seeing it. Even this power is enough to destroy a small ninja village. I don't think so. Minato shook his head. He was carrying an oversized backpack like his elder sisters and holding Kushina in front of him. He looked around. None of these people spoke, as if they were born to be quiet. There were 2 people standing in the distance. Judging from their status, they should be the leaders. If they want to attack the earth, there shouldn't be only these people. They should choose more people. They saw with their own eyes how many people there were. Mirai nodded and said, what Minato said makes sense. I guess they might go to the earth to find the reincarnation eye. After all, they have been searching on the moon for nearly a week. They haven't even seen our hair, so they naturally wonder if we are not on the moon. Then should we notify the teacher and them? Linghua asked. This passage was the one they came from. It was the back mountain of the Hyuga clan. If this group of people appeared on the earth, it would be easy for them to have friction with the nearest force, that is, Konoha. Okay. Walai responded and took the initiative to summon Ziobai. With the shielding of Kaifeng barrier, the nearby Otsutsuki people did not notice the fluctuations of the summoning technique at all. Ziobai's strength has increased a lot, and it is estimated that he has the strength of an elite Chunin level. Beasts are different from humans. Their strength grows very slowly, but their lifespan is very long. However, its body is still the same size, about 1 meter long. It is snow white all over. Especially its eyes, which are different from other snakes, full of vitality and agility. The eyes of other snakes are like decorations. Not to mention agility, there is no emotion at all. As Ziobai appeared, Walai was about to write something, and he suddenly turned his head to look at Ichiraku. If I remember correctly, Super Beast fake painting is a secret technique about information transmission. Then why do I still waste my hands writing? So he said with a smile, Ichiraku, please use Super Beast fake painting to tell the teachers about what we encountered and the Otsutsuki people's desire to enter the earth. Ichiraku was stunned, and he nodded subconsciously. Oh, okay. Soon he condensed the information he wanted to express into a little frog. As he gave it chakra, the little frog soon came to life and jumped towards Ziobai. This made him lick his tongue. Little frog. Ziobai said, and was about to launch a ricochet and bite it, but fortunately, Mirai was quick and immediately grabbed its tail and pulled it back. He flicked Ziobai's forehead in annoyance and said, you are stupid, that was drawn with ink, not real. If you bite it, you will be full of ink, not to mention the frog. Ziobai immediately touched his forehead with his little tail, looking unhappy. Humph. You know it's a cute little white snake, but you draw a little frog. Isn't this bullying the honest snake? This made Yul embarrassed, and he quickly said, then I'll turn it into a mouse. Ziobai. Its expression became even more speechless. Yul also realized that his words were inappropriate, so he quickly changed his words and said, I'll draw a sparrow. This time, not only Ziobai was speechless, but even the future couldn't stand it. Yul must have done it on purpose. First a little frog, then a little mouse, and then a sparrow. What's going on? Yul also reacted at this time. He couldn't help but lower his head and said weakly, I can only draw these 3 things at the moment. Chapter 559. In the Hokage's office. Orochimaru changed back to his original body, which made the 3rd generation and Jiraiya look at him with dislike. But Jiraiya didn't dare to show it. Because Tsunade's little fists loved him very much. He hurt him in every way. The 3rd generation didn't have such scruples. He looked at the information in his hand and glanced at Orochimaru for countless times. Orochimaru frowned. Teacher, if you look at me with that look again, believe it or not, I will tell the teacher's wife to love you well. 3rd generation. He looked at Orochimaru speechlessly. Humph. Not cute at all, Princess Orochimaru is still better, even when she is angry, she is so beautiful. At this time, 3 people walked into the door. The leader was a man wrapped in bandages. It was Denzo Shimura. After more than 3 years, he had more bandages on his body. Especially his right hand. Almost all of it was wrapped in bandages. Even the fingers could not be seen. The arm was hidden directly in the clothes. Seeing his appearance, the 3rd generation was stunned. What happened to Denzo's hand? Was he injured? Who did it? For a moment, his face became a little gloomy. What happened to your hand? Denzo glanced at his hand casually and said calmly, I was assassinated by a ninja from another country when I was on a mission. I got a little injured, but it's okay. After saying that, he had already walked to the desk and asked, is there something that called us here? Hearing this, the 3rd generation lowered his head slightly, and crossed his fingers in front of his chin. The bamboo hat with the word fire written on it covered his eyes, so that the few people present could not see his emotional changes. In the future, they will send a message that the people on the moon will soon arrive on the ground. As he said this, he showed the intelligence delivered by the little frog to the 3 people. Denzo can only use one hand now, so he simply put the intelligence scroll on the table so that Mitaman and the others can also see it. Orochimaru looked at Denzo's bandaged hand, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He was fine when he saw him this morning, and he even drew a tube of blood from his right hand. Why is there a problem now? He smelled a trace of conspiracy, so he carefully sensed it. What, more than 3,000 people? Originally there were more than 1,000 people, but before Ziobai was about to disappear, Ichiraku and the others saw more than 1,500 people rushing over. So the number of people in the intelligence was changed again. Will there be people living in that corner of the moon? After seeing the information in the intelligence, the faces of Yuta and Koharu changed again and again, and they looked unbelievable. There are people in that bare place. Don't be ridiculous, let's not talk about other things. What do they eat? Do they eat soil? Come on, there are so many craters on the moon, can they really be caused by eating soil? Denzo narrowed his eyes slightly, how did they get up there? This information made him feel absurd, but if it was from the future Uchiha, he would still believe it. Over the years, he has seen this kid more or less because of Orochimaru. He is strong, has a strong character, and has his own ideas. He is a rare talent. Originally, he wanted to pull this person into the route, but was strongly rejected by Orochimaru. And he couldn't refuse Orochimaru's face, so he gave up on him. Instead, he took advantage of the 3rd generation and pulled Shijiro into the root organization. Because he was specially recruited, he didn't have to go through the root test, and he is currently with Ryoma. Therefore, for the 3,000 alien visitors, he was more curious about how this little guy got up there. If he knew this method, could he move the secret laboratory to the moon? In this case, as long as the passage is controlled, the experiment will be the safest. Orochimaru stepped forward and replied, it is said that it is through a special passage in the ruins. After that, he looked at the 3rd generation and suggested, this group of people must have bad intentions. My suggestion is to set up a trap at the entrance of the passage and catch them all in one fell swoop. Aliens, according to the communication between him and Mirai, these people are all from the Otsutsuki clan, have a blood relationship with the Six-Path Sage, and are the direct bloodline of the Six-Path Sage's younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. If he catches a few more, can he get more secrets? And they are also users of Bun. If those in the village cannot be moved, then there is no need to worry about those outside the village. Jiraiya frowned slightly, glanced at his good friend, and retorted, no, this is an unknown tribe, and they live on the moon. Since we are all human, we should first focus on peaceful negotiations and establish diplomatic relations. Instead of fighting and killing, this will only make the ninja world more and more chaotic. He has been busy talking about love with Tsunade these days, and has not received any news from Naoki and Minato. And he can also know the situation of Team 8 from Orochimaru, so he didn't ask Minato and them separately. Naturally, he doesn't know how they are doing. But he believes that with the strength of the 7 of them, they are enough to walk sideways. Hearing this, Orochimaru gave Jiraiya a speechless look and said unhappily, have you ever seen anyone who holds the idea of peace take 3,000 people out? Even if it is 3,000 pigs, once they have bad ideas, they will cause harm to our Konoha village. But Jiraiya looked at the excited snake, and he didn't know what to say. Looking at Jiraiya like this, Orochimaru rolled his eyes and said again, I found that you always go against me. The only time I can feel comfortable is when I become Princess Orakai. Do you want me to become Princess Orakai so that you won't go against me? Hearing the 3 words Orakai Heim, 2 people in the field breathed a little faster. One was the old pervert Jiraiya, who had only one word in his mind. Big. The other was the 3rd generation, who had one more word than Orochimaru. Big, and white. Gudong. They couldn't help but turn their heads away for no reason, not daring to look at Orochimaru again. It would be great if Orochimaru had always been Orochimaru, X2. For a moment, the master and the apprentice had the same idea in their minds. Hiss. My nose is itchy, I feel like I'm going to bleed from the nose. Danzo also had his own little tricks. In addition to the superior geographical location of the moon, he also set his sights on these people. There are too many people needed for his human experiments, and all those who can be captured have been basically captured. As for the other great ninjas, the ninjas in the village are almost all powerful. It is difficult for his men to subdue the target person in one move without being exposed. So recently, the head of his laboratory in the route came to him every now and then to ask for people. Speaking of asking for people, he got angry. Can't he learn from Orochimaru? Look, he has developed cloning technology and made all the experimental subjects himself. However, cloning requires more funds and time. Ordinary laboratories can't afford it and can't wait. Unless they need rare blood or physique, other laboratories will use cloning technology to copy a few experimental subjects. So he also agreed with Orochimaru's opinion. Orochimaru is right. These people are not good people, and they brought so many people. It's obvious that they have some purpose. For the safety of Konoha, I suggest arresting them first. His words made Udadan and Koharu dissatisfied. Danzo, your idea is too arbitrary. These alien visitors may not necessarily have some kind of conspiracy. We should focus on communication first. Mito-Kato also chimed in, Koharu is right. If we can establish a good relationship with the moon people, it will play a great positive role in the development of our Konoha. Besides, World War II has just ended not long ago. Our national strength has not yet fully recovered. It is not appropriate to start a dispute at this time. Humph. Danzo snorted, but the 3rd generation interrupted him. Okay, quiet. The 3rd generation said. He looked at the crystal ball. Because just now, he sensed a slight fluctuation, so he used his perception ninjutsu. Telescope technique. The reason why this technique requires the target person's chakra is to be used as a positioning. It can also be used as a telescope. That's why it has this name. The people in the room also noticed the strangeness of the 3rd generation, and they all looked at the crystal ball. At this moment, I saw that the picture in the crystal ball suddenly had 2 guys in strange costumes. Then it was the source. There was an endless stream of people. Let's call them people, because they all wore masks so that people couldn't see their faces. And some of them were very strange, but through the crystal ball, the 3 generations couldn't tell what was strange about them. One of them took out a branch. He said something and threw it casually. After the branch landed, they jumped on the flying beasts in the direction pointed by the branch and flew in that direction. And that direction was the direction of the rain country. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 560. The 3rd elder and the 2nd elder led the way. When they emerged from the passage, their brows were furrowed. If it weren't for the reincarnation I would never come to this place. Even through the mask, I can smell the hatred. The 2nd elder pinched his nose and said. Because of the breathing mask, his voice was seriously distorted. The 3rd elder also looked very disgusted. Alas, hurry up and find the reincarnation I and the golem, so that we can go back and report as soon as possible. Yes, where should we start? Hearing this, the 3rd elder thought about it, took out a branch from his arms, and threw it casually. After the branch landed, he said, according to the guidance of the golem, let's go in this direction. The 2nd elder looked at the 3rd elder's strange operation and was a little confused. That's it. Isn't it too hasty? The 2nd elder directly summoned a puppet beast, jumped up, landed on its back and said, this is the method taught to me by the clan leader. Come on up, I don't want to stay here for a long time. Although he also felt that this method was a bit outrageous, the clan leader would not harm him. When the 2nd elder heard that it was taught by the clan leader, he hesitated for a moment, and then he didn't pursue anything. He also jumped on the puppet beast and was led by the second elder to rush towards the rain country. The passage was very large, and 10 people appeared almost every second. In just a few minutes, a group of 3,000 people, all riding on flying puppet beasts, rushed towards the rain country. Seeing this, everyone in the Hokage's office looked solemn. In Danzo's single eye, bursts of light flashed. They actually use so many flying beasts to transport people. The strength of this group of moon people should not be underestimated. Yes, this kind of mobility is beyond the reach of even our Konoha. Orochimaru's face was very heavy. He only then realized how strong this group of people was. These 3,000 people, plus the increased mobility of flying beasts, will cause great harm. Looking at their direction, they should be heading towards the rain country or the wind country. Should we notify these two countries? Jiraiya asked anxiously. If their destination is the wind country, it's fine, but if it's the rain country, it's going to be a disaster. His 3 disciples are still there. The third generation pondered for a while. Although during World War II, the sand ninja village of the wind country had an irreconcilable relationship with their Konoha. But after more than 3 years of development, many people have gradually given up their hatred. Of course, if they meet an enemy, they will still immediately start with red eyes. But how can we say this? We are all people on Earth. Facing the people on the moon, they should unite and face the outside world together. Just like they would never allow the 6th great country to appear. Thinking of this, he said, Jiraiya, go and inform them. This matter has risen to the safety of the ninja world. Danzo's eyes were still shining. This group of people is very dangerous, but he is more eager for this group of people. Those flying beasts just now, not only him, but also the third generation must have seen it. Those are puppets. Flying puppets, that is, as long as the manufacturing technology is mastered. They will also have such strong mobility in Konoha. So he was tempted. 3,000 people, puppet technology, these 2 things alone are enough for him to take risks. So he looked at the third generation and asked directly, from their hasty actions, it is more likely that they are here with bad intentions. Third generation, what do you think of my and Orochimaru's proposal? Hearing this, the third generation couldn't help but smoke his cigarette, and there was no better answer for a while. 1 puff. 2 puffs. 3 puffs. Seeing his indecisive look, Danzo couldn't help but twitch his eyes. How come the older this old guy gets, the less decisive he is when he was young? After watching him take his 3rd puff of cigarette and seeing that he still didn't say anything, Danzo was immediately angry. Humph! He snorted coldly, then turned around and walked back to the root organization. The third generation instinctively wanted to tackle him when he saw this. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he swallowed his words. Forget it, let his root try it first. At this time, he also felt that this group of people really came with bad intentions. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and after thinking about it, he felt that catching 2 people above the moon to study them would definitely yield unexpected gains. So he turned around and left without saying a word. In the room, only the third generation and Tsunade were left soon. Seeing Tsunade's slightly frowned brows, the third generation put down his pipe weakly and stopped smoking. I'll follow Orochimaru to prevent him from doing anything excessive. After she finished speaking, she had already caught up with Orochimaru. The future followed the last wave of Otsutsuki clan members through the passage and returned to the ground. Since they were back on the ground and that group of people had already flown far away, there was no need for the future to maintain the Kaifeng barrier. Moreover, after these days, the aura of the reincarnation I had been mostly restrained by Linghua, Hong Hong, and Noeki. Especially Noeki, he could no longer feel the yang escape on him. At this time, they were in the back mountain of the branch family. It was also the cemetery where the ancestors of the Hyuga branch family were buried. However, the faces of several people were a little solemn, looking at the illusory figure floating in front of them. Or it would be more appropriate to call it a ghost. Who are you? Future stared at the 3 Megatama, protected in front of Linghua, and asked coldly. Although they already had an answer to the identity of this person in their hearts. They had just taken out the skeleton when this illusory figure appeared. Then she looked at the entire cemetery with a complicated look. In the white eyes, there were complex emotions that the future and them could not understand. There was excitement, bitterness, relief, and relaxation. There were too many emotions, so many that all the emotions that the future and them could think of appeared in one person's eyes at the same time. Ling Hua pulled the future's hand and shook her head, signaling him not to be so impulsive. Then she passed the future and came to the illusory figure. She noticed that the clothes on the illusory figure were almost exactly the same as those on the skeleton. "Excuse me, are you the owner of these eyes?" Ling Hua said, and took out a glass bottle from her chest, which contained 2 white eyeballs. It was the reincarnation eye that had lost its pupil power, but now it was called Bun. The bottle has a seal to resist the erosion of time, so the eyeballs seem to have been there for 800 years, but in fact, it is only 1 year at most. The ghost looked at the glass bottle, and a trace of memories appeared on her face, but with the memories, more pain jumped into her eyes. "Thank you for bringing my bones back." Finally, the ghost spoke. The voice was very soft, like a trickle of spring, soft and sticky, refreshing. It was like the warm sun in winter, shining on people, giving a very comfortable feeling. At this time, the future few people all understood why she stayed. Not to mention her appearance, just this voice, even if she is a man, as long as the lights are turned off and she hears her voice, any man will be moved. Because it is so beautiful. If this voice is used to sing, it is estimated that the soul of the listener will be hooped away. Besides, she looks so beautiful. With a good voice and good looks, it's no wonder that she was valued 800 years ago and avoided the fate of becoming a sacrifice. Future quickly came back to his senses, narrowed his eyes, and retorted, "Thank you. Hee. It's obvious that you used some means to influence our thoughts at that time, so you brought you back." At this moment, Future and the others all understood why this corpse had not turned into ashes for 800 years, and they still wanted to bring her back. The feelings were all caused by her soul. As for thinking, it should be something else. The ghost shook his head and did not comment on Future's words. She was like a spring, tolerant of everything. "Child, after seeing the curse mark on your body, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, no one in our Haiga clan has become the livestock of those demons." Her sight passed through her bangs and saw the curse mark on Ling Hua's forehead. This curse mark was sent to the underworld by her. The purpose is to protect the Haiga clan. Ling Hua opened her mouth. She wanted to say that this curse brought only pain, no happiness. Everyone in the branch family was not happy. But thinking that the other party was a ghost, and their ultimate goal was to protect the Haiga clan. So after hesitating for a while, she nodded slightly. "Well, there has been no missing case in my clan for hundreds of years. In any case, the Haiga clan was able to survive until now thanks to the bird in the cage, and she was born. In a word, if you want to blame someone, blame the person who proposed the clan division system. He is the source of all these misfortunes." Chapter 561. The ghost showed a touching smile. Her body began to glow slightly, and it was obvious that she didn't have much time left. So she took a step forward, and a magical scene happened. Although she was a soul, she was able to hold Ling Hua's hand. Then she held Mirai's hand. Under the latter's vigilant look, she smiled kindly and said, "I don't know what the world will be like 800 years later, but I can see that the enemies of each family in our era have become partners at this moment. This is something I dare not dream of. Judging from your expressions, you must be very happy." As she said, she looked at Senju Nawaki of the Senju clan, Uchiha Mirai of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Honghong and Uzumaki Kushina of the Uzumaki clan who was gently held by Minato. And her descendant, Haiga Linghua of the Haiga clan. You know, these are all big clans. In the Warring States period, which one was not a leader? So there are often frictions and battles because of competing for tasks and conflicts with tasks. So the relationship between them is not very good, especially Uchiha and Senju. Almost every time they meet, they will fight. The first thing they do when they get up every day is to greet the mother of the other family, which is very motherly. But now, although Mirai and Nawaki often quarrel, she can see that the relationship between the two is very good. Without waiting for everyone to answer, she immediately said, "I was once a princess of the Haiga clan. This pair of bun is very pure and well preserved. I believe it will be helpful to you. Please accept it." Hearing this, Ling Hua did not refuse. And the other party has passed away, and only a ghost is left now, so it is useless for her to refuse. "Thank you." She thanked sincerely. The latter just shook his head slightly, as if to say that it was nothing. Then she put Ling Hua's hand on Wei Wei's hand. In the stunned look of the future, she said, I can see that this child likes you very much, and you love her very much. Although you are only in your teens and a little outrageous, you are both very mature in mind. I wish you can be happy forever. This made the future who heard this instantly disappear the prejudice against her. He even thought that this person looked so good. Look, her nostrils are so beautiful, there is a hole on each side. Look, her eyes are so beautiful, and she even rolled her eyes at me. Grandma, don't worry, I will never let Hua down in this life. Future looked at the ghost, his eyes full of gratitude. The Hua you want? This made Shenchu a little funny. Just now you were so hostile to her, but now you just call her grandma, and you want to worship her. Alas, your position is not firm, comrade. And you, I wish you stay together forever and live happily. After the ghost finished speaking, she had turned into light particles, dissipating little by little in front of their eyes in the future. Have a good journey. Everyone looked at the light spots drifting in the wind and sent their blessings. Shenchu shouted excitedly, don't worry, if someone dares to bully you over there, you can go to my grandfather, his name is Senju Hashirama. Even if it is the god of death, my grandfather can slap it to death with one slap. Shenchu shouted hurriedly. At this moment, he looked at the light particles with joy in his eyes. Look, he and Honghong have also received the blessings of the ancestors, which is much better than burning incense and worshipping Buddha. It belongs to the kind of blessing from the ancestors. Minato also smiled and thanked sincerely, thank you. So they found a feng shui treasure land on the mountain of the cemetery and started digging with great effort. What a good old lady, she gave them blessings even after she left. It is a courtesy to give each other a decent cemetery. During this period, they also met people from the Haiga branch who came to check, but when they learned that Linghua and the others were on a mission, they met the ancestors of the Haiga clan in the cave, so they planned to bring them back and bury them in the ancestral land. Originally, the gravekeeper was not happy, saying that they had to line up and were not allowed to dig randomly. But under the attack of Linghua's 10 big gold bricks, they immediately said they would dig whatever they wanted. Even if they liked a grave, they would immediately dig out the urn and make room. With the help of the gravekeeper this time, they didn't even need to prepare a tombstone for the future. And the tombstone they brought was the most impressive. In the entire cemetery, they stood out from the crowd. When Orochimaru and Tsunade arrived, they saw the future people standing in front of the tombstone and bowing 3 times. Tsunade almost made her they thought that Linghua was dead. Fortunately, Linghua stood up quickly and explained the whole story. Several people sat on the grass, and Tsunade listened while treating Kushina. So that's it, it's the bones of your ancestors, Linghua. No wonder they were buried here. Well, it's unfair to the ancestor. She was originally a princess, but now she is buried in the ancestral land of my branch family. Linghua replied. And Orochimaru took the confused white Zetsu and looked at him carefully. In his eyes, there was a lot of brilliance, there are such creatures in this world. Rope Tree smiled and said, hee hee. Master, are you satisfied with this gift? They didn't talk about being monitored, because this was in the wilderness, not a good place to talk about things. Satisfied, very satisfied. Orochimaru licked his lips, and the speed was quite fast. It was almost turning like a running wheel. Even if his tongue stuck out of his mouth, it didn't affect his speech. Naoki, Mirai, you did a pretty good job. Hearing the teacher's praise, Mirai and Naoki looked at each other, and their mouths were all grinning to their ears. Hee hee. This is what we should do. It's worth it that they took these 3 people and hid for so many days. After the 2 of them laughed almost enough, Tsunade asked, by the way, what are those people going to do? Hearing this, Naoki and the others stopped laughing, and even Ichiraku and Minato looked at the teacher and the others strangely. This made Tsunade and Orochimaru look very confused. What are you looking at? Tsunade asked. There was nothing wrong with her question just now. Why are they looking at her one by one with such eyes? No, Sister Lee. The few people retracted their gazes, and it was Ichiraku, the honest man, who spoke first. He remembered that when he and others were hiding at the entrance of the passage, he had heard a rare conversation. I'm telling you that you may not believe it. It seems that someone took the blame for what we did on the moon. Tsunade, hey. Orochimaru, surprised face, he was not teasing White Zetsu, but looking at the future with a confused look on his face. Taking the blame? What does this have to do with Danzo? And that guy should have just organized the route and just left the village. Also, if those people came for Danzo, did they run in the wrong direction? But thinking of the other party throwing branches as the direction of advance, he suddenly felt that it seemed that they might have found the wrong direction. At this time, in the underground base of the rain country, White Zetsu hurriedly drilled out of the wall. After the group of Otsutsuki people appeared, he immediately rushed back, so he forgot about the things that Black Zetsu gave him. Naturally, he didn't see the future. There was still a trace of confusion on his face. He couldn't understand why the group of Otsutsuki people suddenly wanted to retrieve the golem, and they didn't seem to have the reincarnation eye. That pair was still defective. It didn't make sense for these people to be so petty that they didn't allow any pupil power to leak out. But the situation is urgent now, and we have to notify Madara as soon as possible. Madara didn't fall asleep, but held a mirror and looked at his chest. There was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Madara, it's bad. The group of Otsutsuki people on the moon seem to know that you summoned the outer path golem. At this moment, they have gathered 3,000 people and are rushing towards you. They still have a branch of the golem in their hands, which can easily locate the golem. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara was slightly stunned. He put down the mirror and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Wow, I didn't expect this group of people to be so dedicated. When White Zetsu brought the stunned Hyuga Tsuyoshi to see Madara, he told Uchiha Madara about the Otsutsuki clan. After all, this is about the reincarnation eye, which will naturally involve the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan. Anyway, Black Zetsu said that as long as Madara doesn't know the true function of infinite reading, it will be fine. Also, don't let him know their most basic plan. Everything else can be told to Madara. Uchiha Madara said. He slowly stood up. Uzumaki White Zetsu, come here, I will take you to dance together. Since they have come to him, he can't back down, that's not his character. Besides, he is a little tired of staying in this dark underground, sleeping or reminiscing about the past every day. Now that someone is here, he has to take the opportunity to move his body well. More importantly, the golem is related to the core of his plan. How could he let that the group of people took it back? Even though this golem was originally guarded by them. If you want it, you can, but you can beat him first. The Uzumaki White Zetsu hanging on the wall heard this and his eyes suddenly lit up. Master Ban, you are finally willing to wear me again. Chapter 562. On the Puppet Beast. The Otsutsuki clan had been flying for several hours. They left the Konoha Anbya behind them far behind. The branch in the third elder's hand became more and more restless. Seeing this, the three elders' eyes were full of brilliance. Everyone pay attention, the foreigner is nearby. The third elder grabbed the branch, otherwise, he had no doubt that the branch would directly break away from his palm and fly towards the location of the golem. At this moment, the seventh elder looked down in confusion. Because he saw an extremely domineering old man standing on a barren mountain. With his hands on his chest, his white hair fluttering wantonly. His eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his head and looked straight at them. That's right, he seemed to be wearing something strange, and it also blocked their bin from peeping. There was also a white tube connected to his back. At this time, they were 2 kilometers above the ground and 700 or 800 meters away from the man. Logically, they should not notice the ants on the ground. But this man was different. He was like the full moon, so bright and cool. To put it in a metaphor, even if he turned into a pig, he would stand out among the pigs, and people could not ignore his existence at all. The second and third elders also saw this scene. Their expressions became slightly solemn. Within a radius of 40 kilometers, there is no village in front and no one behind. But the branches of the golem are restless, so the man in front of him is most likely the foreigner who stole the golem and the reincarnation eye. The second elder said with his bun. The purity of their bun is generally much higher than that of the Hyuga clan. Many elders can see places 20 kilometers away. If the secret technique is activated, the visual range can be doubled. It should be him. Look, there is a tube behind him, and there is a high-energy nutrient flowing in it. This should be derived from the golem. After the three elders finished speaking, they looked at each other for a while, and then shouted coldly, "Everyone, form a formation." The grey-haired old man in front of them is the thief, and he has stolen twice in a row. Maybe the young master of the branch family, Otsutsuki Takuto, was robbed twice in a row. This person was also responsible. In addition, this person in front of them is So V587, so they all know that there is no room for negotiation on this matter. What's more, they don't want to talk to ants. So, let's do it. Kill him earlier, and they can go back and report earlier. There is no need to stay in this cesspool full of hatred for so long. Even if the other party has mastered the yin-yang escape technique and guessed that his strength is at the super shadow level, they are not afraid. Because they have plenty of means. Therefore, as long as someone restricts his movements for 3 seconds, they can start the backup plan and kill him completely in one fell swoop. As for whether it will affect the Rin-Egan, they have carefully observed that this person does not have the breath of Rin-Egan, obviously he does not wear it. But don't worry, they will kill this person first, and then ask his soul. Madara is exposed above the neck, and there is no intention to hide his appearance. On his shoulder is the head of Uzumaki White Zetsu, which is the umbrella shape. Madara-sama, these people don't seem to have brains. Uzumaki White Zetsu said sarcastically. Next to them, there is a white Zetsu half buried in the ground. He smiled and replied, it's normal, because Madara-sama's chakra fluctuations have been covered by Uzumaki White Zetsu, so it's normal that these Bun Otsutsuki people can't see it. And this place was found by him, so it is guaranteed that it will not affect anyone. It will not reveal any information. He looked at the Otsutsuki who were quickly forming a formation in the night sky, and frowned slightly. They seem to have the breath of the Rin-Egan on them. They should be disposable consumables carrying the Rin-Egan. Upon hearing this, Madara raised his eyebrows. That's the fluctuation of the Rin-Egan. Since absorbing Hashirama's cells, his perception ability has greatly improved. He can even close his eyes and not look at the world, but still have a keen perception of subtle changes in the world. Naturally, he also felt the special breath that White Zetsu could feel. However, this breath is not quite the same as the breath of the Rin-Egan that White Zetsu gave him before. The breath on that person is relatively pure and condensed. The one that White Zetsu gave him was very rough. So much so that he didn't expect it for a while. At this time in the sky, the group of Otsutsuki people had already formed a formation. A pure white beam of light instantly took shape, covering an area with a radius of 3 kilometers. Haha. This guy is so conceited. It's okay to be conceited, our barrier has been set up, let's see where he can escape this time. Then I will go and command the tribesmen to fight first, and the remaining one-hit kill will depend on you. After the 7th elder finished speaking, he took the initiative to control the flying puppet beast and swooped down. Madara looked at the white beams around him curiously. At this moment, they have dimmed a lot and are not so obvious. Haha, I didn't expect that they actually prepared the coffin. Baiju said happily. He has great confidence in Madara's strength. These rotten tomatoes and stinky bird eggs in front of him are also worthy of fighting with Madara. It's simply overestimating one's own abilities. Seeing the people in the sky gathering into a sharp drill and swooping down towards him, Madara smiled calmly and said, watch out, my Uchiha fighting style is very gorgeous. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and the tube behind him naturally fell off. At this time, a person had already rushed to him first. His eyes were bulging with veins, and his face was laughing wildly. The spear in his hand stabbed directly into Madara's chest. There were 2 puppets behind him. As soon as they turned their arms, they opened the mechanism and immediately shot out countless dense needles. They came later but arrived first, passing the Otsutsuki people and approaching Madara. Ha ha ha. Die. The man's eyes were laughing wildly, and he thought this man was so powerful. Unexpectedly, he was actually an old man. The worry in his heart instantly turned into a desire to make a contribution, and he wanted to kill this old man alone. Even if he looks very domineering, what's the use of being domineering? It can't turn into a substantial attack. Then he can take all the rewards, marry the daughter of the clan leader, and reach the peak of his life. It's very exciting to think about it. Uchiha Madara looked at this clown and ignored him. He immediately waved his hands. It seemed that he just waved his hands lightly, just once. He caught all the countless poison needles shot by the puppet. But this scene fell into the bun, it was not like this. They could vaguely see that the hand speed of the old man in front of them was quite fast, so fast that he shot more than 10 times in a row in almost an instant. So in the naked eye, he just waved slowly. And he used his right hand. This scene scared the Otsutsuki who was close at hand. Fuck, how long have you been single, old man? The hand speed was so fast. Madara looked at him and punched him immediately. Bang! Only the sound of facial bones breaking could be heard in the field. At this time, Madara replied in an orderly manner, I have been single all my life, why do you have any objection? The other Otsutsuki clan members had already rushed to him, but not as fast as the previous man. But they all saw the miserable appearance of that man with their own eyes. It was too late to stop, and now there was only a glimmer of hope if they rushed forward. Otherwise, they would be killed by the people behind them by mistake. So everyone took out all their strength and opened their being to the maximum. Seeing that they finally got serious, Madara laughed. Is this the right way? So dance. Use your lives to please me as much as you can. Ha ha ha. After a loud laugh, he immediately kicked the ground and rushed towards them. Although he can't fly, he can use these people as footholds to keep himself in the air. On the moon. In the central hall. Many people are watching the screen projected from the center of the hall. It shows the pictures of the battle on the ground projected by them using the holy weapon. It is quite clear. Although this man is old, his strength is ridiculously strong. Strange, why do I feel like I have seen this man somewhere? Why don't I feel this way? Maybe it's your illusion. Well, that's right, how could I pay attention to the people in the earth realm? This may be my illusion. Because it is a bird's eye view, they can only see the top of their heads. They can't see the outline of people's faces. But this does not affect their heart to watch the battle. Look, the third elder and the second elder are ready to use the backhand. It seems that this battle is over. Yes, yes. Everyone, all of them were full of smiles on their faces. It was as if they had already seen the victory of this battle. Chapter 563. When they arrived at the scene in the future on the ink bird, there was nothing here. There was a plain on the ground. If the ground was not very loose and had been renovated, they would not have noticed it at all. Surrounded by a group of ninjas from the Anbu and the Root, Danzo was among them. He arrived in advance on a flying summoned beast of the Anbu. At this time, he stood on the edge of the battlefield, scanning the surroundings with a very gloomy look. In the future, they controlled the ink bird and landed behind him. Jiraiya asked, Elder Danzo, what's going on? Is this place the land contracted by someone? But the ground is really flat. It's 6 kilometers in radius, which is most suitable for growing crops. Hearing this, Danzo replied coldly, there was a battle in this place just now. Someone exchanged fire with that group of people. It is still unknown how many people both sides used and who won and who lost. Hearing this, everyone frowned. The only thing we know is that this battlefield has been cleaned up. My people have used earth-attributed ninjutsu to search downwards, but we haven't seen a single person so far, not even weapons or equipment. It's as if there was no battle here at all. But a lot of blood can be found in the soil, proving that a big battle did take place here. Orochimaru and the other two looked at each other in bewilderment. To end the battle in half an hour, and to take away the bodies and clean up the battlefield, this is definitely not something that one person can do. Jiraiya said solemnly. They have all led teams in battles, and World War II is where they became famous, so they naturally know the difficulty. Even if they wanted to destroy a small ninja village, it would be impossible to end the battle and clean up the battlefield in half an hour. And to withdraw quietly and smoothly. At this time, Danzo took out another map, threw it to everyone, and said, there is one more thing. There was originally a large and desolate mountain more than 1,200 meters high on this plain. It is not the plain we see now. Hearing this, not only the three ninjas were stunned, but also the future ninjas were stunned. A mountain more than 1,200 meters high, what is this concept? It is equivalent to a mountain more than 1,200 meters high. But it has been raised to the ground at this moment. This. Don't talk about them, even if the third generation uses all his strength, he may not be able to do it. Tsunade's expression is very solemn. As a user of super strength, she knows very well that if she wants to destroy a mountain into such powder, she needs to use super strength continuously and bombard it for about half a day to turn the mountain into a plain and hammer the hard rocks into powder. That is what they see now. At this time, someone emerged from below. She half crouched on the ground, holding a spherical object the size of a human head in her hand. She said respectfully, Master Danzo, we only found this underground. Then she continued, 10 meters underground, it is already a hard rock layer. We can't dive any further, and we think it is naturally formed there, so we use the rock layer as a boundary and search towards the soft soil layer. After 3 consecutive searches, the only discovery is this ball, which seems to be the core of the puppet beast. When reporting their work, most people in the root organization first say a summary, and then continue to talk about the details. This is the rule set by Elder Danzo. It is mainly to facilitate his selection. Improve work efficiency. Danzo did not speak. He nailed his crutches to the ground, took the ball the size of a human head, and looked at it carefully. The ball is made of iron, weighing about 5 kilograms, and it seems that it is not all iron. There are countless sockets on the surface, some of which have wires plugged in. Orochimaru stepped forward and said, "Please let me see." Danzo naturally did not refuse. In terms of technology, Orochimaru is the master. He took the heavy ball and looked at it carefully inch by inch. He did not speak for a long time. And Mirai was pulled aside by his friends. After making sure that no one around could hear clearly, Nawaka covered his mouth with his hand to prevent someone from lip reading. This time he asked in a very low voice, "Mirai, this could not be done by your ancestor." Mirai. That is from the grandfather generation, not the ancestor generation. He really wanted to grab Nawaka's ears and ask him if his ears were full of shit and he couldn't listen to him. If he admitted that Uchiha Madara was the ancestor, wouldn't he be much lower in seniority than Nawaki and the others? He was unwilling to call Nawaki uncle. But he noticed that all his friends looked at him with the same eyes. Helplessly, he nodded, covered his mouth with the same posture as Rope Tree, and whispered, "Well, he was in the land of rain, ended the battle within half an hour, did not let go of any Otsutsuki, quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and disappeared here. He's the only one I can think of." Hearing this, all the friends pursed their lips and said nothing more. They knew about Black Zetsu, Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya from Mirai. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara's strength was so strong. If you count carefully, he is almost 80 or 90 years old. He is still so vigorous, worthy of being the Shura of the ninja world. When the god of death comes, he will hand over a cigarette and beg for mercy. Thinking about it, they all looked at Linghua and Mirai. A heavy look appeared in their eyes. No wonder Mirai is so eager to go to the moon to find the reincarnation eye. Madara-sama is so old, but he still has such a strong strength. It is really a miserable thing to be targeted by him. On the moon. There was a dead silence. There was still a deep sense of horror in the eyes of all of them. And a picture was paused in the center. It was a huge blue armored giant with wings on his back and 2 samurai swords in his hands. Half an hour ago, they witnessed with their own eyes how this man used this armored giant to split their disposable holy weapon in half. Even if the battle lasted until the end and 3,000 tribesmen died. The second elder used a secret technique to gather all the tribesmen's bun together and merged them into a low-profile Rinnegan, but was still smashed to pieces by that man with 3 punches and 2 kicks. The third elder even ignored the risk and forcibly absorbed the remaining Rinnegan pupil power of the holy weapon, and briefly entered the incomplete Rinnegan chakra mode, but was still beaten to death by that man. As for the 7th elder, he was already dead when he led the charge. Originally, the white-haired old man fought with physical skills, but was attacked by the 7th elder with ninjutsu. It seemed that the man was a little angry, so he used a fire dragon to burn the 7th elder. The hall was silent for more than an hour. Finally, someone trembled and interrupted the silence. I remember, I'm here. His name is, Ban, Uchiha Madara. One of the 2 people who pacified the chaotic era of the warring states, the Shura of the ninja world Uchiha Madara. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. His words were like a paused TV, and it was continued. For a moment, the whole hall was noisy. Countless people were telling something in horror. They actually provoked this killing god. And his strength was so ridiculous, and most importantly, why was he not dead yet? A person trembled and shouted, "Block the passage." Yes, we must block the passage, block all the passages connecting to the earth. Someone raised this question, and it seemed that the fear shrouded the hall had a place to vent. That's right, block the passage. Anyone who is a person will die. He must have used the golem to allow himself to briefly exert his peak strength. As long as we wait for him to die, we don't have to worry about him coming to the moon again. That's right, it must be blocked. For a moment, the originally panicked and terrified chaotic voices gradually gathered into a sentence. The passage must be blocked to prevent that person from coming up. It's okay if the golem is stolen. After he dies, it won't be too late for them to recover it. The same is true for the reincarnation I. Now there is only one thing, he can't come up. You know, those 3,000 people are already 3/10 of their tribe's combat power. And he also used a disposable holy weapon in a low-end version of the reincarnation I, but it still couldn't cause him any harm. Even if the remaining tribesmen used the real holy weapon, they wouldn't be able to jump for long. The clan leader opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But at this time he found that his throat couldn't speak. He could feel that his throat was still trembling. The pressure that man gave him was really too great. After a moment of silence, he still made a seal, and the universal holy weapon sealed all the passages. Otsutsuki Takuto on the side was also silent, he didn't say anything. Uchiha Madara is definitely not the one who stole the reincarnation I. If he really wanted the reincarnation I, why would he be so sneaky and not even dare to show his face? So when 3,000 tribesmen were slaughtered, he knew one thing, they suspected the wrong person. I must find the real reincarnation I so that I can have the courage to face him. 3. The Elder's Rinnegan Chakram mode is incomplete. He obtained this mode in a short time by sacrificing his Byakugan and forcibly absorbing the remaining power of the holy weapon, as well as the remaining Byakugan. His strength is at most barely reaching the threshold of a half-step super shadow. If it is a real Rinnegan, it will definitely make one directly jump to the first person under the 6 paths. So he has to go to the underworld and find the person who really stole the Rinnegan. Chapter 564. The next day at noon, the future and the 3 ninjas. At this moment, they all gathered in the grove. This is the back mountain of the school, which is relatively empty and few people will come here. Moreover, the students of the ninja school all know that this is the territory of the 2 academic gods Uchiha Mirai and Namikaze Minato, so naturally they will not come here. At this time, the 3 of them were looking at the scrolls opened one by one, looking at the sealed things inside. After finding nothing last night, the people of Konoha treated the aliens as an unsolved case. After all, the ninja world is so big, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although they didn't care on the surface, they were all investigated secretly. In the grove. Hee. Shenshu said excitedly, Master, listen to me. Orochimaru's face was a little tired. When he rushed back from the rain country last night, it was already late at night. But he couldn't sleep, and he didn't want to sleep, one because the white creatures that the future brought to him were too magical. There were actually wood escape cells in it. But it is not the kind of wood release cells he studied. The wood release cells they studied in Konoha were extracted from the body cells of the first generation of Mr. Wood. Because the main purpose is to understand the wood release power contained in it and can be transplanted to others, so Hashirama cells are called wood release cells. The wood release cells in these 3 white creatures are really wood release cells. They can use wood release secret techniques. He used their bodies to perform wood release techniques last night. The result was unexpectedly smooth, and he was indeed able to release wood attributed techniques. However, the power is a bit disappointing. It is completely incomparable to the wood release of the first generation of Mr. Wood in his impression. This can only be used for greening at most. But if you think about it carefully, the wood release performed by this white Zetsu seems to be the original power of wood release. And it is within the scope of blood limit. The wood release of the first generation of Ki is completely a foul. Another point is that he found that the cells of the white Zetsu are much milder than the cells of the first generation of Ki, and there is no rejection. As long as it is a person, it can be transplanted. It can also allow people to perform wood release, that's right, the power of this wood release. Oh. I won't say it. But Danzo just wants to transplant wood release cells, he can give him the white Zetsu cells and let him transplant them himself. So he was excited all night, and at dawn, he was dragged out of the laboratory by Jiraiya. He said he wanted to see what they would gain from this trip in the future. While listening to Nawaka's excited words, he looked at Rika who had already covered her eyes. A thought flashed through his mind. From their expressions, Rika's eyes seemed to be evolving. Otherwise, Minato, Kushina and the others would not be so happy. That's right, after Tsunade's personal action last night, Kushina has successfully awakened. After learning that her 1,000-year-old ginseng was used by Ichiraku to stew old pheasants and used as medicinal food to supplement the consumption of her friends, she didn't feel sorry at all. Instead, she was happy that she could use her precious medicine. Once she was happy, she drank 3 bowls of chicken soup and drank all the soup stewed by Ichiraku. Only then did she look at Ichiraku with unsatisfied feelings, and wanted to take a ginseng from the treasure house and stew it for Ichiraku on the spot. Fortunately, she was persuaded by Tsunade, Noeki, and Rika. The precious medicines in the treasure house were all kept for life-saving. How could they be used up just to satisfy the desire for food? Teacher. Noeki said a lot, and then mysteriously pulled a cloth bag in front of Teacher Jiraiya. Teacher, sister, master, this is my gift for you, please open it and have a look. It just so happened that he got 3 boxes, which were of no use to him, so he might as well give them to his elder sister and the others. Jiraiya put down the book, looked in front of him, and said in surprise, "Wow, we have it too." "Of course. Open it and have a look, you will definitely like it," Noeki urged with narrowed eyes. This made Tsunade touch his head with some amusement. Her eyes were full of relief. Unknowingly, Noeki has grown so big. I remember that 3 years ago, he was only as tall as her shoulders. After being teased by Mirai, he cried and jumped to her side, hugged her for comfort. Now he actually knew to give her a gift. For a moment, a flower squeezed out between her eyebrows. Don't mention how happy she was. Jiraiya touched his head with a smile, "You are a good kid, you know Deo has given us 3 gifts." Then he opened the cloth bag in front of everyone. Tsunade and Orochimaru came over curiously. Then they saw a scene that surprised them. Box. Antique. Would release? Instantly, 3 people had 3 different ideas. Jiraiya saw the surface, Tsunade saw its value, and Orochimaru was a little sensitive to this thing because he had been studying wood release. Look, he used the white Zetsu's body to perform wood release in the early morning this morning. So he was familiar with the breath of wood release. The moment he saw the wooden box, he felt the familiar breath and couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiraiya and Tsunade all looked at Orochimaru, all of them were stunned. They didn't know that Rope Tree had learned wood release, nor did they know that those white Zetsu could perform regular wood release. However, the 2 words would release were more sensitive, and Orochimaru's words directly provoked their nerves. What would release? Jiraiya asked. Although Tsunade didn't ask, her eyes could not help but scan between the box and Orochimaru. Orochimaru picked up a box and looked at it carefully. He even licked it twice with his tongue. He tasted the saltiness. Ah, no, he tasted the chemical composition. His action made Honghong and Ichiraku look at each other. They remembered one thing, that is, when the first box was dug out, didn't Noeki lick the animal skin with his mouth on the spot? And the glowing spring, saliva, Noeki also licked it on the spot. It seems that this habit was learned from teacher Orochimaru. After a while, Orochimaru spit out the peculiar smell on his tongue twice. Then he said, "I just felt the breath of wood attribute, so I subconsciously shouted wood release." This box is made of special wood, which contains magical power, ensuring that it will not decay for thousands of years. Moreover, I always feel that the composition on this box is a bit strange. Listening to Sheshi's words, Jiraiya understood that Orochimaru was just having research problems again. He put his arm around Orochimaru's shoulders and said with a smile, okay, let's talk about this later. Let's see what this guy Noeki has sent." So he took the second box in the cloth bag and opened it in front of Noeki. Inside was a red lump, like the root of some plant. But it has been dried in the sun, and it looks a bit dry, the size of a fist, a bit like a tumor, and dark red. Jiraiya was still a little confused, and Tsunade on the side couldn't sit still. "Oh my god, this is Polygonum multiflorum." As she said this, she hurriedly came to Jiraiya and sniffed the precious medicine with her nose. After a while, she carefully took out the red lump from the box and put it in front of her eyes for a careful observation. Then she used a knife to gently cut off some from the cut part. Put it in her mouth, closed her eyes, and tasted it carefully. As her mouth moved, Tsunade's expression soon brightened up. After half a minute, Tsunade opened her eyes and said in amazement, "This is more than 1,000 years old Polygonum multiflorum?" Rope Tree smiled and gave her sister a thumbs up. "My sister is amazing, you can taste this." Jiraiya, who was standing aside, was stunned when he heard this. "Is it really 1,000-year-old precious medicine? You know, the history of ninjas is only a little over 1,000 years. So those precious medicines that claim to be 1,000 years old are actually only 400 or 500 years old. After all, no matter how old the precious medicine is, it will always be found and used up. So precious medicines that can grow for 1,000 years are almost extinct. Even these 400 or 500 years old medicines are already precious medicinal materials that are worth a fortune. But why is it so small? Tsunade nodded, her eyes full of envy. Yes, do you remember when my grandma was dying, I took out 1,000-year-old ginseng? The real age of that ginseng is only about 500 years. As she said this, she seemed to remember something, so she said, I remember that Danzo also has a ginseng in his hand, which seems to be more than 600 years old. It is very precious and has never been shown to outsiders. She learned this information from her teacher. It is the oldest ginseng she knows so far. Chapter 565. This precious medicine is a real 1,000-year-old precious medicine. I remember there is a record in an unofficial history. It is said that after growing to 500 years, the volume of Polygonum multiflorum will become extremely large. Then it will slowly become smaller in the next 500 years, and after another 500 years, it will slowly become larger again, and so on. As she said, she looked at the Polygonum multiflorum in Jiraiya's box. Her eyes were full of little stars. At first I thought it was just unofficial history, which was made up by the ancients out of thin air. I didn't expect it to be true. Jiraiya suddenly realized, from small to big, and then from big to small, if it is 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, it will become so small, which is understandable. Orochimaru also opened the box in his hand. Then he was stunned. The things in his box were not as beautiful as the Polygonum multiflorum in Jiraiya's box. It was just a plant similar to weeds. The leaves were large, but the petioles were very slender, and the leaf surface was the size of a palm. Because the box was a bit small, a grass was cut in half. However, with Jiraiya's previous experience, Orochimaru did not underestimate this inconspicuous weed at all. However, he did not know as much about medicinal materials as Tsunade, so he directly handed his medicine to Tsunade and asked, "What medicine is this?" Tsunade moved her eyes away from Jiraiya's hand with difficulty. Then she carefully looked at the medicine in Orochimaru's hand. After looking at it, sniffing it, tasting it, closing her eyes and feeling it for a moment, she suddenly frowned slightly. This is epimedium. It seems to be quite old, because she can feel that the effect of this medicine is countless times stronger than the epimedium she has seen. Look, she just tasted it a little bit, and her body reacted. Not to mention the heat, there is also an indescribable feeling. A little shame. Hearing this, Orochimaru was slightly stunned. Epimedium? He had heard of this herb, and it seemed to have the effect of strengthening yang and nourishing the kidney. Tsunade blushed, she pinched her eyebrows, and said with a headache, "It's that thing, but the effect seems to be ridiculously strong. I just tasted a little bit bigger than my fingernail, and I started to react. If an ordinary person eats a leaf, I'm afraid he will die on the spot." Hearing this, Orochimaru looked at Tsunade in astonishment, and then looked at Nawaze. It seems that he doesn't need this thing. After all, his little snake seems to have only one effect for him, that is, it is used for urination. He plans not to find a girlfriend for his whole life. It's actually pretty good to live alone. If you really want a girlfriend, why not make one yourself? Even if you get the urge, you can dissect your girlfriend on the spot. How great is that? Nawaze noticed the look in Master Orochimaru's eyes, and seemed to remember something, and his face changed slightly. Some dare not look at Master Orochimaru. Oh no, I prepared these 3 medicinal herbs for the teachers, but they took the wrong ones. When Master Orochimaru praised him just now, he was so excited that he forgot about it. So he quickly reached out and handed the medicine box in Jiraiya's hand to Sister Tsunade, and handed the epimedium in Master Orochimaru's hand to Master Jiraiya. He blushed and said embarrassedly, "Ahem, these are the medicinal herbs we prepared for you. I forgot about it just now." Tsunade, _. She had a small question mark, but she felt that it was not polite to exchange gifts suddenly, so she wanted to change it back. But when she looked at Jiraiya, she was speechless all of a sudden. I saw this guy looking at the treasure box in his hand with shining eyes. That look was brighter than ever before. When she saw the epimedium just now, an idiom came to her mind, strengthening yang and nourishing the kidneys. Look, when she realized that the medicine was for Orochimaru, she looked strange. Because Orochimaru didn't seem to be the kind of guy who would indulge in excessive sexual desire, giving this medicine to him was like looking for a female kitten for a sterilized male cat. It was nonsense. But after Rope Tree changed it like this, and then there was Jiraiya's expression, she immediately understood. People were speechless for a moment. As if sensing the change in his sister's mood, Rope Tree hurriedly handed the remaining box to Master Orochimaru. He smiled and said, "Here, Master, this is my disciple's gift to you. Take a look." Ling Hua said this is also a 1,000-year-old precious medicine. Orochimaru also saw Rope Tree's actions, and he also noticed Jiraiya's expression. He was very excited, and he didn't feel lost at all because the medicine in his hand was not 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. And the anger after being forced to change the medicine. Instead he was so happy that his mouth was stretched to his ears. It was as if this medicine was his favorite. In other words, the medicine delivered by Rope Tree touched Jiraiya's heart. He took the last box, looked at Rope Tree, and couldn't help but patted his shoulder, saying with relief, "You are thoughtful." Tsunade decided not to care about Jiraiya, the bitch. And to be honest, she was actually very happy that Jiraiya could take this medicine, because it was related to her lifelong happiness. You know, she is also a person who is about to turn 30 and 40. But she couldn't show it, otherwise she would be laughed at to death. So she looked at the treasure box in Orochimaru's hand, trying to divert attention. This is also a precious medicine, but the stem is very thick, and when it is dried, it is artificially shaped. That is, its stem forms a circle. This is not only easy to take, but also occupies a much smaller area. The most conspicuous part is that there are 2 layers of leaves on its stem, and the top part has 7 leaves. The leaves are relatively slender. The lower part has 2 more leaves than the upper part, a total of 9 leaves. There is no need to give this medicine to Tsunade for identification. Orochimaru looked at Naoki with a strange look on his face. He recognized this medicine. Is this Changlo? Nanki nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, teacher, this is the only 2,000-year-old medicinal materials we have found." So he directly put this medicinal material into the treasure box and planned to give it to the master to thank him for his careful teaching over the years. Although Tsunade on the side was a little shocked by the age of this medicinal material, she was able to calm down quickly with 2 previous lessons. But when she recalled the efficacy of this medicinal material, she immediately looked at Orochimaru. If I remember correctly, this Changlo has the effect of removing snake venom. Orochimaru uses snakes, Changlo to remove snake venom. This. My silly brother is really stupid. He won't exchange the Polygonum multiflorum in her hand with Orochimaru. But thinking that the Polygonum multiflorum in her hand also has the effect of detoxification, and it is 1,000 years old. Changlo is also 1,000 years old. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Because her brother just said that these are the only 2,000-year-old medicinal materials, so. Forget it, this is all my brother's heart. If Orochimaru is not happy, I will exchange it with him. Although the medicine in her hand also has the effect of detoxification, compared with Changlo, for Orochimaru, the former is better. Noeka didn't know this. He kept looking at teacher Orochimaru happily. With an expression of "praise me quickly." This made Orochimaru weird, and he looked at Noeka with a bit of laughter and tears. This kid. Forget it, Paris polyphylla is also a precious medicinal material, maybe it will be useful in the future. So he closed the lid and praised, "Shenshu, you are thoughtful, I like this gift very much. This is the most special gift I received this year." Shenshu. Hee. So happy. Just when they were dividing the treasure. In the base of the rain country. Uchiha Madara was playing with Apian in his hand, which was his only victory in the battle last night. Its owner was the man called the Third Elder. Originally, this eye should have the so-called reincarnation eye pupil power, but now its interior has been destroyed. There is nothing, only an eyeball shell is left. He dug it out with his own hands out of curiosity last night, but at that time, among all the Otsutsuki people, only this being that had lost the power of reincarnation remained. The other eyes were destroyed by the aftermath of his battle. The Rinnegan should have more than this strength, what a pity. As he said this, he exerted a little force and crushed the eyeball directly. The 2 white Zetsu hanging on the wall looked at Uchiha Madara with admiration. They knew that Uchiha Madara was very powerful, but they never expected that he would be so strong. And as an Uchiha, he did not use his own eyes, but a pair of ordinary 3 Magatama. 3,000 people, in less than half an hour, were all killed by Madara like cutting melons and vegetables. Even in the end, there was a half-step super shadow level combat power, but it was still no match for Madara. This made them more confident in the Black Zetsu plan. However, correspondingly, they dared not let the Black Zetsu plan leak out. Chapter 566. An hour later, all of them were filled with all kinds of treasures, books, money, scrolls, etc. There were even many magic weapons. Jiraiya and the other two were shocked. You? Tsunade hesitated for a moment, and thought it would be better to ask, you didn't empty the treasure house of the Otsutsuki clan? Linghua smiled and held Tsunade's hand, and said coquettishly, no, we just moved a small high-rise storage room. It's funny, they emptied the storage room, and everyone returned to Earth, but they didn't know who the owner of these treasures was. But I think when he saw the empty secret room, he should be very angry. After Orochimaru and the other two looked at each other, they didn't care about the man's mood. They each picked up something they were interested in and looked at it. Tsunade has been circling around medicinal herbs and treasures. Jiraiya was also strolling around the medicinal herbs. Whenever he heard Tsunade say that a certain medicine had aphrodisiac effects or was good for the kidneys, he would secretly write it down in a small notebook. He planned to exchange some with Mirai in private. He was a writer, so he naturally knew what a woman in her 30s meant. So he had to take care of his body. Even if he didn't care about his body, he had to work hard for Tsunade's lifelong happiness. As for Orochimaru, his eyes were always on the books. Many of these books were about the Otsutsuki clan, as well as the insights of the Bun. And most of the ninjutsu that could only be performed with the Bun. Of course, the part he was most interested in, that is, scientific research notes, were also available, but they were relatively rare. Seeing Orochimaru flipping through a pile of books, Mirai knew what Orochimaru was interested in, so he found 7 or 8 books that were 1 finger thick from the books on the side, and there were several scrolls among them. After handing it to Orochimaru, he smiled and said, "Teacher, the science and technology books you want are here. I paid special attention to them when I was packing books." Orochimaru's eyes lit up, he took the books, and when he opened them for the first time, he walked to the shade of a tree and read them with relish. After Mirai withdrew his gaze, he turned around and started to divide the treasures with his friends. Their plan was to divide these treasures into 10 parts, 7 of them, plus the 3 of the teacher. In order to be fair, Linghua took the initiative to ask for most of the books, and she asked for very little treasure, almost nothing. These books were written by the Otsutsuki clan to record about the Bun, so for Mirai and them, they were like chicken ribs. Simply agreed to Linghua's request. Looking at the 10 piles of treasures, Minato couldn't help but sigh. Stealing is still a fast way to make money. Look, with the share given to him, he can buy all the houses. He could even buy 10 houses of the same price with the remaining money. This is much more comfortable than his hard work in completing tasks. Future on the side smiled, this is also our good luck. Who would have thought that we would find bait when we just find a yard to enter? Bait, bait, if there is no good stuff, how can the fish be hooked? After saying this, Future began to swallow his own things. But a small thing happened in the middle. Linghua hummed twice and directly moved all the treasures in Future's share to her side. This made Future very excited. Look, Linghua already has the consciousness of a housekeeper. This is a great thing. So he took the initiative to send all the things in his share of treasures that were related to money to Linghua in a flattering manner. For him, just like he was not interested in Sharingan, he was not interested in money. There is food and shelter, enough. Besides, he must have too many training resources. Apart from other things, the ninja tools in his body alone weigh 300 or 400 kilograms. Seeing that Future was so self-conscious, Linghua couldn't help but show a bright smile on her face. The little girls present were envious. Minato turned his head to look at Kushina, he scratched his head awkwardly, and said embarrassedly, "Well, Kushina, I want to use this money to buy a house, so that I don't have to pay rent all the time." Kushina was stunned when she heard it. Minato wants to buy a house. This. She also wanted to give Minato a surprise after they got married. So she kept asking everyone to help her keep it a secret from Minato. But she also thought of how Minato had been crazy about doing tasks over the years. She couldn't help but have a feeling in her heart. A trace of guilt. So without hesitation, he pushed all his treasures in front of Minato. "Minato, take this money. If it's not enough, I have more at home." This touched Minato so much. His eyes were full of love, and he waved his hands repeatedly to refuse. No, I have enough here. After saying that, he looked at Kushina, and couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, holding her little hand, and pursed his lips and shouted, "Nana!" Kushina was also numb all over by this emotional call. Goosebumps appeared. She couldn't help but smile happily in her heart. Shui shui. Asterisk. Rope Tree retracted his gaze. He looked at Hong Hong, and wanted to give all his belongings to Hong Hong, but was rejected by the latter. Hong Hong. She sent a telegram. My brother is still here, and you have the money. How can a man be penniless? After reading the telegram, Rope Tree was even more moved. Rope Tree. He felt that he had never been so happy in his life. Tsunade and Jiraiya were also being affectionate. Since Tsunade took the initiative to break the paper last time, their relationship has advanced so much that they can hold hands. Jiraiya was so excited that he didn't wash his right hand. Even when he went to the toilet, he didn't want to use his right hand, but used his least used left hand. But if he wiped it a few more times, it would always be clean. These days, he ate with his right hand, and from time to time he could imagine that it was Tsunade feeding him. In short, there are men in the small woods, and only a single dog is beaten. It is necessary to do all his girlfriends or something. If it does NT work, he is also possible to be his girlfriend. The home began to take a takeaway. But before he got home, a member of the Anbu came to him. He asked, "Are you the hand-beater Ichiraku?" Ichiraku was a little confused. He didn't know what the Anbu wanted to talk to him about, but he thought it was not a bad thing, so he nodded. "Yes, do you want to talk to me about something?" The Anbu staff said lightly, "I came to you to bring back 6 servings of food under the order of Elder Danzo." Hearing this, Ichiraku suddenly understood, and some of the ups and downs in his heart were also put down by him. "Oh, then you come with me, I will go home and make it immediately." "Yes." Ichiraku led the way, but he was a little surprised in his heart. In the past, it was always 1 or 2 servings, why did he suddenly want 6 servings this time? Maybe there are other people. He thought so. After all, he felt that his cooking skills were really good. There are many people who love to eat, this is normal. At this time in the root organization, Danzo was looking at the experimental report with excitement. On the use of the first generation of Wood Lord. Achoo! Sniff! He couldn't help but sneeze, then sniffed, and continued to look at the experimental application in his hand with excitement. On the feasibility of using the cells of the first generation of Wood Lord to cultivate newborns. Very good, this method is very good, it is very feasible. He saw Orochimaru become Orochimaru with his own eyes. According to reliable gossip, Orochimaru used Jiraiya's genetic material and his own cells to cultivate a female body. In other words, this is a successful case. If he uses his own cells and Hashirama's cells to cultivate a newborn, will this newborn be able to master wood release? He will definitely master it, after all, this is half cloning and half cultivation. Full strength. Achoo! Strange, someone is talking about me, why did I sneeze twice for no reason? But he didn't care about these. He then gave the order. Let all experimental departments cooperate with this plan. We must have our own wood release power. Yes. Although he does not control the wood release power, it is the same if he lets his subordinates control the wood release and he controls his subordinates. This life is so promising. Chapter 567. Mirai looked at the white cloth strip on Linghua's eyes. This was what he used to seal his eyes. But Linghua asked for it last night. She said she didn't want people to know that her eyes were evolving, so she wanted to cover up the fluctuations. Mirai's cloth strip was the product of countless upgrades by Tsunade and her friends over the past 3 years. In addition to being able to seal, it also has the ability to cover up fluctuations. Mirai gave the cloth strip to Linghua without hesitation. And Linghua didn't have the perception technique, so she was now reduced to the original appearance of Mirai and needed someone to take care of her. This made Mirai very excited. So he took the initiative to take on this responsibility. Mirai, it turns out that being blind is so troublesome. Linghua's hand was held by Mirai, and she walked slowly on the street with her. At this moment, she couldn't see anything, which made her ears and nose and other senses abnormally sharp. She was always distracted by other sounds and smells. Finally, she felt what Mirai felt at the beginning. Mirai is an experienced person, he knows this feeling, being in this environment for a long time will make people feel depressed and panic. especially those who have seen the bright world. If it weren't for the shadow clone technique that allowed him to see the world, and the company of Minato, Rika, and others, he might have taken off his eye patch long ago. Even if his eyes were broken, he didn't want to be in the dark anymore. At that moment, he realized how afraid the Uchiha who opened the Mangekyo was of blindness. Well, it's really uncomfortable at the beginning, but it will be much better in 2 or 3 days. As Mirai said, he looked at Rika, hesitated for a while, and then he opened his mouth to test, how about I come to your house to take care of you these days? Just like you came to my house to take care of me. No one knows better than him how terrible the days of being blind are. After thinking for a while, Ling Hua nodded and smiled at Walai, okay. Now she has figured out one thing, that is, enjoy life while you can. People living in this world have no idea which will come first, accidents or tomorrow. Especially for ninjas like them, this is even more true. Besides, she has made up her mind in her heart that she will not marry anyone other than Walai in this life, so she doesn't bother to care about the opinions of the main family. What's more, her current status and position are no longer someone that the main family can manipulate at will. What's more, the main family will not be able to jump around for long. According to her prediction, at most a week, her pupil power will be fully evolved, and then she can do whatever she wants. At that time, she will destroy the main family and put the blame on Hyuga Soyoshi. Then she will be sisters with Walai during the day and husband and wife with him at night. Hee. Thinking about this life, it's beautiful. Mirai. Well, what's wrong? Are your eyes uncomfortable? No. Ling Hua shook her head, but her face was full of smiles. I just wanted to call you. Mirai said he would take care of Ling Hua, but he had to go home. When he went back last night, his father and others had already gone to bed. When he got up this morning, the 2 siblings hurried out again. So he still had a few things on him that he didn't give to his parents. After watching Ling Hua split out a shadow clone and take her back, Mirai left the Hyuga gate. This made the Hyuga Hayashi brothers, who had been wandering around the gate and ran into Ling Hua, frown slightly. What's wrong with Ling Hua? They all saw Hyuga Ling Hua with her eyes covered. Listening to his brother's question, Hayashi shook his head, I don't know. Let's go to her house. This is a great opportunity, he can't miss it. Maybe if he really takes care of Hyuga Rika, the latter will know how good he is and become his girlfriend. Then get married and have children. It would be best to have 2 daughters, he likes daughters the most. Moreover, he can use the status of his daughters to delay the division of the clan system on the grounds of examining who is better to inherit the main family. Maybe he can use this as a springboard to reform the Hyuga clan system. Eliminate the hatred between the clans. At that time, their Hyuga clan can also unite like the Uchiha clan. But before they arrived at Rika's house, they met her shadow clone. It seems that this shadow clone was waiting for them at the door on purpose. The shadow clone bowed politely to them and said calmly, Excuse me, young masters, is there anything I can do for you? Although Hayashi is a member of the branch family, his father is the patriarch of the clan, and his status is half a level higher than that of ordinary people in the main family. He is the candidate for the deputy patriarch who will take over the branch family in the future. Ever since after becoming a disciple of the 3 ninjas, Ling Hua knew that she couldn't keep a low profile. So she simply put on a cool attitude. It would make things easier for her. Now, her cool attitude could dispel many people's thoughts. It would discourage more people. Hayashi asked with concern, What happened to your original body? Why do you have to cover your eyes? The shadow clone said calmly, When the original body was doing the mission, it overused the bun, which caused damage to the optic nerve. So under the treatment of Master Tsunade, the original body wore a white cloth to let the optic nerve recover slowly. The 2 young masters of Hyuga changed their faces slightly when they heard this. Hyuga Ling Hua actually overused the bun during the mission? Does it mean that their mission this time is very difficult? No, isn't there that pervert, Uchiha Mirai, in their team? Although I don't want to admit it, that guy's strength is really terrifying. It's that kind of outrageous strength. It's even more outrageous than cheating. And that man, who is said to have never been defeated by Uchiha Mirai. Minato Namikaze. With these 2 powerful people around, Rika actually overused the bun during the mission. What kind of mission is so awesome? Could it be that they were carrying out an S-level mission? Or were they being hunted by the ninja army? For a moment, they were more confused and puzzled. If you two young masters are okay, please go back. The main body is very tired now and wants to rest quietly. After hearing the words of the shadow clone, Hayashi was about to say that he would send eye drops later. But the shadow clone had disappeared. Seeing this scene, Hayashi and Hisashi were both silent. It was clear that they didn't want to accept any help from them. It was already evening when Mirai returned home. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the smell of tempura. He couldn't help licking his lips. It's strange, why did he think that the food cooked by his mother was so unpalatable at the beginning, but now he smelled this smell, he felt a little greedy. I'm back. He sat in front of the entrance and changed his shoes. Then he came to the kitchen door and shouted to Mieko inside, Mom, make another portion of tempura, I will take it to Linghua later. Hearing this, Mieko, who was busy in the kitchen, turned her head in confusion and looked at Walai. Bring it to her. Why don't you take her home to eat? Speaking of Linghua, Dazwang, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but put down the newspaper and looked at his son with a surprised face. He was also confused. Walai walked into the kitchen, saw that the dishes had been prepared, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. This made Mieko, who saw this scene, pull out her chopsticks and hit Walai on the back of her hand in annoyance. She glared at him and said, Why are you so untidy? You don't know how to use chopsticks. Walai was hit and felt a little pain. He laughed twice and didn't dare to reach out again. Hee. Isn't this because you are greedy for the delicious food made by your mother? Mieko didn't believe it. She rolled her eyes at her son and then looked into the pot. Don't come on, you only praise the food made by Il and Hong Hong. The food made by your mother is not as good as the food on the street. It's not good looking and not delicious. No way. This made Walai very embarrassed. He really thought so before, thinking that the food made by his mother was not as good as the food on the street. But he hadn't eaten his mother's food for almost a week, and he suddenly felt that the food made by his mother was actually quite delicious. Why didn't he notice it before? You haven't told me why you didn't bring her home to eat. Mieko asked as she carried the pot to serve the dishes. She has some eye problems, just like me before, she can't let her eyes be exposed. Walai explained casually and walked out of the kitchen with the dishes. This made Mieko, who was eating hot pot, stunned. Even Dazwang put down the newspaper and asked in confusion, she has eye problems. Yet. Walai nodded, and seeing that his mother was about to ask again, he hurriedly said, some things are hard to say, so I won't say it, but don't worry, this is a good thing. As soon as these words came out, Dazwang and his wife looked at each other in surprise. Is it inconvenient to say? It seems that the matter is quite serious. But it should be a good thing. Chapter 568. Hong Hong also came back during dinner. When Mirai opened the door and saw Shenchu and his sister standing side by side, his smiling face suddenly became very ugly. He smelled a hint of love. And it came from his sister and Shenchu. You. Shenchu, who was originally smiling, froze instantly, because at this moment, he noticed that Mirai had opened the 3 Megatama without knowing it. Blood-red eyes stared at him. Then Mirai's parents also appeared, also opened the 3 Megatama, staring at him. In an instant, he felt a lot of pressure. Gulp. Question, I sent my sweetheart home, but my sweetheart's family glared at me with red eyes. What should I do? A. Lie and say that we are just friends. B. Confess, kiss Hong Hong forcefully in front of the sweetheart's family, in short, get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. For a moment, he was very excited about option B, which was not only exciting, but also very exciting. However, he glanced at the 3 people who looked at him with red eyes and said nothing, and immediately backed out. If he chose B, in addition to being exciting, it seemed to be more life-threatening. Not right. I am a scholar, I should take a long-term view. So he forced himself to greet them calmly, uncle, aunt, hello. Mieko looked at her daughter, and then looked at Noeki. She had a very contradictory feeling. She always felt that there seemed to be some relationship between them that she didn't know about, but after she looked at it, she found that the relationship between them was not what she thought. The most important point is that they didn't hold hands, and they sniffed each other. They didn't smell each other's scent. We must have thought too much. After having this thought in her mind, her eyes could not help but return to black, and a smile appeared on her face. She hurriedly blocked the father and son of the future and made way for them to enter and exit the house. It's Xiao Shenshu, come in quickly, auntie's family is just cooking. Shenshu hurriedly refused, no, auntie, my sister is waiting for me to go back home for dinner. As he said that, he calmly took out 1 or 2 beautifully wrapped gifts from his throat. Then he stepped forward and handed them to Aunt Mieko, and passed by the future and handed one to Uncle Daz Wang. He smiled and said, our mission this time was very smooth, and we also gained a lot of benefits. This is my filial piety to you two elders. After that, he nodded at the future, looking calm. Then without waiting for Uncle Dez Wang to say anything, he immediately used the instant body technique and ran away. Hey Xiao! Mieko was about to call down Shenshu, but he was gone. This made her laugh and scold, why is this child so impatient, as if he is afraid that we will eat him. Daz Wang also took back the Sharingan, he stuffed the gift into his son's arms, hurried out of the door, came to Hong Hong, and couldn't help looking around. He looked like an old father who was afraid that his daughter would be bullied. Hong Hong, he didn't bully you. You know, the brat rarely came to their Uchiha clan before, and he never sent Hong Hong alone. This time he suddenly sent Hong Hong back, which was a bad sign. He didn't want to let a black and ugly pig eat the cabbage he had raised for 15 years so soon. Uchiha Hong couldn't help but roll his eyes at his father, Dad, don't be so suspicious, okay? Rope Tree and I have pure friendship, not what you think. Dezhuang was immediately unhappy. He looked in the direction of the Senju clan and snorted, pure friendship? How can there be pure friendship between men and women? You are so beautiful, even the purest friendship will deteriorate. As he said that, he put his big hands on Hong Hong and said seriously, daughter, how can I, your father, not know what a man is thinking? Promise me that you will not let any stinky boy get away with it in the future and live alone forever, okay? Uchiha Hong, _ Mieko. She stuffed the gift box into the arms of the future, stepped forward, and grabbed Dezhuang's ear. Dezhuang, how can you say such a thing? Hong Hong is our sweetheart, how can you say that she will live out her life alone? I think your waist is healed, you need to be punished again. Hiss. Ears are always a man's weakness, especially when they are grabbed by the opposite sex they love. After. This weakness will be infinitely magnified, making men have no intention of resisting at all. Although Daz Wang is big and strong, his ears are very fragile. So when my Huiza pulled it, he was in so much pain that he couldn't help but beg for mercy. It hurts. Mimi. It hurts. Stop pulling. Seeing that Daz Wang seemed to be in pain, my Huiza couldn't help but relax a little. But she still said angrily, if my daughter finds someone who loves her and she also loves him to marry, why should we stop her? Yes, it's my fault. Daz Wang bent over, smiled apologetically and hurriedly followed his wife's words. Hong Hong glanced at her father speechlessly, ignored his look for help, and pulled her brother back to the living room. Really, there are people who hope their daughters don't get married. Sitting at the dining table, I couldn't help asking, sister, you and Shenshu. He thought it was better to test the waters first. If the elder sister is really interested in Nawaki, then as a younger brother, for the sake of his elder sister's happiness, he. However, when he thought of Nawaki's private flirting with Uncle Jiraiya for the past 3 years, his eyes could not help but turn cold. It's better to castrate him. Get rid of the root of trouble, so that the elder sister will not be harassed. Hong Hong naturally saw the flash of malice in her younger brother's eyes, and couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. She didn't say anything, but picked up the bowl and filled it with rice. This made Mirai open his mouth, but finally shook his head and said nothing. Some things don't have to be made clear verbally. Just like now, not speaking also represents an answer. The elder sister is most likely attracted to Nawaki. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but open the 3 Megatama. The Megatama in his eyes turned quickly, with a faint sense of connecting. But at this moment, I didn't notice this. His mind was full of thoughts about how to kill Shenshu. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would castrate him. Shenshu, walking in the market, couldn't help shivering twice. He always felt a chill in his crotch, and it was so cold that it shrank into a ball. How to describe that feeling? It was like wearing open crotch pants when the snow melted. The wind blew on the balls. Hey! Why do I feel chilly? He couldn't help hugging his shoulders, shrinking his neck and looking around. After not finding anything unusual, he left in confusion. Maybe it was his own illusion. Who cares? On the dining table, Walai also took out the gift he had prepared long ago, but he didn't wrap it. One is a teapot with storage capacity. This treasure was originally intended for his father. One is a shield hairpin with defensive capabilities. It is in the shape of a butterfly and looks very cute. It can instantly release a spherical protective shield that can resist the power of an A-level ninjutsu according to the wearer's wishes. At critical moments, it is a life-saving tool. And as long as it is not damaged and is still full of chakra, it can continue to be used. It is the most precious defensive treasure he obtained on this trip to the moon. Then there are a large number of books and ninjutsu scrolls. They directly filled the living room. This made Dazwang and his wife both stunned. Especially looking at the books, boxes, scrolls, magic weapons, gold and silver jewelry, antique calligraphy and paintings that were almost piled up to the roof, the couple were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Where did the son get so many things? Did they rob a ninja village? Looking at the shocked eyes of his parents, Wai Wei smiled, hee. Don't worry, these things are not from any ninja village on earth. As he said, he noticed that it was getting late. So he picked up the lunch box that his sister had prepared long ago and walked out of the door. I'm going to deliver food to Linghua first. Just leave the door open for me tonight. After saying that, he had already changed his shoes and disappeared at the doorstep. This made Dazwang and his wife, who had just come to their senses, look at each other, and then look at Hong Hong in unison. What on earth did they do this time? And what do you mean this is not from any ninja village on earth? Could it be outside the earth? Chapter 569. Uchiha entered Linghua's house through the secret passage. The latter had already finished washing. At this moment, the shadow clone was helping her blow dry her hair. After seeing Mirai coming, the shadow clone glanced at the original body and couldn't help but smile like an ant. She suddenly swayed twice, as if her chakra was unstable. Then, in Mirai's confused eyes, she said, I feel dizzy, my waist hurts, my heart hurts, I can't stand it. She sat on the ground in an exaggerated manner, her neck stiffened, and she rolled her eyes directly. Bang! With a burst of smoke, the shadow clone completely dissipated. Mirai. How can I say the acting of this shadow clone? It's too exaggerated. And the lines are not rigorous. How can you, a fragile shadow clone, feel so much pain? And you can even finish your words. The disappearance of the shadow clone made Linghua blush. Because she received the thoughts fed back by the shadow clone. Original body, I can only help you up to this point. Just ballet. She turned around quickly, not daring to let the future see her blushing face, that would be too embarrassing. She didn't know how to face the future. Oh my, this shadow clone is really something, why does it act on its own? It's so embarrassing. Looking at Linghua who turned to her with a blushing face, the future couldn't help but be dazzled by her. No matter how you look at it, Linghua is so cute. Black heart. Love it. But he also saw that Linghua was shy, so he didn't plan to tease her in this regard. Otherwise, she would jump up and bite him out of shyness. Come, let's eat. This is the crayfish tempura I brought from home. While talking, Mirai noticed that Linghua was stunned, as if something unexpected had happened to her. What happened? Is someone here? No, I didn't sense anything. This Haiga mansion is quite normal. Linghua was stunned as to why it was Mirai in front of her. Didn't she just turn around and face Uchiha Mirai with her back? But the voice came from in front of her. Could it be that she was actually facing Mirai with her back? At this moment, she finally knew why Mirai was facing the wrong person. If you stay in the dark for too long, even your sense of direction will disappear. If that's the case, wouldn't Mirai have seen all of her shy expression? Linghua, number. In an instant, Linghua's face became even redder. Even Mirai could faintly feel the heat emanating from her from a distance of 2 meters away. It was like a furnace, and it was still heating up. At this time, he could see white smoke coming out of Linghua's half-wet hair. This made the future stunned. So there are people in this world who are so hot that they emit steam. He thought this was just an exaggerated description in the second dimension. Unexpectedly, it was true. Isn't he in the second dimension? If you think about it this way, it's reasonable for Linghua to emit white smoke, right? On the other side. At Haiga Shikato's home. A girl just stood up from the bathtub. He has good skin and a good figure. Although he is not a flat-chested girl, he is not much different, but lowly has its own advantages. That is, he is delicate and easy to push down, and he is born with a temperament of come and bully me or please protect me. My dream lover, where are you? Looking at the huge full-length mirror, holding his face, he muttered to himself with a red face. This made Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the ceiling, very happy. Very good, now this guy has been obsessed with Uchiha Mirai. As long as he can kill Hyagaraika, he will have 2 Uchiha in his hands. And one is the old generation of the old era with super strength Uchiha Madara, and the other is the new generation with shocking talent Uchiha Mirai. Maybe the 7 people in Konoha who have a good relationship with him, that is, Ichiraku and Uchiha Hong, will assist him more or less. After all, he has seen the friendship between these people. It is really too solid. So for him, Uchiha Mirai is slightly more important than Uchiha Madara. After all, this is a potential stock, and the potential is beyond his imagination. I think you conspirators are playing pretty coquettishly. Banbian Baiju complained in his heart without words. It doesn't matter if it's flirty or not, what matters is that it's practical. By the way, last time I asked you to monitor the return of Uchiha Mirai, have you found anything? White Zetsu knew that Black Zetsu was talking about the spores. Half of his face immediately became serious, gone, not a single spore left. Last time, when he saw the endless stream of Otsutsuki clan members in the glowing spring, he immediately ran back to inform Madara. He was in no mood to care about spores. As Madara-sama showed his power and killed all those people, he returned to Konoha village on the pretext of collecting intelligence after finishing the follow-up work, and used his unique transformation technique to turn into an old lady and deliberately passed by several people. Under close perception, what made him look ugly was that none of the 7 spores he placed were gone. He couldn't even sense it now. Then there was only one possibility, that is, they had the means to find the spores he placed. So much so that he didn't dare to place spores among the 7 people, for fear of alerting the enemy. However, for safety, he placed the spores on the people around Mirai. For example, Tsunade, whose perception is not very strong, and Orochimaru and Jiraiya both have good perception. Although he is confident that he will not be discovered, it is better to be safe. Are you sure? Black Zetsu's face sank, and he couldn't help asking again. White Zetsu nodded very affirmatively. I am sure. I was even helped by Uchiha Mirai to cross several roads, and I had close contact with him for a long time. I didn't find spores on him at all. Black Zetsu's face became even uglier. For some reason, he had a vague feeling that the situation was beyond his control. It should be an illusion. On the other side, after Mirai watched Linghua fall asleep peacefully, he quietly left the secret passage. On the river bank, he changed into clean clothes and then walked slowly towards home. This trip to the moon was smoother than expected. He looked at the moon, his mouth slightly raised. Not only did he get a lot of money, but also Linghua, his sister, and the Wei, they all got some of the power of the reincarnation I think they will soon become stronger. Then only Ichiraku, Kushina, and my parents have not been strengthened. The question is, how to strengthen my parents? Thinking about it, his mouth slightly raised a few degrees. Should I use illusion to let my father see that my mother has fallen in love with someone else, or let my mother see that my father ran away with the mistress? Oh, this is really a difficult choice. Asterisk. But why am I still a little excited? But thinking of the scene he saw tonight, his face suddenly became gloomy. Senjuro Tree. This person who dared to covet his sister. Thinking of the decision he had made in his heart, he immediately changed his route and went to the market in Konoha, where he spent a lot of money to buy a set of pig slaughtering tools. Then he walked slowly towards home. The next morning, with the help of the shadow clone, Linghua came to the gate. After handing the original body to the future, she disappeared very consciously. So the future took Linghua to Tsunade's home. After all, Linghua's eyes are already evolving, but she is only 11 years old, which is a bit too early. Even though her physical fitness has reached the strength of 14 or 15 years old under the care of Tsunade. But the future is still afraid. Regarding this matter, it is more reliable to find a professional. But he didn't notice that when he left with Linghua, a cute girl stood in the shadow inside the Haiga gate. Her eyes were extremely red, and her fists were clenched and creaked. The originally delicate face was now covered with frost. That woman, who is that woman? How dare she snatch his dream lover? She must be killed. The dream lover is his, and can only be his. Anyone who dares to touch him must die, especially women. Underground, White Zetsu saw the appearance of Hyagasuji through the ground, and he couldn't help but frowned. He asked in a low voice, Black Zetsu, did you use magic to affect his mind? Otherwise, why would Hyagasuji be so angry, and he could vaguely feel his murderous intent? This is a bit outrageous. Well, I did it on purpose. He knew what White Zetsu was worried about, so he explained, this is just a pledge, I will remove the influence of the technique on him later. This way he will think that his murderous intent was caused by jealousy when he saw his beloved fall in love with another woman, not by someone influencing her. Then when he kills Hinata Reka later, Uchiha will not find the spider at all when he uses the Sharingan to search his mind. They traces. He set up this insurance to prevent Hyagasu from playing by the rules. After all, as long as the killing intention arises, Hyagasuji will not have the bloody idea of letting go and fulfilling his lover. But he controlled the degree, which would only make Hyagasuji angry, but not lose his mind. It was not only Black Zetsu who saw Hyagasuji, but also the Hayashi brothers. They would wait for Hyagarika at the door every day, just to say a few words to her. It's a pity that people used the rules to push them away. At this time, the two brothers naturally noticed the slender back. Although it was not as big as Rika's, how to say it, this girl gave them a feeling of I want to protect her. Chapter 570. For some reason, when Hayashi saw her back, he inexplicably felt a little moved. Who is she? Hisashi heard his brother's question. He looked at the girl holding the door frame in the distance, frowning slightly. After thinking for a while, he replied, it is said that she is the bloodline of Higashikato secretly left in the outside world, but because her mother died tragically not long ago, she had no one to rely on, so she had to carry her mother's relics and wanted to return to the clan. Originally, according to the rules, she should be planted with a curse mark and assigned to the branch family. After all, apart from her bloodline, we don't know anything else about her, and we are afraid that she was adopted from another country since she was a child and brainwashed. Became a diehard spy. But for some reason, my father and others didn't have this plan. Hayashi's eyes lit up. You mean, she is still a member of the main family? Hayashi said a lot, but he heard a key word. The girl in front of him is a member of the main family. Is that so? Hayashi looked at Hyagasuyoshi carefully, with a gleam in his eyes. He couldn't help but whisper to his brother, tell me, if Rika saw Uchiha with this girl, would she be heartbroken, and then I would take the opportunity to comfort her when she was most sad, would she abandon Uchiha and become my wife instead? After these words came out, Hayashi was stunned. He looked at his brother in disbelief, with astonishment in his eyes. Not brother, you are still thinking about Hyagarika. The girl in front of him, except that she is not that old, has no son and teacher, how can she not compare to Hyagarika? And as the daughter of the main family, you are the most suitable for your brother. Hayashi didn't say anything else, he glanced at the girl's back, and then turned and left. Let's go, we'll take a long-term view on this. To be honest, he really liked Rika's looks and temperament. Of course, the most important thing was her status as a disciple of the three ninjas. As long as he married her, his voice in the Hyaga clan would be much higher. There would be less resistance if he wanted to reform. Why not? He even thought of the names of his daughters. One is called Hinata, and the other is called Hanabi. What good names! And Rika is so beautiful, the daughter she gave birth to will definitely be as beautiful as her. Maybe there will be a D. Hee. After Sister Tsunade's examination, it was found that there was no problem with Rika's eyes at present, but it was not advisable to rush. My suggestion is to do the same as in the future, for a 3-year period. Tsunade sat on a swivel chair, crossed her legs, hugged her eldest brother's arms with both hands, and wore a pair of women's glasses on her nose. It made her look like she had changed from a big sister to an intellectual big sister. From Jiraiya, who kept wiping his nosebleed, we can see how powerful Tsunade is at this moment. Orochimaru is not here today, he went to find Hirako. Hirako has not defected yet. And he is still in the process of studying the characteristics of the Kiyomizu plant. 3 years. The 7 friends present were all stunned. The future is 3 years, Jiraiya also taught people for 3 years, and there was a 3-year period with Tsunade. Now, Linghua has also come to a 3-year period. Is this 3 years poisonous? Could it be that they will also have a 3-year period? Tsunade stroked her glasses and nodded, saying, according to the books you brought back, I found that these eyes can only be awakened with the eyes of your Hyuga clan and the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. And during the awakening process, it is necessary to continuously inject the Otsutsuki chakra. In other words, the formal way is for the Otsutsuki people to transplant the purest being of your Hyuga clan. But Linghua, you are doing the opposite at this time. You are absorbing the pupil power of those eyes to achieve the purpose of activating your own eyes. This is an unknown road, so it is better to go slowly. The best. After she finished speaking, she felt her legs were a little sore, so she lifted up another leg and continued, there is one more thing. Although your physical fitness is far superior to your peers after 3 years of training by me, it is still a little bit behind. I have seen Nagato's samsara eye. There is a seal on those eyes, which protects Nagato from being sucked to death by the samsara eye in an instant. So the reincarnation eye, which is comparable to the samsara eye, must require an extremely large amount of chakra. You are still a long way off. You should know that the amount of chakra of the Uzumaki clan is far beyond that of their peers. Not to mention Kushina, Nagato's chakra alone is already comparable to that of the Jiraiya, but he always looks weak. It's because all the chakra is used to maintain the consumption of the samsaranan. And this is the consumption when the samsaranan is in a semi-sealed state. From this, it can be inferred that her advice is to slow down. Sometimes it's not good to be too fast. Linghua sat on the bench, she listened to Master Tsunade's words, frowning very tightly. Slow down. But now it can't be slow, the future has been targeted. And they hurried to the moon this time in order to quickly increase their strength. So she wanted to ask Master Tsunade if there was any other way. Just as she was about to say it, her shoulder was pressed by a big hand. The touch was very familiar, it was the hand of the future. Uchiha Mirai said with a smile, I also think it's better to go slowly. If you go too fast, you will be like me back then, I got the blood disease and almost died. In theory, people of the Hyuga clan will also get the blood disease. It's just that their genes are very stable, so few people get it, much less than Uchiha. As he said that, he looked at Linghua and said with a smile, don't worry, I already have a way. But... Linghua wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Mirai, don't say but, you have to believe me, I am the omniscient Uchiha. After that he smiled with his big white teeth bared. Jiraiya and Tsunade on the side looked at each other. They opened their mouths, but in the end, nothing came out. Maybe the person who is targeting Mirai is the same person who is targeting me and Nagato. Jiraiya thought so. Orochimaru knew a lot about Mirai, but Jiraiya and Tsunade didn't know. Orochimaru didn't tell them. After finishing the business, it's time to talk about personal matters. Mirai's smile that comforted everyone quickly turned cold when he looked at Nowaze. Uchiha Mirai. Nowaze. Nowaze was confused. No, why did my brother-in-law look at me like this? Is it because of what happened last night? Then he is too vindictive. He shrank his neck and asked evasively, why, are you looking at me like this? Mirai suddenly smiled brightly. It was like a blooming chrysanthemum on the roadside. He smiled and said, brother, you finally learned wood release. Shouldn't we have a fight? Hearing this, Nowaze breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that my brother-in-law was itching to try his hand. That's good. He also wanted to try his own wood release. After all, he hasn't practiced properly since he came back. Thanks to his desire for wood release, he often reads scrolls about the technique and practiced the seals of the technique a long time ago. Except for the inability to perform it, he is not bad in other aspects. In the 2 or 3 days since he came back, he has been able to perform several wood release ninjutsu. Thinking of this, he felt itchy for a while. Okay. I think we should go to the Whirlpool Tower, where there is a barrier left by Grandma, and it is not easy to alarm outsiders. Rope Tree continued. Kushina nodded immediately to indicate that it was okay, just in time they all wanted to see the power of wood release. And how much has the beast Mirai improved? In the last battle, Mirai didn't use his full strength at all, which made them curious for half a year. Okay. Mirai didn't refuse at all, and responded directly. Looking at the backs of the 7 little ones leaving, Tsunade and Jiraiya were dumbfounded. Good dong. Jiraiya swallowed his saliva, and he walked to Tsunade in a daze. He asked in disbelief, They mean? If I heard correctly. Nawaka can perform would release. For a moment, he was a little confused. Tsunade stared with a pair of beautiful eyes, and her eyes quickly turned from confusion to blushing. And then from blushing to excitement. She sat up suddenly, grabbed Jiraiya's hand, and rushed to the door. Let's go and see. No wonder she could feel that her brother's physical fitness had greatly improved, and his vitality was terrifyingly strong. It turned out that he activated the same blood limit as his great-grandfather. This is a big deal, she has to go and see. Jiraiya was dragged forward by a huge force. He quickly sent a frog report to Snake, and then looked at Tsunade distractedly. Chapter 571. Whirlpool Tower, in the courtyard. Kushina and Tsunade have already raised the barrier. It prevents people from outside from sensing the situation inside. Looking at the familiar scenes around them, Tsunade and Jiraiya seemed to see the scene during World War II when the three of them were abused by a shadow clone of their grandmother. Now when they see this environment again, they both sighed for a moment. Especially seeing Uchiha Mirai and Senju Rope Tree in opposition with hand seals. It makes them feel the unpredictable changes in the world. They seem to see a kind of inheritance. Of course, it does not refer to the hatred between Senju and Uchiha, but a kind of inheritance of the will of fire. Mirai has drawn the mad sword and looked at Senju Rope Tree indifferently. The strong wind blew through his long hair, making him unable to see the person in front of him clearly. As he instinctively shook his head, the long hair on his temples and bangs was thrown behind his head with the wind. Brother, there is no need to worry this time, so show your full strength. Shang Shu crossed his arms and put on the armor of the Warring States period. That is, red armor. He knew that the blade of the future was fierce, and he had no confidence in his hardening technique. So he put on the armor that was said to be handed down from the death of the fifth grandfather in childhood, to enhance his defense, so as to prevent the future from carelessly and swords without eyes from hurting himself. Seeing that he was wearing so red and so many hands, Future subconsciously glanced at his clothes. Well, it was the shorts and clothes that Ling Hua bought for him. It was full of modern style. Although it was comfortable to wear, looking at Shang Shu, there was always a sense of disobedience. And if the clothes were damaged in the battle later, he would be heartbroken. So he made a pause gesture. Then his mind searched in the snake swallowing space for a while, and soon found a set of armor. It was also red. Although the Senju and Uchiha are enemies to the death, they have many similarities in heritage. For example, sacrificial ceremonies, clothing styles. Every Uchiha, or Senju, will have a set of armor and clothes prepared by their parents or elders when they are born. This allows them to quickly adapt to the armor. Increase the survival rate of those who go to the battlefield at a young age. However, with the construction of the village, this inherited custom has become less common. I am afraid that it will take another 3 or 5 generations. When all the older generations die, the Senju and Uchiha will not keep this custom anymore. Then Mirai stripped himself down to a vest and shorts in front of everyone. He changed into the same dark blue long coat and trousers as Kamui Kakashi. Then he slowly put on the same armor as Uchiha Madara. Okay, this is more decent. The opposite rope tree saw Mirai changing clothes on the spot, and his face gradually became serious. Put on the Uchiha standard combat equipment, it seems that this guy, Future, is fighting for the honor of the family. He put on the Thousand Hands armor mainly to guard against his brother-in-law's sword without eyes, but Uchiha Future suddenly put on the Uchiha armor. This reveals a meaning. For the honor of the family, don't hold back. Not only that, Rope Tree also interpreted a deeper meaning. Why did Future suddenly want to fight him today? Isn't it just because he found out that there is some kind of relationship between him and Hong Hong? Obviously this is the most important thing. Thinking of this, he came to a conclusion, which made him look at Future with a hint of determination. If I beat you, I can be with Hong Hong, right? Thinking of this, he saw that Future had already raised his sword towards him. The seal of opposition, rise again. He put down his arms and looked at Future, his tone was extremely firm. Don't worry, I will do my best. I will do my best so that you can accept me as your brother-in-law from the bottom of your heart. In the future, he was a little confused. He always felt that in the few seconds just now, Shang Shu seemed to have made up some extraordinary things in his mind. But forget it, he just didn't like Shang Shu. He wanted to defeat him and make him powerless to resist, and then took out the knife and turned Shang Shu brother into Shang Shu's sister with lightning speed. Thinking of this, he also saw Shang Shu made the seal of opposition. So he snorted coldly and said, "Take out all your strength and please me to your heart's content." After saying that, he held the mad knife and rushed towards Shang Shu quickly, and the mad knife did not come out of the body, but was lifted out of a semicircle by him and smashed from back to front. Originally, the blade of the mad knife was very narrow and long, mainly light and agile, but at this moment, it looked like the future was wielding a heavy knife. Shang Shu saw this scene and his eyes condensed. The mad knife is not out of the sheath. He immediately used all his strength and punched at Kuang Dao. Comparing strength, your brother has never been afraid of anyone except my sister. The strength of the 3 Kushina girls is not fixed, but they are an exception. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound was heard in the field. The sound was not loud, but it had a strong piercing force. The fight between the two directly shocked Ichiraku, the weakest in the field, and he frowned slightly. He felt that the sound was a bit harsh and wanted to stay away. In addition to Tsunade and the others, there was also an old man far away in the underground of the rain country who watched this fight. He sat on the cold stone bed, slurping the ramen that Baizetsu bought from Ichiraku. "You know what, this ramen tastes pretty good, it's many times better than the 3-color meatball shop opened by the little girl who was afraid of him at the beginning. The soup is thick but not greasy, and the ramen is chewy. With the barbecued pork, the taste is really unique." When he ate the first bite, it was so delicious that he wanted to eat it a second time, a third time. It's just that he was the only one eating noodles in this cave, so even the most delicious noodles would be a little tasteless. So on a whim, he wanted to see what his junior was doing, whether the man named Hyagasu liked Uchihamurai as he thought. And he also had food in his hands, so he didn't worry about the poison point of White Zetsu. The so-called poison point is that every time he opened the live broadcast, he was either eating or making food. But he was still holding a steamed bun in his hand. The problem is that White Zetsu still thinks that it's not his fault, but that Uchihamurai and Uzumaki Nagato are poisonous. Then he heard a familiar sentence. It was, "Show all your strength and please me to your heart's content." This sentence was said by his junior. This made him feel that this child was really like himself. Really? He had just said that the night before, and was very sure that there was no one around. But look, today the junior actually said exactly the same thing as him, which made him involuntarily see his own shadow in the junior. Not only that, he also changed into their red armor of the Warring States period, and also had long hair, but his hair was much softer than his. So he ate noodles more vigorously. If the opponent was not Senju Uwais, but that natural idiot whose personality was very similar to Hasi Lama, how great it would be. But it doesn't matter, this Senju Uwais is his junior, and using his normal attack to fight can still make him look a bit impressive. That is, the strange power punch. Hasi Lama, let's see, whose junior is better. An inexplicable desire to win emerged from the bottom of his heart. In the courtyard of the Whirlpool Tower, Uwais punched the future and sent it flying. Immediately stepped on the foot and chased after the future. "You're still a little immature when it comes to strength." The future was blown away, and his face slightly condensed. So strong. At this moment, he actually felt his hands trembling. There was a competition half a year ago, and Rope Tree didn't have such strong strength. Then there are only 2 reasons. One is that he is hiding it. Recalling that when they were still studying, this guy was in a place they couldn't see, desperately rolling, and when he was in front of them, he was lazy again. This possibility is a bit high. The second should be Yang escape. He didn't forget that the Yang escape contained in one of the reincarnation eyes was absorbed by him. The remaining Yin escape and pupil power entered the sister's eyes and were stored by her. They are not ready to merge yet. But Rope Tree is not a person who can hide, and he can hide for so long. Then there is only one truth. The moment Walai landed, he looked at Shenchu who was hitting him in the face with his fist raised, and hurriedly used both hands to block the blow. "It seems that Yang Dun has greatly increased your strength." Shenchu was already close at hand, he chuckled and said complacently, "That's right." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist hit Walai's scabbard heavily. The majestic and powerful force poured down, directly knocking Walai to half kneel on the ground, and then barely blocked it. But the ground under his feet could not withstand the attacks of 2 non-humans. It cracked into countless spider webs in an instant. If it weren't for the blessing of the sealing technique, I'm afraid a 1-meter deep pit would be shaken out here immediately. This shocked the friends who were watching the battle. In their imagination, Walai should be suppressing Shenchu. But the result was that Walai was knocked to his knees by Shenchu's 2 punches. Seeing her brother's struggling appearance, Hong Hong on the side was very anxious. What Shenshu could see, she could see too. At first, she was struggling with how to make her brother accept Shenshu. And she had already thought about how she would stop her brother if Shenshu failed, so as not to anger him. But now it seems that she should stop Shenshu. She was really afraid that Shenshu would not be able to control his strength and cripple her brother. Chapter 572. The future's hand became even more numb. There was a faint tingling sensation at the base of the thumb, which made the future's face darken again. He didn't expect that Rope Tree's strength had become so much stronger. If he turned on the chakra mode again, he would probably have to admit defeat. Thinking of this, he immediately glared. In an instant, the three Megatama appeared instantly. Sharingan illusion. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately threw an illusion at Rope Tree. Rope Tree was still complacent because this was a rare time when he had the upper hand. But he didn't take it lightly, and the future hadn't shown its basic strength yet. The reason why he didn't unsheath the mad sword just now was probably to test him. This is a fighting method that many ninjas like to use, especially Uchiha. As long as you get the intelligence of the opponent, you can formulate tactics to get the greatest results at the lowest cost. Just as he was about to exert force again to press Wei Lai down, he immediately noticed the change in Wei Lai's eyes. I don't know if it was the instinct in his body that was playing tricks on him. Before his brain could react, his eyes closed immediately. By blocking his vision, he prevented the invasion of the Sharingan illusion. However, the strength in his hands increased a lot. Wei Lai released an illusion towards him just to get out of Rope Tree's attack range. Otherwise, he would suffer a lot. After all, his physical fitness was there, and he couldn't compare to Rope Tree in terms of physical strength. Although the illusion didn't work and was blocked by Rope Tree, when he couldn't see, he would make some mistakes and stiffness when he exerted force. This was a good opportunity. Wei Lai immediately retracted his arms and pressed down. Directly transferred the force of Rope Tree's fist to the ground. This immediately freed him from restraints. With a forceful step, he quickly moved away from his original position. When he realized that his fist was empty and the force hit the ground, Shang Shu couldn't help but open his eyes and sighed. Alas! It was such a pity that he didn't seize the opportunity just now. But when he looked at Wei Li, he didn't look him in the eye. If he was caught in an illusion, it would be very troublesome. Wei Li fell to the ground not far away. Seeing that Shang Shu didn't rush to chase him, he slowly stood up, then suddenly stabbed the mad knife hard, and directly inserted the scabbard into the ground. He slowly pulled out the blade. Seeing this scene, all the friends present widened their eyes, because this meant that Wei Li had to be serious, and he had already figured out the approximate strength of Shang Shu. At this time, two people stood high on the vortex tower. They had the same long hair, but one was black and the other was white. The same skin color, too white to be normal. But one of them had a very high collar, covering his mouth. He looked at the two people below with burning eyes. Those two are your disciples, Uchiha Mirai and Senju Ueki. Orochimaru's mouth corners slightly raised, his face full of pride. Yes, they are both our most outstanding disciples. The happiest, proudest, and most satisfied thing in his life is to accept Mirai and Ueki. Especially Mirai. This child is very unusual. What Minato can perceive, he also perceives. His luck seems to be developing in a good direction. And Mirai knows more, and he does not hide anything he can tell him. If he can't tell him, he will not make up a lie to deceive him. He is satisfied with having such a disciple in his life. Hirahu retracted his gaze and looked at Orochimaru, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. He actually saw a gentle smile on the face of this cold and ruthless cold lord. Damn it! This is even more outrageous than when he saw Uchiha Madara driving Susanoo and waving his hands on the Hokage rock. But soon, he retracted his gaze and suppressed the astonishment in his heart. He turned to look at the battle below. It seems that you like them very much. Well, they are our most precious wealth. Originally, he thought that knowledge and truth were the most precious, but now he feels that those are not as good as these two disciples. Seeing Orochimaru like this, Obito's eyes flickered slightly. I originally wanted to list them both in the blood fusion list, but I still need Orochimaru's help at the moment, so let them go for the time being. His current strength is not as good as Orochimaru, and his scientific research ability is even more far behind him. In order to successfully develop that technique, he must control his desires. Can't anger Orochimaru. Most importantly, he needs Orochimaru's resources. For example, the experimental equipment. Another example is the experimental subject in his hand. Orochimaru glanced at Hirako without leaving a trace. It seems that he has given up this idea. That's good, if he really doesn't have eyes. Even if he doesn't want the Gamara technique, he will kill this guy. If he really wants this technique, he can directly ask the third generation for the immortal reincarnation, and then reincarnate Hirako and control him to tell all the secrets of the technique. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned his head to look behind him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Oh, what wind brought you here too?" Hearing this, Hirako hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. He immediately changed his expression to a respectful one and shouted, "Third Hokage! Elder Danzo!" Danzo nodded lightly, and then stopped looking at Hirako, but focused his attention on the battle below. The third generation looked at Hirako with a smile. He said with emotion, "It's Hirako, I haven't seen you for a long time, how have you been recently?" He had seen Hirako before, and he was one of the people who played well with the three ninjas including Orochimaru. But he didn't have much ninja talent, and was soon left far behind by the three. So far, he has gradually become a common person. It is said that he became a jonin not long ago. He is the most ordinary jonin, with nothing special. But he is with Orochimaru at this moment. It seems that this person has some secrets. Let someone check it out later. Thinking in his heart, he still looked like a smiling old man. Hirako hurriedly bent down and said, "Thanks to you, the third generation, I am fine now." "That's good." The third generation nodded happily, and just as he was about to say something, Danzo's impatient voice came over immediately. "Look carefully, don't make noise." The third generation shut up immediately. In the field, the battle is still going on. Mirai has already released Tessaigan. He raised his hand and fired a wind wound. The sharp trace of wind immediately chopped towards Rope Tree. This made Rope Tree's face change drastically when he saw this scene. Because he had seen this move. When Mirai recovered, he had fought with Minato, and the last move he used was this move. Then he was stopped by Ling Hua. At that time, Minato relied on some Juki or Airshi moves to barely block Mirai's move. In the end, he relied on speed and used flash body technique to escape the attack range at the moment when the attack was about to hit him. He didn't have the strong speed of Minato, who could dodge all attacks in the extreme time, so he had to hide now and couldn't take this move head on. He would die. And the power this time was much stronger than the last time. So he bounced up from the ground with great force. Not only that, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Of course, he also thought about using the earth formation wall for defense, but at that time, the hill was combed into 3 parts by the future, and he didn't think that his earth formation wall could block this attack. Earth escape light and heavy rock technique. For a moment, the Rope Tree, who jumped to the highest point and was about to fall, seemed to have lost the gravity, and the whole person was so light and fluttering in the air. After making sure that he was safe, the Rope Tree dared to relax and breathe out, so that he would not be a living target. Hey! Fortunately, the future will not fly. Otherwise, he would be miserable. At this time, the future's move wind wound directly plowed 3 gullies out of the earth. Because there was no obstruction, these 3 wind blades directly hit the barrier. All of a sudden, Kushina's face changed slightly. Awesome, it can actually make the barrier shake slightly. This move of the future can already kill the Jonin in 1 second. Jonin is just a unit of measurement. None of the friends on the side answered, but all stared at Mirai. And there was a Rope Tree flying in the sky. This battle was even more exciting than the one between Mirai and Minato. After all, Mirai had just recovered at that time, so it was not suitable for him to fight for too long, so he was naturally restrained. This time was different. Both of them were still in their prime. Although Ling Hua couldn't see, she could hear. She wanted to take off the cloth strip several times, but was stopped by the shadow clone. "Don't worry, original body, your future husband is very strong. This move wind wound may not be his trump card. Otherwise, he would not use it, but hide it." Ling Hua was immediately embarrassed by these words. "Oh! How can you say such a thing? I am so embarrassed." Number. Chapter 573. Mirai stared at the sky with a pair of red eyes, and noticed the 4 figures on the tower. He was prepared that Orochimaru would come here, and the person next to him should be Hirako. Mirai understood that he followed him. After all, Orochimaru had been looking for Hirako these days. His purpose was for the ghost bud technique, and he didn't know if he had developed it. But even if it was just a semi-finished product, I think with Orochimaru's scientific research ability, as long as he knew the principle, he could develop it himself. As for the third generation coming, he was not surprised. This old man liked to join in the fun the most. Anyway, Mirai found that he could see the third generation wherever there was a lot of fun. For example, when Tsunade's sister and Uncle Jiraiya confessed their love last time. This time he was looking for a rope tree trunk rack, and he must have been told by the Anbu. Then he naturally had to take a look. As for Danzo, as a good friend, he would appear wherever the third Hokage is, which is normal. But, are there only the two of them? It seems that the two of them didn't bring Yuta and Koharu and the others to play with them. It's good that he is familiar with these people, even Danzo. At least he has never troubled him, and he has rarely troubled the Uchiha recently. So for now, Danzo is still a good person. Just like Ichiraku said. Mirai looked at the floating rope tree and narrowed his eyes slightly. He can't fly, so his mobility is only on the ground. And facing a flying ninja, if he is not sure, it is better not to jump too high. Otherwise, he can't exert stable force in the air and it is easy to be taken away by rope tree. But this does not mean that he can't attack rope tree. Wind wound is fast and powerful, but the attack range is slightly smaller. So use it as a special move. Then, he raised his hand, and in an instant, he swung 6 swords in succession at the position where rope tree was. The traces of each sword were different. So the sword chi swung out was also different. It was a bit like 6 chaotic sharp blades. Each sharp blade was about 5 meters long. It was extremely solid, almost like a real attack. From this, we can see how much the strength of the future has increased. The suspended rope tree saw this scene, and his face suddenly changed. Fuck. He was so scared that he hurriedly raised his body again. Because these sharp blades all contained the future's perception of the sword, their cutting power increased a lot. And they were extremely condensed, he didn't dare to let go and resist. Kushina, who was watching the battle below, saw this scene and hurriedly removed the barrier on the top, so that rope tree brother had a direction to hide. Otherwise, wait for the feast. Minato on the side had a very serious face. My understanding of the sword in the future has increased several times. When he fought with me, he didn't use such a strong sword chi. Ling Hua, who was standing by, couldn't see, so she could only imagine their future battle through other senses, Ichiraku's words and the narration of the shadow clone. When she heard what Minato said, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, and then said, "It is indeed very dangerous for others, but for you, it's probably very simple. After all, you are too fast." Kushina, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel happy when she heard the praise from her sisters. She hugged Minato's arm and said with a smile, "Of course, Minato is the fastest man in the world." After that, she rolled her eyes and smiled at Minato. This made the latter think of something, and his face became slightly embarrassed. Hee. What? Nana, if you want me to slow down, I can slow down too. Kushina? She looked confused, and didn't quite understand what Minato was saying. Why do you have to go slow? I like you to go fast, the faster the better. Hee. Mirai and Noeki ignored the dirty talk of Huang Shui. At this moment, after Kushina released the barrier on top of her head, Noeki finally had a wider space to dodge. Therefore, she was able to quickly dodge all of Future's sword chi attacks. Mirai was not surprised by this. However, many villagers outside saw the sharp blade soaring into the sky, and Noeki kept turning and moving within the attack range of the sharp blade. Many people were startled and looked over here. They thought there was some crisis here. After all, they all knew Noeki. This is the apprentice of Lord Orochimaru, and also 1,000 the hope of the Hand clan. But he actually fled in a panic to avoid these attacks, so no matter what, they had to go and see, and if there was really danger, they could also help the scene. So more patrolling ninjas rushed over here. Seeing this scene, the third generation directly split a shadow clone and asked him to tell these people not to panic. This was just a sparring match. Rope Tree looked at the future below who raised the machete and posed the wind wound posture, and his face suddenly changed. Come again. This made him want to fly up more than 10 meters again. However, the future did not release that terrifying attack, but raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and in front of him, he directly put the Tessaigan on his shoulder, and there was a hint of playful smile in his eyes. This made Rope Tree very angry. This guy. He did it on purpose, deliberately wanting to laugh at himself. But he is now more mature. Future's provocation can indeed make him angry, but how to say it? He is calmer. Is it because of the attack distance that you give up this move, or because this move consumes too much chakra? He thinks it is both. But hiding like this is not a solution. His chakra is indeed abundant, but now he is in the sky, so he will consume chakra all the time, while Future is standing on the ground. He can quickly restore chakra without doing anything. All he has to do is to prevent himself from landing on the ground. With the increase and decrease of one, he will be dragged down sooner or later. Thinking of this, his face became more solemn. Future on the ground looked at Rope Tree and only got angry for a while, and then returned to normal, which surprised him a little. He didn't expect that Rope Tree was not angry. It seems that he has grown up not only physically but also part of his brain over the years. But it doesn't matter, let's see who can outlast the other. It was a pity that he didn't have Earth attribute chakra in his body, otherwise he would also like to fly. Although Super Beast fake painting is an all-round ninjutsu that can fly and fight, it is only B level. As an auxiliary ninjutsu, it is still a little bit worse for him. After all, the fragility of the ink bird is only slightly higher than that of the shadow clone. At this time, he suddenly noticed that the Rope Tree had slowly landed. This made him raise his eyebrows. Do you want to stop him? Forget it, it's better for him to return to the ground. Although delaying time can make his advantage become greater and greater as time goes by. But if the battle can be ended earlier, it would be good. So the Future did not take action, but quietly watched the Rope Tree slowly fall. After landing, the Rope Tree also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Future did not take action, otherwise, he would have to stay in the sky. When he landed on the ground, the Rope Tree's heart finally settled down. He exhaled slightly. Mirai has let me go twice. The first time was when Kushina opened the barrier skylight in time, giving him a range to avoid Mirai's sword chi attack. The second time was this time, when he did not stop himself from landing on the ground. Mirai, your strength is still so strong. If I rely on conventional fighting alone, I am not your opponent. So next, he glanced at the top of his head, his eyes became serious. I will use all my strength, I hope you won't be killed by me. Mirai curled his lips and smiled, come on. At this time, the skylight has closed, and Kushina has intervened in the battle once. This time, he will see how Rope Tree dodges. It seems that if you want to hurt someone, it is better to use this wind wound close to the face. Otherwise, even Rope Tree, who is not good at speed, has time to avoid it. You should know that the activation speed of wind wound is not slow. Let's put it this way. As long as he swings wind wound, it can run through the 100-meter track within 1 second. Although 1 second may seem very short, for a ninja, 1 second can do a lot of things. For example, Minato can run 50 meters in 1 second. If he uses ninjutsu, he can run even faster, 500 meters in an instant. Because he is really too fast. It seems that the speed of ninjas is not slow. From the land of fire to the land of wind, there are thousands of kilometers. According to the pace of ninjas, they can reach the destination within 3 days. Chapter 574. Don't even think about taking off this time. After saying this, Walai rushed forward with a knife. He placed the Tessaigan on the ground, so that every time he took a step, the blade would have a greater friction with the ground. As Walai rushed forward, there were sparks and lightning all the way. It can be said that the special effects were all full. Rope Tree also danced with both hands quickly. After a moment, 4 seals were made by him. Sizi Wu Yin. This made Walai narrow his eyes. Because he had never seen this order of seals. Is it would release? Thinking of this, he had already rushed to the 10-meter range in front of Rope Tree, and then took a big step and jumped high. He dragged the mad knife with one hand, swung it from behind to the top of his head, and chopped it down fiercely from top to bottom. This was his new move, so he gave it a resounding name. Uchiha style drag sword attack. Seeing that Mirai had already swung his sword and chopped down, Nawaka hurriedly shouted, wood style wood ingot wall. Instantly, as his powerful chakra vitality was injected into his feet. The ground at his feet immediately became strange. Countless curved but extremely smooth wood popped up from the ground on both sides of him. Like buttons, rows of them pressed against each other. Instantly, a protective shield was formed to protect Noeki. Seeing this scene, Mirai was very surprised. He didn't expect that Noeki would use wood style in just a few days. At this time, his Tessaigan had already chopped heavily on the wood ingot wall. Bang! A heavy axe chopped wood, but the dull sound of not splitting it spread all around. Looking at the chop that only penetrated the wood 3 points, Mirai's mouth twitched. I know this move has good defense, but I didn't expect it to be so hard. Just as he was about to draw his sword and leave, Rope Tree's somewhat unclear voice suddenly came out from the wooden wall. Would release thorn killing technique. After the words fell, Mirai immediately found that the ground around him had changed. Countless small mounds appeared, as if something was about to drill out from them. He had just pulled out Tessaigan and wanted to quickly move away from the original position. Suddenly, he found that there were 4 thorny vines as thick as thighs, which danced quickly as if they had life. And they quickly wrapped around him. These 4 thorns were covered with sharp barbs. It is not difficult to imagine that if it hits you, it is estimated that a layer of skin will be peeled off. No more. In addition to these 2 wooden strips, there are countless wooden stakes 4 or 5 meters high growing around him. There are black spikes on the wooden stakes, and the distance between them is at most 10 to 20 centimeters. Obviously, this is a measure to prevent the enemy from escaping. There are thorn vines above the head and thorny wooden stakes on the ground, which is to trap people tightly. As long as the surrounded ninja dares to jump, he will not be able to use the force in the air, and it is easy to be tied up or pulled down by the thorn vines. And the wooden stakes are also it directly stopped the ninja from trying to escape with the instant body technique. Even if he used the instant body technique upwards, it would not work. Because you can't fly at all. It can be said that this move is a technique that clearly uses the words bind and kill. So there are generally only 2 ways in front of the ninja. 1. Lie down and wait to die. 2. Stand and wait to die. Of course, there is a third way. The future is so scary that he doesn't even think about it and directly swings out another wind wound. The third way is to fight back. In an instant, the thorns that attacked him and the sharp wooden stakes that wanted to stop him were smashed to pieces by this move. The originally airtight encirclement was finally opened by Walai. Walai did not want to fight and quickly dodged out of the encirclement. Only then did he dare to relax. In the wooden ingot wall, the rope tree passed through the gap and saw everything clearly. He looked at the encirclement that had been broken, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Damn! Your knife is still so sharp. That said, but he was also quite relaxed at the moment. This guy, Wei Li, actually showed mercy. If his move just now had been aimed at him, his wooden ingot wall would definitely not have been able to stop it. Then without the control of him as a sorcerer, these thorns would have been harmless. It seems that although my brother-in-law said he wanted to kill me, he still loves me in his heart. Hee. Wei Li also realized something at this time. He looked at the person in the wooden ingot wall, his mouth was crooked with anger. Fuck. Why didn't I hit you with a knife? He thought off these only after he ran out. If he had aimed wind wound at Noeki, would the battle have ended? He could cut into the wood 3/4 with just Tessaigan's slash. If he had used the more powerful wind wound, wood wall would have been broken. As a result, he actually wasted such a good opportunity. All the people watching the battle were shocked beyond words. Minato and the others were fine, they all knew that Noeki could perform wood release, but Tsunade didn't know. The third Hokage, Danzo, Obaru, Jiraiya and the others didn't know either. The only one who knew was Orochimaru. Because last night he licked his tongue, lay on Noeki with excitement on his face, and checked his whole body from top to bottom, inside and out. It turned out that yang release was indeed exciting. The combination of water and earth becomes the key factor of wood release. Grandma Mito did not lie to them. Now seeing Rope Tree suddenly display the power of wood release, Orochimaru was so excited that he wanted to draw 2 tubes of Rope Tree's blood on the spot, and also wanted his cells used to cultivate yang release body. His Bloodstock's net plan requires 7 kinds of bodies, yin, yang, thunder, water, wind, fire, and earth. Now he doesn't have to worry about yin and yang chakra bodies at all, because he has 2 around him. One is the future, and the other is Rope Tree. Both of them have talents far beyond ordinary people. They are the best providers of body cells. But fortunately he held back. Tsunade finally reacted to something, and she was immediately excited. She slapped Jiraiya on the back one by one, and shouted excitedly, "Wood release! Jiraiya, look, My brother can finally display wood release. Ha ha ha. That's great. My Senju clan has another wood release ninja, ha 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 ha. The ground beneath their feet was cracked by Tsunade's slap. Jiraiya, oh. Hiss. Yes, yes, congratulations. Tsunade's attack was reckless. Doesn't she know how strong she is? At this moment, he could feel that he seemed to have internal injuries. Not only did his skin hurt, but his heart also hurt. Seeing that Tsunade was about to slap her hand again, Jiraiya was so scared that he quickly moved aside. He shouted with a terrified face, "Tsunade, calm down." After he called her like that, Tsunade finally realized what was going on. She only then noticed a flash of paleness on Jiraiya's face. She then realized that she seemed to have lost control of her strength in her excitement. Instantly, her face turned red, and she said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was too excited just now." After seeing Tsunade come to her senses, Jiraiya dared to stand back. He forced a smile and said, "I understand." Although Tsunade's face was rosy, the excitement in her eyes was even stronger. She stretched out her hand to perform healing technique to help Jiraiya recover from his injuries. My brother can finally perform wood release. Looking at his proficiency, he should have practiced for several days. This brat didn't even tell me. After I go back, I must let him taste what it means to be loved by his sister. She said so, but her expression was red with ecstasy. You have to know that it is wood release, the most important blood limit of their Senju clan. It is more important to Uchiha than Sharingan. Let's put it this way, it's like the attraction of the kaleidoscope to Uchiha. On the platform, the three people's faces also changed drastically. They became very excited. Especially Danzo, he opened one eye wide. He stared at the wood and the Senju rope tree that emerged from the wood with burning eyes. Wood release. This is the power of wood release. The wood release that I have been thinking about has finally appeared. Ha ha ha. His face was full of excitement, and he didn't even notice that he had crushed his precious cane. He had worked hard for more than 3 years and spent nearly $1 billion, but he had only just made some progress. It was only in these 2 days that the experiment had made a breakthrough. At this time, he finally understood something. Rope tree definitely contributed to this, so Orochimaru would. But now is not the time to think about this. This would release power must be his own. So he turned his head and looked at the third generation, Sarutobi. The third generation stared at rope tree, wishing he could kiss him twice. Would release this is Konoha's unique blood limit, which helped the first generation of Konoha conquer the world and conquer the super bloodline that came to Konoha to conquer the country. Now it finally appears again. Just when he wanted to laugh happily, he heard his best friend's words. Without thinking, he instinctively interrupted, "No, I am the Hokage." Danzo, who was originally very happy and excited, vomited blood in an instant. Shimura Danzo, degree. Grass. This is a plant. I haven't said anything yet. He looked at the third generation angrily. The third generation also realized something at this time. He laughed dryly and didn't dare to look at Danzo. Damn it, why did he say that? Is it because he is used to it? Now, my old friend will be angry to death. Anyway, I am the Hokage. Without my order, it is impossible. Hearing the third generation use this sentence to pressure him again, Danzo was so angry that his brain was about to burst. He blurted out his most vicious curse, "Sarutobi, you will regret it." Chapter 575. Orochimaru, standing by, looked at the gay relationship between the teacher and the others. He smiled, he was used to it, there was nothing to say. I wonder if he and Jiraiya will become like this in the future. Then he looked down. At this time, Obito came back to his senses. Is this the power of wood release? I plan to use the extremely fast swift release, the hard release, the underworld release that absorbs and rebounds chakra and techniques, and the unparalleled and arbitrary storm release. I originally wanted to find a pupil technique related to the eyes, preferably Sharingan or Byakugan, but now it seems that wood release is also pretty good. For a moment, he was a little tangled in his heart. The 5 blood limits he originally planned were already his best plan. He can fight and flee, he can resist and hurt, but this would release. I am so greedy. But if I replace one blood limit, the power of the 5 elements cannot become a perfect closed loop. Once it is unbalanced, he will definitely explode and die. Should I give up? And it seems that he will offend Orochimaru, the Senju clan, and the other two of the three ninjas. This risk is a bit big. But that is would release. He is also a Konoha ninja. He grew up in the Konoha village listening to the story of the first generation of Mu. It can be said that as long as he is a Konoha ninja, there is no one who does not want to be as powerful as the first generation of Mu. He also wants it. Then you must be fully prepared. If it doesn't work, just defect from the village. If you defect, take the Uchiha with you. These two blood limits are the top bloodlines in the ninja world. He is not willing to give up. After making up his mind, he looked at the two people below, and a trace of greed appeared in his sight. Oh, these are all mine. Orochimaru glanced at Bailuo from the corner of his eye, and his heart suddenly turned cold. This guy. He has white snake cells in his body, which gives him many benefits. For example, in terms of perception. Although he does not have abnormalities such as Bun and Chakra perception technique, he can still perceive the malice in others' hearts at close range. At this time, he felt a trace of greed from the other party. Combined with the technique secretly developed by Bailuo. He didn't need to think to know that this was thinking about his two precious apprentices. Since you want to die, don't blame me for fulfilling your wish. Originally, he wanted to use his immortality technique to exchange Ghost Bud technique with him. Now. Hee. Dream on. He planned to refuse and not give him this technique. That is what is commonly known as freeloading. Thinking of this, the coldness on his face flashed away, and he regained his previous pride, but his smile was even brighter. Like the shocked people on the scene, Madara, who was far away in the land of rain, watching the live broadcast through the spores placed on Tsunade's shoulders. He was also shocked and stood up from the stone chair. Is this would release? Could it be that Konoha's would release plan was successful? He had also heard about the would release plan that Konoha had been talking about 3 years ago. He sneered at the time. Would release is that guy's technique, how could it be so easy to master? As the first person to transplant that guy's cells, he has the most say. Judging from the results, the plan really failed. But that kid named Sarutobi Hiruzen was really insidious. He lured out all the spies lurking in Konoha under the name of the would release plan. And he also used these spies as experimental subjects to accumulate enough experience for the plan. Now, when he saw Rope Tree perform would release, he instinctively thought of this plan. After all, he looked down on Konoha, but that kid named Orochimaru had good scientific research ability, comparable to that damn Tobirama. Although he was surprised that Orochimaru could develop would release, he could accept it. Hearing this, the white Zetsu body hanging on the wall hurriedly shook his head and said, No, Senju Rope Tree's would release should have awakened by himself. Oh. Madara was stunned, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. What do you mean? White Zetsu hurriedly told everything he had seen and heard. When Uzumaki Mito died, he placed a Yang release seed in Senju Rope Tree's body, allowing him to activate his Yang release chakra. But it has been so long, and there has been no effect. Not long ago, they went to the moon through the back mountain of the Hyuga site. It seems that they obtained Yang release chakra from there, which activated would release. They are one body, and the main body can sense all the spores. What the spores see and hear. But this is one-sided, the spores have no authority to perceive everything about the main body. Just like watching the live broadcast now, he was busy with Hyuga Tsuyoshi affairs at the beginning. Although the main body has been by the spring, he didn't pay much attention to the things on the moon. Later, his spores sent back the last news, that is, Senju Noways and others absorbed the Rinnegan. Then the connection was broken. He thought that the Rinnegan absorbed by Noways and others was the same as the way Black Zetsu absorbed it. That is, absorbing the so-called sacred power. Madara heard it and understood it instantly. Hee. So that's it. It turns out that the group of idiots came to Earth because Uchiha Mirai and others went to the moon and alarmed them. I actually became the one who took the blame. He laughed a little. If others dared to let him take the blame, he would dare to let others dance square dance. But if this person is his own descendant, and the one he values the most and the one who is most like him, he can only laugh. This makes him feel like he is watching his children and grandchildren being naughty. How could he feel angry? Thinking about it, he turned his attention to the live broadcast screen. One Uchiha who looks like me, and one Senju who can use would release. Hashi hot mom. I seem to see our fate in them. Originally, he looked down on Senju Nawaki, if he was not the descendant of Hashirama. But when he could perform wood release, he felt that this child could inherit some of the man's heroic spirit. So, in a trance, he saw how he used Sharingan to fight Hashirama, who used wood release when they were still half-grown children. It always gave him the illusion that time flies. So let him see whether Uchiha will lose in the future. After all, the Senju ninja who uses wood release is very strong. In the field, Rope Tree immediately created 5 multiple wood clones, and launched a fierce attack on the future with a sea of people. The future immediately used the auxiliary ability of the Sharingan to the extreme. When the Sharingan is at the Megatama level, it only has auxiliary ability. If you want to turn it into offensive power, you need to open the Mangekyo level. But the future can't do it yet. And the 3 Magatama level eyes are more than enough for him. His eyes move very quickly, and he can block or avoid the blind spot of the wood clone every time. From time to time, he draws his sword to kill back. But the hardness of the wood clone is far beyond the shadow clone. Not only that, they also hold magic weapons. They took it from the moon, from the moon when they were working as porters for other people's property. Each one can touch the hardness of the Thor's sword. So even with the thickness and sharpness of Tessaigan, there is really no way to cut them all off at once, unless you use Wind Scar. But this is not worth it at all. Nawaki is the most tanky among the 7 of them, and has the second most chakra. The one with the most chakra is Kushina, who is a pure chakra, even though she is young. His chakra is ranked 5th at most. The 3rd is Minato. The 4th is Uchiha Hong, and the last is Ichiraku. So if he uses Wind Scar to fight against Nawaki's wood clones, he is at a disadvantage. But he found that although these wood clones have their own thoughts, they are far less flexible in action than Nawaki himself. Their strength is not that strong either. So he might as well use them to train himself and gain experience in fighting with fewer people against more people. So much so that his Sharingan is spinning at high speed. It feels like using a small electric motor. This almost makes his fighting style reach the point of prediction. Often when Rope Tree's clone is about to make a move, the Sharingan has already told him where Rope Tree's attack point is. Especially the Sharingan also has the ability to see through chakra. So this allows Mirai to know whether Rope Tree and his 5 clones are using ninjutsu or taijutsu. So that he has a better way to deal with it. There is no way, this is the life of cheating. Chapter 576. Elegant. Too elegant. Sparasan. Biru looked at the one below, wearing the red Uchiha armor. Among the group of howling wooden clones, the beautiful boy dancing gracefully, his eyes were full of envy. If he had this ninja qualification, how could he not catch up with Orochimaru and the others? For a moment, his desire for the Sharingan exceeded the wood release. After all, the Sharingan was part of his plan. He had physical speed, but he did not have the corresponding reaction ability, so he was attracted by the insight of the Sharingan. As for the Bun with a higher level of insight, he couldn't remove the bird in the cage. Even if the main family was not bound by the bird in the cage curse seal, every time they went out, there was a large number of branch families escorting them. It was too difficult to take action against the main family. What's more, that group of people can open the Bun at any time. If you miss the target, then you really miss the target. Even if you escape, they can still find you out. So the risk is too great. Most importantly, he has another concern, that is, the blood of the Bun itself is attributeless. If he absorbs the Hyuga clan, will it conflict with other blood limits? But if it is transplanted, although he can use the Bun, he cannot perfectly exert the power of the eye technique. So he, a ninja who pursues perfection, directly gave up the Bun. As he thought about the Sharingan he chose, the desire in his eyes became stronger. Orochimaru looked at the battle below and smiled even more happily, as if he was happy for the wonderful battle between the 2 of them in the future. But his heart became colder and colder. If he dares to attack his beloved disciple, he is destined to die. It's useless even if the Buddha comes, he said. In the battle below, Future's control of the battle became more and more handy. He could even change his form between the crazy blade and the Tessaigan. This made his battle even more bizarre and thrilling. The crazy blade swung downwards and directly chopped off a wooden clone that was also holding a katana. But the latter blocked it with his sword. At this time, he was holding the crazy blade form, which was a narrow and long blade. This made the surrounding wooden clone's eyes light up. Good opportunity. But Rope Tree frowned, retreated quietly, and protected the 5 wooden clones in front of him. His actions were naturally captured by Future's Sharingan. This made him curl his lips. Ah! Why are you so cautious? You used to be quite reckless. He thought that if he showed a flaw, this guy would rush up with a roar. But he retreated. But now is not the time to think about these things. The wooden clones have already rushed up. If he doesn't take action, there will be no time. Thinking of this, he shouted directly, Chakra Body Activation Mode. Open. In an instant, the amplification mode he created completely greatly enhanced his physical strength. So much so that his body was full of violent energy in an instant. However, Wei Lai had a trick. This violent energy did not disperse in all directions, but was blocked by the armor, so that most of it could only burst out from under the armor. For a moment, his clothes all over his body swelled up, and it looked like he used the multiplication technique. This energy immediately hit the ground. The ground was already full of dust, because they had been fighting for a long time, so that the ground was trampled a lot. At this moment, due to the angle, except for the core area of Wei Lai, countless dust was blown up all around. The scene was very shocking. How should I put it? It was like Future released the Pig Universe Divine Art Fart. No, it was all the pores in the body that farted at the same time. A wave of air that rushed to the sky formed immediately around, like the sea water, and blasted towards the surroundings. It caused a little trouble for the 4 wooden clones, so that they could not continue to fight. It also bought some time for Future. The force that was originally able to suppress the wooden clones slightly, with the help of the amplification technique, suddenly increased a lot, and directly suppressed the wooden clone who was holding the sword and holding the mad sword, and knelt on the ground. Not only that, Future used the Tessaigan mode in one breath. The force of the sword suddenly became more than half heavier. All of a sudden, the wooden clone did not catch his breath, and was directly hit by the continuous changes of Future, so that the Tessaigan finally cut into the inside of the shoulder. Future, you don't have martial ethics. The wooden clone glared at Future and said in great depression. But he could no longer say anything else. He spoke, and his body, which was severely injured, had lost its vitality and color. He became a puppet. But Wei Lai did not say much. In front of him, there was only a wooden clone holding a knife to resist his attack. Behind him, the remaining 4 wooden clones were on the left and right, intending to beat him up. But now he was stopped by the moment of his rage. But it was only for a moment. After all, this move only blocked their sight and stopped their progress. These wooden clones will soon adapt and beat him up again. But now the plan goes as he wants. He had already split a hole in front of him. He followed the force of the downward chop, kicked his feet, and directly did a front flip, flipping over the head of the ineffective wooden clone. When Shang Shu saw this scene, he was relieved. I knew this dog coin was very shady, trying to lure me into the trap, really think I have no brains. If it was a normal sparring, he really would not even think about it. But this is related to his and Hung Hong's lifelong event. Even if he is tempted, he has to use his brain and think about the consequences of doing things. In this way, he will have a chance to defeat the Future. And then marry his sister, improve the relationship between Uchiha and the village, become the Hokage, and reach the peak of life. Hiss. Thinking about it is a little exciting. So, I can't fail this battle. The Future naturally heard his words, and the moment he flipped and landed, he immediately turned around and slashed horizontally. A sharp sword chi that had been planned long ago was swung out by him. This time, the sword chi was unprecedentedly long, reaching. For more novels, 108,710, join, https://discord.gg/xxtastg, a length of about 7 meters. The color was more silvery white. It was also more solid, like a real sharp blade slashing. Especially the sword intent attached to it, that is a kind of wool of nothing can be cut, and everything cut must be cut off, which makes everyone present, even at a distance, feel it. For a moment, they were greatly shocked. As for Shang Shu, he was the closest, and his face had become extremely solemn. It's over, this time the clones are useless. Sure enough, as his words fell, sword chi had already slashed across the remaining 4 wooden clones. This time the distance was so close, and the violent air splashed up dim dust, blocking their vision, causing them to see the attack but not react in time. The most important thing is that this is a tactic that has been planned for the future. Even if the wooden clones have already noticed something wrong and want to retreat, they can't retreat at all with a 7-meter wide slash. If they jump, they will die. So the 4 wooden clones looked at each other collectively. Each of them spread their hands towards each other, threw down their weapons, and gave up resistance. So tired, destroy it quickly. I don't want to struggle anymore. In an instant, the 4 wooden clones were cut in half by the future's move. The corners of Rogue Tree's mouth twitched. He naturally received the feedback from the wooden clones, and his face suddenly became extremely strange. He didn't expect that his wooden clones would give up so easily. Although he also felt that the clones could not be saved, why didn't you struggle a little? In case 1 or 2 clones could be saved. But he would not give up. So he quickly formed seals with both hands. So much so that the future heard the sound of the seal and immediately looked at him. Would release multiple wood clone technique. The wooden clone appeared, unlike the shadow clone, or the simple clone that released smoke when it appeared. I saw Rogue Tree's back squirming twice, and suddenly 5 pieces of wood appeared. Then they changed into Rogue Tree's appearance. Then they quickly broke away from Rogue Tree's body. When they all landed on the ground, they immediately turned into 5 Rogue Trees with hands and feet. Underground. When noticing that the future's sight was on the main body, a wooden clone immediately shot out from the ground. In his hand was the most cruel move. This is the only 2 people who have been hit by this move in the whole play. No diarrhea for 1,000 years. A wooden clone rushed out directly from behind the future, holding an explosive kunai, and stabbed it rapidly in the direction of the future. This is a cruel move that is aimed at exploding the anus. For a moment, everyone who saw this scene had a very exciting look on their faces. Fuck. So cruel. So dirty. Young people really know how to play. Chapter 577. 577 Uchiha Mirai, I tell you, I wanted to do this a long time ago. Mirai's face was very dark. With the help of perception, he had already discovered the little movements of Shenshu. He originally planned to use the wooden clone underground to trap Shenshu. But he didn't expect that this bastard would dare to do this. That was his brother Chrysanthemum, whom he had never met but had a spiritual connection with. He used it every day, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Now he had to face such brutal destruction from Shenshu, and he couldn't bear it. Fortunately, he had been prepared in his heart. So he pressed down with one hand, passed through the crotch, and held the hand below with one hand. At the same time, with the help of the strength of one hand, he made a split with his legs and quickly jumped off the ground. In an instant, he performed a one-handed handstand and a split with his legs. The wooden clone Lao Lu was stunned. He didn't expect that his sure-win attack would be easily resolved by the future. Then there is only one truth. You did it on purpose. He shouted immediately. Future had a dark face and ignored him. Seeing the second batch of 5 wooden clones of Rogue Tree rushing over, Future immediately put down his feet. Then he exerted force from his calves and transferred it to his waist. The waist and horse merged together, and he pulled out the old 6 clones that had already stretched out half of their bodies in one breath. Now he is in the violent mode to reduce endurance in exchange for short-term explosive power. Although this old 6 wooden clone is a physical clone, the Future can lift him up with one hand. Not only that. His Sharingan rotated rapidly, and soon a tactic took shape in his mind. Without saying a word, he let go of his hand, causing the old 6 to stay in the air for a short time. With the old 6 wooden clones looking confused, he took off the detonating talisman tied to the kunai. Then, with the speed of a single man for almost 13 years, he quickly attached the detonating talisman to the chest of the old 6 wooden clones. At the moment when the latter reacted, he swung his left hand, which had been prepared long ago. In an instant, the huge blade was directly pulled on the old 6 wooden clones. He smashed him heavily in the direction of the second batch of wooden clones. This set of movements was done in one go, looking smooth and silky. The people present and those watching the live broadcast were amazed. Especially Madara. He couldn't help but touch his chin, nodded and praised, "This set of fighting methods is very good, worthy of my Uchiha descendants, it should be so elegant." He had already thought about it. If someone wanted to use the detonating talisman to blow himself up during a group fight in the future, he would do the same and let the other party suffer the consequences. In the field, the detonating talisman can't kill people. But the wooden clones are not human. Especially Lao Lu, who had an explosive talisman on his chest, was eager to tear off the explosive talisman. But there was a special place on the back of this explosive talisman. In order to prevent it from being blown away by the wind, special means are usually used so that it will naturally generate suction as long as it is activated. So he couldn't tear it off for a while. He wanted to dodge and avoid hurting his own people, but he couldn't do it. At this moment, his whole body was wrapped in a huge force and flew backwards. There was no way to stop. He wanted to use light and heavy rock technique, but there was no time. So he gave up struggling. Staring with a pair of dead fish eyes, he shrugged helplessly behind him. Oh! Bang! A top-grade explosive talisman exploded just like that. But its power was very strong. At least this wave directly destroyed all 5 wooden clones of Rope Tree. This made Rope Tree, who was still making hand seals, twitch. It's gone, gone. This was the wooden clone that he used 50% of his chakra to cast, so he didn't have much chakra left now. In the end it didn't even make a wave, and was directly extinguished by a detonating talisman. The most speechless thing is that this detonating talisman is his own. Damn! Thinking of this, he became even more depressed. At this time, the flames of the explosion had dissipated, and only a few puppets were emitting thick white smoke. The main reason was that these woods were wet. In addition to increasing activity, it can also prevent fire and enhance toughness. This is the experience of fighting against Uchiha from his grandfather's notes. Future passed the smoke, dragged the mad sword, and walked towards Rope Tree step by step. His eyes were red and his black hair was flying. His face was full of sinister smiles. Use Kunao and detonating talisman to stab my ass. Tisk tisk tisk. Sun Jia, you are quite good at playing. Shang Shu's face froze. He looked at the future walking towards him and couldn't help but defend himself. This is not I gave him the detonating talisman because I wanted him to create an opportunity at the critical moment, so that you can be in a mess, and I can take the opportunity to take you down. As he said this, he felt that his words were not very convincing. After all, he felt that the move just now was too insidious. If the future is agile, maybe he will really explode his anus. That would be a lot of fun. So he blinked his innocent big eyes and looked at the future. You have to believe me. I really don't mean that. The future walked towards him step by step. As the number of steps increased, his speed also increased. Finally, he was already running. He sneered, you said you want me to believe you, but why are you secretly mobilizing chakra? You still have to release ninjutsu, how can I believe you? As he said this, he jumped high, held the iron teeth with both hands, and chopped it down with a half-moon / posture. Wait until you lie down, and then slowly convince me. Seeing that Mirai had launched an attack, Rope Tree was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. He formed a seal with his hands again. He hurriedly said, you have to believe me, we are brothers from the same school. After that, his seal was also formed. He immediately aimed at the direction of Mirai. He shouted, wood release, big forest technique. This technique is not to create a forest, but like Yamato. Turn your hands into wood, and then shoot out several wooden sticks to attack the opponent. It can hit, pierce, and even bind the opponent. It is one of Yamato's favorite starting moves. As Rope Tree pointed at Mirai, 6 wooden sticks rushed towards Mirai like a shadow snake hand. This is his only 2 wood release. After all, there is too little time, and he has no time to learn other wood release techniques. Seeing the wooden strip coming, I chopped it down without caring. However, he did not use Wind Wound. If he used that move, with his current amplification strength, it would be enough to chop Shenshu half to death. He didn't want to let him off so easily. He wanted to castrate his troubles. At first, he was a little reluctant, but this time he dared to hurt his brother Huhua. He dared to ask for marriage tomorrow, so he must not indulge Shenshu. The most important thing is that the power of his move of splitting Huashan Mountain is above big forest technique. Sure enough, as he swung, the wood didn't last long at all, and was violently split by him. The force even caused the split wooden strip to break, making it impossible for it to entangle Walai as Shenshu wanted. Seeing this scene, Shenshu not only twitched at the corners of his mouth, but also twitched his eyebrows. It's going to be bad. It seems that Walai is really angry. Thinking of this, Rope Tree didn't intend to hide it. He released Mu's right hand and immediately broke away from the wooden strip, but he still maintained the big tree technique to use it to delay time. However, when he noticed the sharp knife of the future, he immediately jumped up, intending to use the opponent's strength to fall back. In this way, he could delay time. Future looked at Rope Tree's actions and the seals he quickly made, which looked familiar. But just interrupt him. But at this moment, his face suddenly turned dark. Because another Rope Tree sprang out from under his feet. The same hand holding the detonating kunao, still stabbed towards his chrysanthemum brother. The same formula, the same taste. Future. Number 2 Lao Lu looked at the Future's knife and big tree technique entangled together, and his face was unprecedentedly excited. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Future, let me tell you, I wanted to do this a long time ago. Die. Ha ha ha. 1,000 years of killing. Kill, kill, kill. Uchiha Mirai looked directly at Noways and gritted his teeth and said, Brother, you're never going to stop, right? Noways. He was extremely embarrassed at the moment. He didn't have that idea. And why is this number 2 old 6-wood clone so familiar? Could it be the old 6-wood clone that was killed by the detonating talisman? But that's not right. There are traces of the explosion on this wood clone. It's obviously one of the second batch of wood clones. Luckily, it wasn't killed by the explosion, so it used the cover of smoke to dig a hole and come here. At that time, the old 6-wood clone was about to launch a sneak attack, so it couldn't be this wood clone. Then the question is, why is this wood clone so cool? Chapter 578. 3 years ago, Orochimaru once gave Uchiha Mirai and Senju Nawaki a move of unsealed ninjutsu. It is called Shadow Snake Hand. This is a cursed pattern that was set in advance. You can inject chakra at a critical moment to summon snakes without seals to assist in the battle. Mirai had several at the beginning. Both hands must have summoning spells. The remaining cursed patterns were placed on various parts of his body in case of emergency. Look, this time it just came in handy. He did not withdraw his arm, and still chopped with Tessaigan. Shadow Snake Hand. Bang! In an instant, when the kunao of the old Rokuji clone was about to poke Mirai's anus, a white smoke instantly exploded on his butt. Everyone was stunned. Because it looked very much like farting. And it was a colorful and large fart. Even the wooden clone was hit by this wave of air. He was so frightened that he subconsciously closed his eyes. It is said that there is poison in farts, which can easily make people drunk. So he not only closed his eyes, but also held his breath, not daring to inhale at all, for fear that he would be fumigated by the poison. Then he felt numb. Not mental numbness, but physical numbness. The numbness came from his arm. And it quickly spread from his arm to his whole body. He couldn't even use his strength all of a sudden. He was so frightened that he quickly opened his eyes. Then he saw a scene that made him confused. Snake. He saw a huge snake biting his wrist tightly. A stream of purple liquid was dripping from the snake's mouth. That was venom. The original body had seen it, so he also knew the power of this venom. This is the biological snake venom specially prepared by Orochimaru. 1 gram can easily paralyze an ordinary person in 1 second. Judging from the situation just now, this snake injected at least 100 grams of venom into himself. Then, he had a question. Where did this snake come from? At this time, he was so paralyzed that he couldn't even blink his eyelids easily. But he was unwilling to give up. He wanted to see how he was hit. So he held on to his last breath and looked along the snake that bit his arm. Soon he saw that the snake came out from under the future armor. However, with the cover of the armor, he couldn't see the specific location inside. But through some traces, he could probably guess that it should be from the chrysanthemum. It can still be like this, ah. After saying this, he was unwilling to lose color completely and turned into a piece of wood. You know, this snake is only 30 centimeters long and as thick as an arm. He only needs to be a little faster to poke the chrysanthemum. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit short. The change in the field made the originally frightened onlookers breathe a sigh of relief. Hey! I was so scared, I thought Mirai couldn't avoid this trick. Kushina touched her chest. She said with a face full of fear. After all, no matter how you look at the scene just now, Mirai has no chance to dodge again. But who would have thought that a fart? Suddenly she was stunned. A fart. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, looked at everyone, swallowed her saliva, and looked at Mirai again. Finally, she said tremblingly, is this fart poisonous? So the second old Rokuji clone was poisoned to death. Come to think of it, whose fart would have such a distinct color? And the volume is so large, this is obviously an abnormal fart. Minato, Ichiraku, Reka, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were all stunned. Poison in the fart? This. They hurriedly looked carefully. Only then did they suddenly discover that a large spotted snake, as thick as an arm, emerged from behind the future. It came out from the direction of the buttocks. After dealing with the rope tree, it immediately became longer and quickly rushed towards the rope tree's body. If you ignore its ferocious and cold snake head, it looks like a tail. Oh! That was not a fart just now, but the smoke produced by summoning a spirit beast. We all saw it wrong. Kushina hurriedly corrected her previous statement. After all, the fact that the fart is poisonous is too difficult for people to accept. If it was the spirit snake that poisoned, they would all accept it. They felt much better. Rope Tree was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that his 2 old 6-wood clones would fail one after another. The first one failed, but it was okay, because he had already guessed that he might be prepared for the future. But what about the second time? Such a good opportunity, but he failed. Although he never thought of poking the future's ass. But things have already happened, and no matter how he explains, it is useless. Seeing the future and his tail snake rushing towards him. Rope Tree also landed on the ground with both feet at this time, and he hurriedly shouted, Chakra activation mode. Open! This is an amplification ninjutsu developed by his second grandfather imitating the lightning chakra mode of the hidden Thunder Village. Unfortunately, it is a semi-finished product, and their Senju clan, in addition to more chakra, higher physical strength, more resistance to beating, stronger recovery, and a natural blessing for ninjutsu. There is nothing special about it. So in the end, this kind of amplification ninjutsu was developed. The strong can't use it, and the weak can't use it without a lot of chakra. Rope Tree put his hands together and shouted, Ha! As Rope Tree also exploded, his big forest technique became much harder and stronger. Future was about to hit Rope Tree, but he was only 1 meter away. As he exploded his chakra, the distance between him and Rope Tree was pushed away by the wooden stick again. Seeing that Rope Tree wanted to push him away, Future would never let him do what he wanted. He immediately turned his waist and avoided the front of the wooden stick, and directly passed by the wood of big forest technique. He quickly stepped forward and rushed towards Rope Tree. You want to fight in close combat, you are so beautiful. Rope Tree saw Future's plan at a glance. He flicked his wrist, and the wooden stick was like a whip, whipping directly at Future. This forced the latter to lower his center of gravity immediately. Avoided this sweep. When he stood up, Rope Tree had already split 2 wooden clones again and approached him. The corners of Future's mouth twitched constantly. How come you still have chakra? Rope Tree did not answer, but quickly formed seals again. This time he formed more seals. It was obvious that he was going to use a big move. Future's forward steps were stopped by 2 wooden clones. At this time, Future discovered that the wooden clones that Rope Tree separated out of his anger were much stronger than the previous 2 batches of wooden clones. It made him feel a little tricky to deal with. Of course, it was just tricky. Because he was also angry. But he had to stop Rope Tree's technique immediately and couldn't let him finish the seal. Soon, a plan emerged. He suddenly threw Tessaigan at the wooden clone that he kicked away as if it were a flying bone. With his current development progress of Tessaigan, he can already temporarily store this power in the sword. In other words, even if Tessaigan is out of hand, as long as the power is still there, it will not turn into a mad sword. It is still in the form of Tessaigan's machete. As soon as the wooden clone stood up, he saw a round of silver discs flying towards him at a high speed. And the angle of this move was too good, it was stuck in his blind spot, so he had to resist it. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. If it were before, he would probably be like other wooden clones, just give up and count the loss. But now he can't, because the chakra of the original body is not much, and he can only launch that one big move. So he can't give up. For Hong Hong. With this belief in his heart, he immediately picked up the magic weapon left by the wooden clones from the ground and blocked it directly in front of this body. Choke. A crisp sound suddenly came out. The wooden clone's face changed. What a heavy knife. He was directly knocked back by the force of the knife. 2 marks were dragged on the ground. After seeing that his knife had dragged a wooden clone, Mirai also punched and kicked the wooden clone in front of him. In terms of physical skills, he and Rope Tree were equally good, and Rope Tree was slightly inferior. Rope Tree was strong in his brutal physical fitness. So in the past, he was mostly not Rope Tree's opponent in physical skills. But if he faced the wooden clone, he was still a little more relaxed. At this time, the wooden clone had used the raised nan to drag him. Mirai didn't dare to touch it. Seeing that the chakra in Rope Tree's body began to boil in large quantities, he didn't dare to delay any more time. Just wanting to make a seal, he was interrupted by the wooden clone with the raised nan. This happened several times in a row, and he was ruthless. If you won't let me make the seal myself, then I'll use your hand to make the seal. Chapter 579. There is the insight of the Sharingan. So many Uchiha will naturally learn a cool new skill when they open the 3 Megatama. As we all know, if a ninja wants to release a technique, he needs a seal to mobilize chakra. So the existence of many seals is like a switch of a short program. Each seal corresponds to a chakra of different nature. Countless seals are combined to form techniques with different functions. This allows the Uchiha people to derive a fighting method, which is to use the hands of others to make seals to mobilize the chakra in their bodies. In this way, you can make seals with one hand, fight the enemy with one hand, and use the hand that makes the seal to restrain the opponent. So many Uchiha are very fond of this move. Because this move can really be learned with eyes. Naturally, the future will also learn this cool move. With an uppercut, he hit the chin of the wooden clone, knocking him out, and he immediately grabbed the opponent's left hand with his right hand. For Uchiha, Great Fireball technique is their most commonly used ninjutsu. This has led to 2 different versions. The first normal technique requires 6 seals. Si Wei Shen Yin Wu Hai. If you practice to a high level, you can simplify a few seals. For example, the Sea God Ataki only needs 1 seal to release the Great Fireball technique, and was finally split by Killer Bee with same hata. There is also an abnormal way of making seals, which is to make seals with the help of hands. Because most of those who can use this move are in the battle, when they intend to seize the initiative. Therefore, the seals of the technique must ensure the power, and the number of seals must be simplified. Therefore, after the efforts of the predecessors, this technique finally only needs 3 seals. Wei Yin Hai. Although the power will be lower, it is not much smaller. With a hook punch from the future, the wooden clone was knocked dizzy. The right hand immediately grabbed the opponent's hand, using a special technique to stimulate the opponent's instinctive action of making a seal. As a ninja, the seal of the technique has been with them for a lifetime. It's as simple as eating and drinking. When picking up the bowl, you will instinctively look for chopsticks. Before the wooden clone could react, his hand was held by the future, and the future made the seal of the right hand. The wooden clone's hand was also stimulated, and he subconsciously followed the seal of the left hand. Then it was yin. At this time, the wooden clone just came back to his senses from the dizziness, and he immediately looked at the future, his face changed drastically. Don't even think about it. Although this was the first time he saw the Uchiha's borrowed hand seal fighting method, as an old rival family, he also saw this move in the ancient books of his ancestors. He immediately pulled out his hand and retreated quickly, not wanting to lend his hand to him. This made the future smile. He smiled faintly and said, "The technique is dead, but the person is alive." This kind of move can be performed with one's own hands in addition to using the hands of others. That's why it has become a way of showing off that most Uchiha like. Of course, except for Madara, because his opponents are either too weak and can be killed in a glance, or too strong, and the opponents never make hand seals. Clap your hands, and whatever you shout will come true. However, in order to keep up with the fast pace of the opponent's battle without seals, he is also practicing a seal and shouting out a lot of techniques. Then, in the stunned eyes of the wooden clone, he directly made hand seals with his own hands. Wait until the last high seal is over. The chakra attribute in his body immediately changed to fire attribute. In the past, he would ignite this energy in front of his mouth, that is, put a finger in front of his mouth. But at this moment, the wooden clone was not far away from him, so he had to free his hands to guard against the opponent's attack of Wei to save Zhao. However, this technique was not prepared for the wood clone, but for Rope Tree himself. He wanted to interrupt the opponent's technique. He immediately inhaled hard in the direction of Rope Tree. Until his chest was bulging, the air and the special fire chakra merged together, and he ignited this energy. A burning sensation instantly surged from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to delay for a second, and immediately pouted his mouth and spit hard. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. In an instant, a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters was quickly sprayed out by him. Although people often say that fire style can't burn people to death, this technique has a good interruption effect. Often, as long as the fire style is used, it can interrupt the opponent's battle rhythm, or the seal that wants to be cast. Very practical. Rope Tree has 2 seals left to complete the final big move. Just when he was about to finish the remaining 2 seals, he saw a large ball of blazing flame bombs quickly rushed towards him. The scorching heat burned all the plants wherever it passed. This made Rope Tree's face darken. Damn it! This move in the future directly put him in a passive situation. Either he had to bite the bullet and make a seal, but there was a high probability that he would be roasted like an old friend before he could release his big move. If he evacuated now, then this technique would be a waste of effort. Because this was a new technique he had learned, he was not very proficient and could not do it like light and heavy rock technique, which could do 2 things at the same time. Once he moved his body, or had other distractions that were too big and could not concentrate, the chakra that he had finally mobilized would dissipate. It turned back to its original appearance. Seeing that the fireball was about to approach within 5 meters, Rope Tree finally gritted his teeth and chose to resist it immediately. If he retreated, he would never catch up in this lifetime. For Hong Hong, he was fearless. Of course, it was also for the glory of Senju. He was the last person of the Senju clan, and he couldn't lose this battle in armor. This made Tsunade outside the field very angry. She immediately shouted, "Rope Tree, get out of the way, don't stand there stupidly." Rope Tree did not respond, but focused more than ever. His eyes were already illuminated by the light of the fireball. The strong high temperature made the ends of his hair slightly burnt. But he didn't look at the fireball, but seemed to look through the fireball at a man behind it. Future's face changed. The main purpose of his release of this technique was to force Rope Tree to retreat, so that he could interrupt his casting. But the result was good. This dog coin was so stubborn. He insisted on being the first person in the world to be burned to death, right? Just when he was trying to find a way to disperse the fireball, a loud shout and a stomping sound spread throughout the yard. "Main body, I can only help you up to this point." It immediately drew everyone's attention. It turned out to be a wooden clone. At this moment, he rushed into the fireball with explosive force regardless of anything. Like a cannonball, it hit the fireball heavily. Before the fireball was dispersed, a violent destructive force burst out from the ground. Especially the ground under the fireball. It was hit by the wooden clone and produced a recoil force. Countless clods of earth and air waves were directly shaken up from the ground. All of a sudden, the clods of earth were shaken up, and the horizontal plane of the fireball was raised by several meters in an instant. As a result, the ball flew out diagonally from the top of the Rope Tree. Although a wooden clone was lost, a major crisis of the main body was solved. This made everyone who watched this scene breathe a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Brother Noeke was well prepared, so he could stand still. Kushina nodded in understanding. The thrilling situation just now was indeed as she said. Noeke remained calm in the face of danger and had prepared protective measures long ago, so he stood still like a stubborn person. But Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't think so. They knew Noeke very well, and they knew that he didn't have so many brains to think about this step. The ability to resolve the thrilling attack this time was entirely due to the decisiveness of the wooden clone. If he hesitated for a second, the fireball would immediately burn Noeke's head to death. It can be said that Noeke seemed to have good luck in this battle. Mirai also breathed a sigh of relief, and then he turned his head to see which wooden clone had dispersed his attack. The wooden clone that he borrowed to make a seal was still not far away, and he watched with fear as the fireball exploded on the barrier wall behind Noeke. Then Mirai turned his head and looked in the direction where he was hit by his flying bone Tessaigan. There was no one there. There was a machete stuck in the spot, and there was a deep pit on the ground next to it. It was obviously made by someone stepping hard. There was another similar deep pit within the straight line distance between him and Noeke. This deep pit should be the result of him using too much force when he was about to jump. It turned out to be him. He must have noticed my intention, and after getting rid of Tessaigan, he immediately ran towards the main body, so that he could disperse my technique at the critical moment. Chapter 580. Shang Shu's eyes widened. He was ready to endure the burning pain and maintain the activation of the spell. As a result, he heard the shout of the wooden clone. This made him widen his eyes and look in front of Huoyan. At this moment, the wooden clone had long turned into a puppet, losing its vitality and life. But it stood firm with a posture of pounding the ground with one hand. This touched him so much that his eyes turned red. Good brother! Look, this is the real wooden clone, unlike the previous ones, who were either the sixth or the weak. Seeing that there was no chance of escape, they just gave up. The next time they dare to be so weak, he will install detonating talismans on these wooden clones. Try to let them play their remaining heat. So when he saw a wooden clone rushing towards him without caring, he helped him out at the cost of his life. His eyes couldn't help but moisten again. Touched, want to cry. He held back his tears and said firmly, "Next time there is shit, I will let you eat it first." As far as he knew, this was the highest etiquette for dogs. Then he looked at the future and shouted, "Uchiha future, this is my last technique, I can't control the strength, so you have to be careful." After that, without giving the future time to answer, he clapped his hands and made the last seal. Would release tree world birth. Ha! With his roar, the yard where the future and the others were located shook slightly. Many grounds seemed to be bulging from below. And as time went by, the vibration became stronger. When the future heard this, his face changed drastically. He knew this technique. Anyone who was in Konoha knew what the name of this technique meant. This was the famous ninjutsu used by the first generation of Mu to conquer the world. Did you see the trees outside the Konoha village? These were all created by the first generation of Mu with the technique. Due to his own strength and the special nature of wood release, the technique will not dissipate like water and soil, once the chakra is lost. It will survive like a real tree. Without saying anything, Mirai rushed towards Tessaigan. At this time, he had already noticed that countless saplings had broken through the ground on the ground. And they grew geometrically. It was as if their time had been accelerated 100 times. At the same time, Mirai also discovered one thing, that is, the direction in which these saplings grew was aimed at his location. While avoiding these saplings, he took the time to look behind him and found that the guy rope tree clenched his hands tightly, and as he shouted, his chakra, like his saliva at the moment, was injected into the ground without money. Mirai retracted his sight and swept his eyes towards the saplings growing wildly around him. He kept predicting that a crisis might occur. At this time, the saplings could no longer be called saplings, but small saplings. Each tree had grown to a height of 1 or 2 meters. There were countless tree roots surging on the ground. The earth was destroyed in an instant. It made his running more and more difficult. Don't even think about it. Rope Tree watched Future move around, avoiding the interception of countless saplings, and quickly rushed to where Tessaigan was. He immediately increased the output of chakra. For a moment, the small trees, which had grown at an outrageous rate, grew even faster. This made Kushina, who had been maintaining the barrier, change her face. She felt that the barrier was hit by the roots of the trees underground, and it seemed that the trees wanted to break through and rush forward. She was so scared that she hurriedly increased the input of chakra. This barrier was set up by her grandmother. If someone with the strength of a cage were to perform it, it could block the bombardment of the combat power of the super cage level. But if she were to perform it, it would feel a little solemn. Fortunately, this move of Noeke-kun was not aimed at the barrier, so Kushina only felt that the barrier was shaken, but she could withstand it. They were able to come back to their senses because they all knew that Noeke-kun could use wood release and they were prepared. Tsunade and the other 6 were stunned. There is a word called dumbfounded, which describes them. Even Orochimaru did not expect that Noeke-kun had learned this move without any sound. This shocked him. The degree of shock of the 3 generations and Danzo was far greater than that of Orochimaru. The former did not even know that his pipe had fallen, and the latter did not feel anything even when his eyes were bulging out. His eyes were wider than those of a cow. The 3 generations grabbed Danzo's hand and trembled with excitement. Danzo was the same. He held the 3 generations tightly with his single hand. He was shaking more than him. Awesome. He felt that if it weren't for the 3rd generation, he would have been in trouble. In the field, Mirai leaped up and barely got through the 2 3-meter thick swords. Finally, he touched Tessaigan. Without saying a word, he turned around and swung it. Wind wound. This move was originally an attack by slashing the cracks caused by the collision of the demonic energy vortex. But Mirai found that his move was like a skill, a bit like Inu Teisho, and he could release the skill as long as he swung it. Of course, he also found that when ninjas fight, chakra aura collisions will also occur. This was something he was surprised to discover after he learned the perception technique. So he tried it in Inuyasha's way. Not to mention, the power was much stronger. At this moment, he used the perception technique to see that after he was angry, when he and the Waki released chakra desperately, the two auras that were invisible to the naked eye kept colliding with each other. So this time, he aimed at the collision mark and swung it. In an instant, an attack that was stronger than the previous ones was instantly slashed out by him. It was even stronger than the one Minato saw at the beginning. The power was almost twice as much as at that time. This made Minato and his friends stunned. They didn't expect that the power of this move in the future could be so strong. This is simply the birth of a young cow, and the old cow is so awesome. The future dare not relax. The move performed by Rope Tree is one of the famous skills of the first generation of wood. Although the power is not as strong as Tree World Advent, let alone Flower Tree World Advent, its power should not be underestimated. Especially under Rope Tree's desperate release. Maybe he will fall over. Fortunately, his worry was unnecessary. The power of Wind Wound is far greater than Rope Tree's move. It almost destroyed the attacking trees with a crushing force. For a moment, a larger triangular crack with future as the source spread out and quickly approached Rope Tree. Rope Tree's face was very pale at this moment. This was a sign of overconsumption. Seeing 3 golden streaks slashing towards him quickly, and all the trees on the way were easily cut off, Rope Tree was desperate. Still not working. Since he met Future, he has never defeated him. That man is a pervert. His talent is obviously above ninjutsu and Sharingan, but he just likes to practice swords. Such a waste of talent, if placed on other people, they will soon be lost in the crowd. Unless he turns to the path of talent. But Future is different. He actually practiced swordsmanship very well. No, it is far beyond everyone. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a pervert. And that yellow-haired man is so fast that it is scary. If he fights with him, if he is not happy, he can often end the battle with one move. Because of the hot yellow hair, he was too fast. Soon, the Rope Tree found that the time around was slow. At this moment, countless pictures appeared in his mind. It was a girl full of Yamato's temperament. On the first day of his school, he saw her color. Cough, at first sight. But because of the relationship between the two, he dared not come forward, for fear that she would be disgusted and rejected. Then there will be no chance to even see it. This life lasted until they graduated. Due to his special nature, the elders in the clan were unwilling to divide the class in advance, so he had no choice but to accept it. Anyway, as long as he can become stronger, it will be fine, especially since the master is still Lord Orochimaru. One day, he met the girl again by the river. She squatted by the river, staring at the river surface reflected by the setting sun, in a daze. There was a sad atmosphere all over her body. It was as if she was a porcelain doll that had been drained of its vitality. It was as if she would jump into the river and commit suicide in the next second. When he saw this scene, his heart was extremely painful. He didn't know what kind of disaster would make a gentle girl lose hope in life. So that time, he mustered up his courage. Determined, and walked into her world. When he recalled this, he instinctively looked at Hong Hong. At this moment, she seemed to be shouting something. Her face was very anxious, especially her beautiful eyes. The 3 Megatama were spinning rapidly, and it seemed that they were about to turn into a new pattern. Seeing this, he seemed to have thought of something. Is this a sign of opening the Mangekyo? Thinking of this, his face froze. It is said that Uchiha who opened the Mangekyo will become blind one day and can't see anything. Half of his life can only be spent in darkness. Thinking of this, his breathing became rapid. He didn't want Hong Hong to be blind, he wanted her to live happily. This was the oath he made in his heart when he saw the lifeless Hong Hong by the river. So I can't lose. In an instant, all the despair in his heart dissipated, and there was only unparalleled determination. I can't fail. Uchiha Mirai. As he shouted, it was as if a switch in his heart was turned on. In an instant, he emerged with a stronger power. So much so that the trees in the field suddenly rioted. The golden streak that was about to hit him could no longer move forward. Because in front of it, there were countless big trees, which kept coming. The damage of Wind Wound gradually couldn't keep up with the regeneration speed of the trees. Chapter 581. 581 He wants to seduce my sister, I don't want him to be my brother-in-law. The end of a wave of memories made Rope Tree completely explode. The regeneration speed of Tree World Birth was far faster than before, almost forming a tree wall. It also made Rope Tree invisible in the future. But he could sense everything through the ground. The miserable thing was that he didn't have much strength left. One of the reasons why Wind Wound was so powerful was that he used the correct way to use it. The second reason was that he was afraid of overturning, so he swung the knife with all his strength. Then he knelt down. However, in order to ensure Rope Tree's safety, he still sensed Rope Tree's changes through passive perception. When he saw Rope Tree's expression change from despair, loss, confusion, to memories, smile, and then firmness. Finally, he suddenly found that his sister actually rushed towards Rope Tree. After a moment, Rope Tree's expression became firm, and his strength increased immediately. The color of the chakra in his perspective instantly became more than twice as dark. Is this a breakthrough? Then the trees regenerated at an extremely high speed. What just happened? Mirai looked at the Rope Tree in a daze. Why did he explode? But he found that the Rope Tree did not rush towards him, but rushed towards his sister. He could not help but shift his sight over there, and then he noticed that his sister's chakra fluctuations were too large. Especially the eyes. The pupil power that was originally stored by her actually had a tendency to merge into the Sharingan at this moment. This made Mirai feel palpitations. Although he did want his sister and mother to gain stronger power, he backed off a little at this time. The Mangekyo is a real double-edged sword, and it will always hurt yourself. The most important thing is the wood release cell. Orochimaru has not studied it thoroughly, but with the white Zetsu clone, the progress will be much faster. But what if the progress of the experiment is stuck and there is no progress at all? In short, Hei is very conflicted at the moment. But just when he made a choice, Noeka had already rushed to Uchiha Hong. He hurriedly stopped his sister's mental fluctuations. Seeing this scene, Mirai sighed. Forget it, it's God's will. He couldn't help but put away the Tessaigan. This battle, there is no winner. Noeka, who has already learned wood release, has greatly increased his strength. If he doesn't use that move, it will only be a stalemate. But he doesn't have the strength to use that move. On the high platform, the third generation and Danzo's eyes are red with excitement. They even hugged each other. If they were not of the same gender, they might kiss each other, expressing their excitement. Sarutobi, we finally have another wood-style ninja in Konoha. Ha ha ha. Danzo was very happy. At least the path taken by Noeka has proved that wood style is no longer unique. He also has the opportunity to master wood style. Even if he is bolder, he may be able to drive a giant and destroy Shikoku like the first generation of wood style in the future. Let Konoha become the only one in the entire ninja world. The third generation also blushed. He held Danzo's hand tightly with both hands and shouted with great joy, "Good! Great! We finally have a new wood style power in Konoha. That's great, ha ha ha." In this way, as long as they grow up, Konoha will usher in a sign of prosperity. Even if he dies and goes to the Pure Land, he can still face the two Hokage with a smile. Look, teacher, the Hokage you chose didn't embarrass you. For a moment, he was extremely happy. The wrinkles on his face were squeezed out like a flower. Danzo, I'm happy today, let's go have a drink. Danzo immediately responded, okay. Then, the two held hands and walked briskly, leaving the platform. Orochimaru was amused by this. This, maybe, it's friendship. So he jumped and landed next to the future from the platform. The attack at this time had come to an end, and the tree of the rope tree was still standing on the ground. The strong and sharp attack of the future did not break through the tree world barrier. The future is now surrounded by Rika, Minato, Kushina, and Ichiraku. Beside the rope tree are Tsunade's sister, Hong Hong, and Jiraiya. He reached out and touched the future's head, and said with relief, "Future, your strength has become stronger again." Future's face was a little pale, and he smiled at the old man reluctantly. Still a little bit behind. Look, Lian Shenshu is almost catching up with me. Ling Hua looked at him distressedly. He said, You want to fight for no reason. Fight if you want, why are you fighting so hard? When Mirai heard this, his face froze, and he subconsciously took out the tool for castrating pig balls. Sigh. Fuck him. The reason he fought this time was that he wanted to castrate Rope Tree. As a result, he was so busy fighting that he forgot about the main business. This is... Minato picked up the tool in Mirai's hand with a strange look on his face. Why does this tool look so familiar? So he subconsciously took out something wrapped in cloth from his storage scroll. Then opened it. There were 3 knives inside. 2 of them were almost the same, both with hooks. The difference was that one had a single-edged opening in the front, and the other had a double-edged opening. Then there was a peach-shaped knife. The 2 of them were holding the same type of knives. It's just that one set is new. It has never been used. One set is a bit old, as if it has been used many times. How do you have such a thing? Minato looked at the future with an even more strange expression. Future did not answer, he also looked at Minato with a pair of astonished eyes. He asked back, "Wow, where did you get such a tool?" Minato put away the knife and explained, "Before the team, I often did some D-level tasks. This knife was bought when I was doing pig slaughtering, sheep castration, and cattle and horses." Future. You can also castrate pigs. Minato shrugged and said indifferently, "For rent, I have done everything. It's making money, not shabby." Future was speechless. If he had known that Minato had these tools, he would not have bought them. Wouldn't it be better to just borrow them from him? Thinking about it, he looked at Shenshu, and a hint of intention flashed in his eyes. It seems that there is no chance today, so it is better to quietly knock Shenshu's club at night. Then castrate him. Throw the pot to Hyagasu-yoshi, anyway, he already has a big pot on his back, so this one doesn't matter. Good idea. Minato looked at the future and suddenly stopped talking, but stared at the direction of Shenshu and them. His eyes occasionally scanned Shenshu's lower 3 roads. As a pig butcher, Minato must be too familiar with the future's eyes. For a moment, he looked at the future with a look of astonishment, and then looked at Shenshu. Finally, his eyes fell on Sister Hong Hong. At this moment, she was looking at Shenshu with a funny and angry face, complaining on her mouth, but her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Exactly the same as the eyes he looked at Kushina. Combined with the relationship between Brother Rope Tree and Sister Hong Hong, and the sister complex of future. In an instant, his brain was hit by a flash of inspiration. There is only one truth. He looked at future suddenly, swallowed his saliva, and asked tentatively hesitantly, "Brother, you don't want to give Brother Rope Tree to that one?" As he said, he also made a scissor hand gesture. Future was stunned and looked at Minato in surprise. "How did you see it?" Minato did not answer, but his eyes swept over his newly bought pig slaughtering knife. "It's so obvious, only a blind person can't see it." Future. "Don't mention it, on their side, only Ling Hua can't see it. Her vision has been closed all the time. Just when she was recovering for future, she released the shadow clone and has been digesting the feedback information." She asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" Although she didn't know what they were talking about, she felt that this must not be a good thing. Kushina and Ichiraku had teamed up with Minato and had done similar missions. Combined with Minato's previous questions, they understood immediately. Kushina blushed and looked at Mirai speechlessly. "My brother Nawaki is so unlucky to have a junior brother like you." As she said that, she reached out and pulled up Rika, interrupting her recovery technique. She snorted, "Rika, let me tell you, your man wants to." As she spoke, she took Rika to the other side. Orochimaru touched Mirai's head and poked him unhappily. "That's your senior brother, how could you do that to him?" Mirai was immediately unhappy. "He wants to seduce my sister, how can I not do it?" Instead, he felt that if he did it. "Aren't you afraid that Tsunade will chase you and beat you up? He is the last male to inherit the name of the Senju clan." Orochimaru said, looking in the direction of Tsunade and the others, and couldn't help but recall, in fact, Tsunade and Rope Tree, brother and sister, both wanted to give up the Senju surname. Because the first generation of the Senju clan wanted to, completely integrated into Konoha, and gathered Konoha into a big clan. Later, it was resisted by the second generation, so it was decided that the newborns of the Senju clan after the generation of Rope Tree could no longer take the surname of Senju. So, don't look at Tsunade hitting Rope Tree when it's cloudy and rainy, but her feelings for Rope Tree are no worse than your sister's feelings for you. Besides, your sister is a girl, and she will get married sooner or later, so why not let her marry a boy she likes and who likes her too? After saying that, he reached out and patted the future's shoulder, and finally threw down a sentence. "Or do you want your sister to become the object of family marriage, marry a man she doesn't know, and live a life she is not happy with?" This made future silent for a while. No words to say. Family marriage. This is a custom of their noble families. Of course, this refers to marriage within the family. After all, there are many factions in their Uchiha clan. Some need to be won over, some need to be suppressed, and some need to be confronted. Marriage is the best way. It can even pull talented ninjas to your side and strengthen your power. He can't guarantee that his father won't have this idea, even if he is a daughter slave. Chapter 582. When Orochimaru saw Mirai's expression of not knowing what to do, he stopped talking. When talking to smart people, it's best not to say too much. It's enough to say halfway so that the other party knows what you want to express. Turning his head, he looked in the direction of Tsunade. Tsunade, I can only help you two siblings up to this point. In persuading Mirai, there are his own ideas and Tsunade's requests. That's why he said a few more words. As he said that, he looked at the big trees in the yard that were no longer growing. These big trees are full of the breath of life. This made his desire to study increase by several points. He reached out to touch the big tree and felt everything about it carefully. At the same time, his mind emerged with the description of wood release in the classics. There was also the research report of the second generation on the first generation Hokage in the notebook. But he was very careful because the tree was very dangerous. It is said that the trees created by this wood release will use the chakra of the bound person as a source, absorb his power, speed up their growth, and increase the hardness of the trunk. Not to mention ordinary people, even the tailed beasts can be restrained. The 9 tails can be easily controlled, which is said to be the result of this ability. Anyone who touches the tree will have their chakra absorbed. But when he gently touched the tree, his expression changed from vigilance to confusion. No suction. He could feel that there was no sign of chakra being absorbed in his body. Very stable. Different from what was recorded in the classics. Thinking of this, he immediately pressed his whole hand on it. Close your eyes and open your perception to the maximum. Gradually, his face became solemn. No. There is no suction in this tree, it is just like an ordinary tree. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately reached for other trees. 1, 2, 3 or 4. No. No. Still no. Is it possible that rope trees wood release is not perfect yet? Wood release is one of the only 3 techniques in Konoha that can restrain the tailed beasts. The first is Sharingan, whose illusion ability has a strong restraining effect on creatures that do not have much IQ or are prone to anger. For example, the tailed beasts, at ordinary times, their IQ is the same as that of humans, or even higher than that of humans. But their chakra will overwhelm their IQ. Make them easily angry and irritable. Sharingan controls them for this reason. The second is wood release, the big trees it creates have the ability to absorb chakra. As long as they are bound by it, they can quickly absorb all the chakra in the body of the organism. Therefore, facing the tailed beasts that are a collection of chakra, wood release has a strong restraining power. The third is the sealing technique. There is no need to elaborate on this. Anyway, the sealing technique is another technique independent of the 3 major techniques, and its power is also ridiculously strong. If rope tree's wood release does not have the ability to absorb chakra, then it will be half useless. The horror of wood release lies in its ability to absorb chakra and countless trees waving, thus causing terrible damage. Rope tree's wood release does not have this ability at all. This is an abnormal point. This aroused his strong curiosity. Let's take rope tree to the laboratory later to see what the difference is between his cells and those of the first generation of Woodmaster. Rope tree's sighed. Under Tsunade's detailed examination, she immediately smiled. It's a wound, but it's not serious. With your current recovery ability, even if you are stabbed in the stomach, you can recover in about a day. Hearing this, Rope Tree breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that he suddenly exploded just now because he inadvertently squeezed the potential of his body. He was so scared that he comforted Hong Hong and asked her to calm down quickly, and then asked his sister to help him. He didn't want to get a blood disease like the future. That would be too bad. After a few more words, Rope Tree looked at the future. This time, he still couldn't beat him. But there was progress, right? He firmly believed that those who have the will can achieve their goals. He has touched the wood release, and if he follows the path left by his grandfather, he will soon be able to overtake the future in a straight line. Future, you still won this time, but next time, I will definitely win. The future was originally studying the big tree made by Rope Tree with teacher Orochimaru. He was also surprised that Rope Tree's wood release tree had no suction. Even if it wasn't as scary as Wood Dragon technique, but to be honest, the Tree World Advent series of techniques have the ability to absorb chakra to a certain extent. I still remember that when Madara-sama used Tree World Advent, he directly absorbed most of the coalition's chakra. Even Shikamaru almost went to see Lao Ma. It doesn't make sense that Rope Tree, who also mastered the technique, doesn't have the characteristics of the technique. Even if he used the low-profile version of Tree World Advent. Just when he was thinking about the abnormal point, he heard Rope Tree shouting. He replied without turning his head, "This time it's a draw." After that, he no longer paid attention to Rope Tree, but discussed their views on the technique in detail with teacher Orochimaru. Rope Tree was stunned for a moment, he stared at the future in a daze, he didn't expect him to shout the word draw. Isn't this a battle between Senju and Uchiha's glory? Is it because he guessed wrong before the battle? It shouldn't be. Otherwise, the guy in the future wouldn't have changed into the Uchiha red armor. Why did he say that? And most importantly, through the battle just now, he could feel that the guy in the future seemed to have a hand. But he didn't use it. Did he want to keep it as a backup to guard against certain people? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. There were only a few people that the future would guard against, and one of them was the most dangerous. Thinking of this, he turned around and reached out to hold his sister's hand, injecting the wood-release chakra into his sister's body. The latter looked puzzled, but she didn't ask, her brother couldn't hurt her. And this chakra seemed to be mainly used to explore and stimulate something, and did not cause any harm to her. After a while, Nawaki retracted the chakra, and his brows frowned slightly. Then he followed the same method and touched Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the remaining friends. No. The spores that parasitized on their bodies were not moving at all, as if he had overthought. Since there are no spores, then the future is not to guard against others. When this thought flashed through his mind, he was startled. He forgot to breathe, and even opened his eyes wide. Could it be? He looked at the future in a hurry, and his face became very exciting. This guy in the future. He must have recognized his brother-in-law in his heart. This moment, he was so moved that he cried. He immediately rushed to the future with snot and tears, and hugged him tightly. "Good brother-in-law, you." "Mirai, oh, oh." When he heard the word brother-in-law, his face turned black. He broke free from his arms and interrupted him fiercely, "Who is your brother-in-law? I tell you, I don't have a brother-in-law like you." But although this was the first time he said it, it was not as firm as Mirai thought. Rope Tree didn't care, but burst into tears and laughed. He thought that Mirai couldn't bear to recognize him. After all, the Uchiha clan is a very arrogant clan. They are the kind of people who know they are wrong, but as long as it involves face issues, they will definitely know their mistakes and not change them. They will make mistakes to the end. Commonly known as tsundere. He understood all these. He smiled and stopped talking. Although the brother-in-law said that he disagreed, in fact, through the battle just now, he said that he understood the brother-in-law's thoughts. Hee. The brother-in-law's hypocrisy is really cute. Mirai looked at the smiling Rope Tree in silence, then looked at teacher Orochimaru, and asked in a puzzled voice, "Did I break his brain?" Seeing this, Orochimaru spread his hands and said that he didn't know either. But soon he sent another eye report to Mirai. "You said that as if he had a brain." Mirai. "That's right, how can someone who doesn't even have a brain be broken?" Chapter 583. All the post-war processing work was left to Rope Tree, because his trees were the most damaged in the field. These big trees were all born from Rope Tree's roots underground. They are big trees with real existence. So if no one takes care of them, they will keep growing until they die of old age. On the other side, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the two best friends of the third generation are standing in the laboratory. They are all watching Orochimaru's research. Orochimaru wanted Rope Tree to go back to the laboratory with him so that he could use the instruments to conduct a thorough study. However, seeing Rope Tree's silly and happy look, he thought that it would be enough to draw 2 tubes of blood. If he could not see the difference between Rope Tree and Hashirama's cells from the blood, it would not be too late to call him. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had already eaten and drunk enough, and they found Orochimaru in the laboratory together. Seeing that the experiment done by Orochimaru didn't seem to be very important, the third generation asked, "Orochimaru, Hirako." He used to feel sorry for the child who had talent but no talent, but this time. Don't look at how excited he and Danzo were, they were almost kissing each other. But he could also feel the greed and desire that Hirako exuded inadvertently. even if he thought he was hiding it well. When Orochimaru heard the 3 words Hirako, he was slightly stunned, and then moved away from the lens of the microscope. He looked at the 3rd generation, frowned slightly and said, "This person has a greedier ambition than me. And in all likelihood, he has set his sights on Mirai and Nawaki." Hearing Orochimaru's words, the 3rd generation's face sank. He didn't expect that Orochimaru also noticed this. But he was relieved. Since Orochimaru noticed it, it meant that Mirai and Nawaki would also know about it. After all, Orochimaru loved his 2 apprentices so much, he would naturally tell them about it. Danzo sneered, "Het! What a big ambition! What a high level, he dared to think about would release like himself. With his little strength, he dared to have ideas about these 2 people, he is simply courting death." As he said, he turned his head and looked at the 3rd generation, "Leave this man to me, I will let him contribute his last bit of strength to Konoha." Hearing his old friend's words, the 3rd generation hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. People who are planning to attack their fellow villagers are no longer worthy of being a member of Konoha. His will of fire will never allow such people to exist. But Orochimaru has other arrangements. "No, just leave him to me." As he said, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This person's value must be squeezed dry. And he is the kind who gets it for free. Hearing this, the 3rd generation hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Okay, I'll leave it to you. Who told you that you are the teacher of Rope Tree in the future?" This directly shut up Danzo. Because the 3rd generation said this in the context of a teacher-student relationship, he couldn't interrupt at all. Orochimaru also noticed Danzo's appearance. In order to prevent him from making trouble, Orochimaru thought about it and decided to give him the white Zetsu cells he extracted. This white Zetsu cell can also use wood release. It is the most normal wood release, not the illegal wood release of the 1st generation. This can shut him up. Of course, the power of this white Zetsu cell is not that strong. There is another risk. Although this cell can be transplanted, it can also allow people to quickly master wood release. But he didn't know at all whether the person who transplanted the white Zetsu cell would be controlled by the white Zetsu master. So just in case, he decided to make it clear to Danzo, so that he wouldn't blame himself if he failed. But this matter has to be discussed in private. Above the Hokage rock, Ichiraku and the others were preparing food. Rope Tree, who had already cleaned up the yard, was the last to arrive here. After taking a look, he walked towards the rock wall where Mirai was. Mirai folded his arms across his chest and looked at the sunset. The sun was not so dazzling at this moment, it turned red. People who looked at it at different times would have different feelings. Mirai thought of his sister at this moment, and he felt uncomfortable when he thought that his sister would marry Rope Tree. What a good sister, how could she be taken away by someone? Noticing the footsteps behind him, Mirai did not look back, he said lightly, "You are here." "I am here. You shouldn't have come." Rope Tree walked directly to his side and stood still, and also followed his line of sight and looked at the sunset. One hand on his waist said, "But I am still here." 100 meters away, Ling Hua's shadow clone took care of the real body, and curiously asked the people around him, "What are they doing?" At this time, they were all around washing vegetables in a basin. Originally this was Ichiraku's job, but they couldn't just eat for free. So they did what they could. After Minato looked up, he looked away and continued to wash the potatoes, so that he wouldn't get some hard-to-clean mud on the potatoes when peeling them. He shrugged and said, "Chiyunibu." As he said that, he looked at Sister Hong Hong, who was absent-minded and kept glancing at the future, and comforted her, "Sister Hong Hong, don't worry, the future guy knows his limits." As he said that, he couldn't help but sigh, "I didn't expect that Brother Nawaki could perform so many wood release techniques in just a few days. It feels like a dream. You know, even the raise nan he used took 3 days, and this was only possible with a perfect training method. Originally, he thought he was awesome enough. In the future, his snake swallowing technique and shadow snake hand don't count, because they are cheating with technology. I didn't expect Brother Rope Tree to be more awesome than him, let's count them. Big forest technique, wood clone technique, wood ingot wall, thorn killing technique, and the last tree world birth. This is almost equivalent to learning 2 or 3 moves a day. This is too outrageous. Although wood clone, wood ingot wall and thorn killing are not advanced techniques, the levels of the remaining 2 techniques are not low, and the difficulty of practicing will increase a lot. This Is there any quick practice secret for wood release? Her words made Ling Hua nod in agreement. It's really outrageous. Kushina hurriedly explained, no, you are all wrong. You all know that wood release is the problem of Brother Nawaki. After seeing her friends nod in unison, she continued, in fact, Brother Nawaki secretly practiced the wood release seal a long time ago. It's just that he has no wood release chakra, so he has never been able to perform it. This matter has been kept secret by everyone by Nawaki, he just wants to make a big splash. After hearing what Kushina said, Minato understood. He suddenly realized, oh. So that's it. That is to say, Brother Naraki has a high level of understanding of seals and techniques. He has thought about it before, but he has no wood escape chakra, so he can't release it. After awakening wood release, it can be released in a short time. In short, Brother Naraki has been practicing wood release technique for a long time. Kushina smiled and said, bingo. Correct answer. On the rock wall. I won't hand my sister over to you easily. Mirai said lightly. Naraki faced the sunset, and glanced at Mirai from the corner of his eyes, looking at the other party's cold appearance. Naraki was very funny in his heart. Brother-in-law, you are still pretending to be your brother-in-law here. Funny. I won't give up. As he said that, he retracted his peripheral vision and looked at the sunset. That red look is like red. It made his eyes shine. Future said again, tell me, how much money do I have to give you before you will leave my sister? Shenchu looked at Future again, wondering why he asked that. But he still said, we love each other sincerely. Even if you give Konoha to me, I will not let go. Future, _number. He really didn't want his sister to marry this brainless man. He was afraid that he would hurt his sister in his impulse, and more importantly, the relationship between the two families. Although the relationship between the two of them was good, the elders of the two families. Although the old people of the Senju clan were almost dead. Those ordinary clansmen who merged into Konoha no longer inherited the surname Senju, but the hatred between the two families had been engraved in their bones for thousands of years. Once there is a prejudice in the heart, it is really difficult to eliminate it. If my sister marries there, she might be hostile to those people. Even if they have no strength, even if they are afraid of the existence of Uchiha. There is another point, their bloodline. The blood of Senju and Uchiha both originated from one person, the Six-Path Sage. He was afraid that if the two of them really gave birth to a baby, what if his little nephew became the destined protagonist, the second Six-Path Sage in the future, then wouldn't it be a problem for the protagonist's parents? There is a saying that goes very well. There is a sister in a house, but both parents are dead. Even if they are not both dead, but two kings, they are rarely together. They may even suffer endless torture. So he is worried. The fate of the protagonist is not something that ordinary people can bear. Fortunately, I am not the protagonist. Otherwise, why are both systems away from me, and went? Chapter 584. Unfortunately, Shenchu is a stubborn person. He is determined to do something, let alone 10 cows. Even if 10 more cows are added, they can't pull him back. In desperation, Walai went directly to his sister and planned to start from her. So Shenchu squatted where Hong Hong used to wash vegetables, and Hong Hong came to the place where Shenchu just stood. Sister, why don't you give up this tree? I will find a large forest for you. Even if there is no one you like, I can make a suitable boyfriend for you, even if you can carry him with you. He turned around and looked at his sister with a wry smile. Facing his sister, Walai was not so ruthless. It was a world of difference from the way he persuaded Shenchu before. Hong Hong heard this, she did not answer, but looked at the sunset. Brother, you are afraid that I will be calculated by others. Walai was stunned. He really had this idea. Although his sister did not mention the kaleidoscope, he knew what his sister was talking about. Now that my sister has the power of Yindun, it is easier for her to evolve her eyes than many Uchiha clan members. But some people don't know. It's easy for Uchiha to want power. Open your eyes, and open your eyes again. As long as your eyes can evolve, power and other things will be at your fingertips. It's much faster and more convenient than others. And the method of opening your eyes is too painful. There is also the Eternal Eye. It is the highest form of Sharingan and the strongest power of Uchiha. It requires 2 pairs of Manjiki-level eyes of close blood relatives, and then absorbs and fuses them to evolve. While having stronger pupil power, you will no longer lose your light. The person in the dark will definitely force him to achieve the eternal eye. But he can't beat that person at all at the moment. From the last mountain, it can be seen that although the person's strength is not as good as the peak period, he is still at the super shadow level. This is what they judged from the group of Otsutsuki clan members. The 3 elders, all of whom were at the level of Jonin to Tessaigan, and with so many people, they were beaten to the point where there was nothing left. Not only that, not even one person escaped. The news that there were no survivors was what he learned from his teacher. It is said that this was the conclusion drawn by the 5 major ninja villages after exchanging information, and none of them saw an alien. It is conceivable how strong that person is. So the future is very anxious at this moment. This battle is also for the power of Tessaigan. Fighting is always the fastest way to increase the speed of unlocking. He needs strength to unlock the power of Tessaigan. I have this worry. Don't worry, sister won't drag you down. Hong Hong smiled slightly, and then looked at the future. After saying that, she turned around and left, which made the future a little overwhelmed. Because sister has proved with her actions that she will not give up on Rope Tree. Alas! Is this love? It really makes people blind. Mirai looked at her sister's firm steps and smiled bitterly again. In the laboratory, Danzo has been dragged away by the 3rd generation, who is said to want to hone his ability to handle official business. This made Danzo very angry. He was dragged away very reluctantly and cursed when he left. It was very annoying. In the laboratory, only the 3 ninjas were left. Jiraiya was with Tsunade, who wanted to wait for the test report. She was also curious about the fact that Rope Tree's wood release was not as strong as his grandfather's. Orochimaru sorted out the report in his hand and handed it to Tsunade. The problem is here. This is the comparison result. Take a look. After speaking, he noticed that Jiraiya was looking at the report in a daze. Couldn't help laughing and said, I don't understand it. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, there is a little bit. It's more than just a little bit. I can't understand it at all. He could understand each word individually and what it meant, but when they were put together, he was at a loss. He couldn't understand the symbols and experimental data. He felt like he was reading a heavenly book. Seeing Tsunade carefully looking at the experimental comparison results and not wanting to speak, Orochimaru took the initiative to explain, the reason why the 1st generation Hokage's wood release was so powerful was because his cells were contained in the techniques he performed. In other words, the existence of Hashirama's cells increased the power of wood release by more than 10 times. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh, no wonder Hashirama's cells are so difficult to conquer. It turns out that this kind of cell is not used for transplantation. It is used for combat. As he spoke, he bent down and found a document from the file rack next to him. He opened it and took a look. After that, he said with relief, when I was leading the wood release plan, I found that in addition to the terrifying devouring power, the original cells also had a strong binding force. At the beginning, I didn't understand why. I just extracted the wood release power and became the 2nd generation cells. But the progress of the experiment has been very difficult. It has been 3 years and I haven't been able to conquer it. It seems that I took the wrong path at the beginning. Wood release is wood release, and Senju Hashirama is Senju Hashirama. He confused the two, and the difficulty naturally increased countless times without knowing it. Evening. After Mirai sent Linghua to the front door of his house. He wanted to go in, but was stopped outside the gate by the head of the human race. Uchiha Mirai, this is my Hyuga clan land. You are an Uchiha, and it's so late now. Isn't it inappropriate to enter my Hyuga clan land? Hearing this, Mirai's foot, which was about to cross the Hyuga gate, could not help but stop. He looked up to a place not far away. A tall man with an aristocratic aura was walking over there. He was looking at him with a roll of his eyes. Behind him were 2 young men. They also rolled their eyes at Mirai. Mirai looked at the Hyuga clan leader, and then at Hayashi and Hisashi who were following him. He frowned slightly. After a fight with Noeki, he presented the visiting card to the Hyuga gatekeeper. It looked like the Hyuga clan leader didn't receive it. He couldn't help but shift his gaze to the Hisashi brothers. Could it be that something bloody happened, that the brothers intercepted the visiting card and didn't present it to the Hyuga clan leader? However, as he looked at the Hayashi brothers, he found that they were not embarrassed at all, and there was no sign of evasion in their eyes. There was a bit of gloating and a bit of ease in their eyes. He could understand gloating, but what did ease mean? But since the Hyga clan leader came out to stop him, this matter became interesting. Either he saw the visiting card but deliberately turned a blind eye to it, or he really didn't see it. But now that someone came out to stop him, he understood one thing. Whether he saw the visiting card or not, this was his attitude. Even if he didn't see it, he made a big fuss and told the matter of the visiting card, and the other party would stubbornly refuse to let him in for the sake of face. In fact, the more people knew, the less he would let him in. Because the relationship between Hyga and Uchiha was not good at all. "I'm sorry, I'm presumptuous." Mirai retracted his foot and said indifferently. Then he gently pushed Linghua and asked her to use the shadow clone to take her back. After Linghua left, Mirai retracted his gaze, glanced at the Hyga clan leader, saluted slightly, and turned away without hesitation. Why waste words on someone who is about to die? Moreover, if they quarreled now, they would all die in a few days, and he would be suspected. This was also a point he was worried about. After watching Uchiha Mirai leave easily, the three Hyga father and son were slightly stunned, especially the Hyga brothers. When did Uchiha Mirai become so easy to talk to? Or is it that their father's face is really that big? One sentence can make Uchiha Mirai leave. After a long silence, they closed the door and went to Hyga Rika's home. Some things must be said tonight. Mirai walked on the street with an expressionless face. Thinking in his heart, how to put the blame on Hyga Tsuyoshi. But now Rika's eyes are in the evolution stage, and she can't do it at all. If I do it myself. It's okay, that's right, Rika is afraid that she will regret it. Do I really have to wait until 3 years later? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly noticed a girl approaching him. Because he smelled the perfume on the girl, he knew it was a girl. She looked like she had sprained her ankle. Mirai was not a pushover, so he avoided her without even thinking about it. Then he left without looking back. The girl fell to the ground with a look of pain on her face. In her fantasy, Uchiha Mirai would stop and help her up when he saw her, a weak woman, fall to the ground, so that the two of them would have an intersection. But she didn't expect that Uchiha Mirai would walk away without noticing. Looking at the other person immersed in his own world. The astonishment in her eyes was gradually replaced by a touch of infatuation. Look, this is her dream lover, even walking is so handsome. Love love. Black heart black heart. Several young people around saw a girl fall down, and immediately stepped forward to help her up. But the latter didn't want to be touched by other men. She was a girl, she had to be reserved and self-respecting. After she stood up, she smiled at the kind people, as if grateful for their kindness, then pinched her orchid fingers, gently patted the dust on her body, and walked away quickly with her hips twisted. Chapter 585. Ever since she was defeated last time, the girl knew that Uchiha Mirai had a very strong perception technique. He could sense creatures within a range of 30 meters. She followed too closely at the beginning, so he noticed her. Therefore, this time, she stayed 31 meters away from Mirai. In this way, she was not afraid of being discovered. He. She was really smart. Then he lost her. For a while, he stood at the intersection of the street, messy in the wind. No, where is he? He disappeared. In the Hokage's office. The third generation was still reviewing government affairs. As for Denso, he was still angry and did not come to the Hokage's office. Instead, he carried a stack of documents 1 meter high and returned to the root organization. In his words, he felt sick to review documents in the Hokage's office and face the shameless face of the third generation. The third generation didn't care how bad Danzo's scolding was, as long as he could handle the official business, it didn't matter if he scolded a few times. If he was allowed to handle all the official business, he would be happier. At this time, Orochimaru was in the office. He looked at the third generation and said directly, I want to learn the impure world reincarnation technique. Hearing this, the third generation, who was smoking and reviewing, was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and waved at the roof. The next moment, many sounds of breaking through the air were heard. All of them left for the outside world. After seeing that there was no one around, the third generation asked in confusion, why are you learning that thing? To torture some information. Orochimaru said directly. Although the resurrected dead have unlimited chakra, their strength is too low and not worth looking at all. What he values is the secret that the dead never told until their death. If he accidentally killed Hiriko, he would have a chance to summon him out, and then control him with immortal reincarnation to make him reveal the secret of Kimetsu no Jutsu. After all, looking at that man, he doesn't look like someone who can restrain his desires. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold back for long and will do it. Hearing this, the third generation was silent for a while, and then asked seriously, you should know the risks of this technique, and it is disrespectful to the dead. The main purpose of the second generation to develop it was to revive the first generation of wood, but later he was hung on a tree by the first generation of the impure world reincarnation and almost beaten to death. Speaking of this, he still has lingering fears. Who would have thought that the second generation, who was so wise at the time, would be hung up and beaten by the first generation of wood without any heirs? At that time, it was the first time he saw the first generation of wood, who was originally kind, so angry. Since then, the technique has been banned by the second generation himself, and it is stipulated that no one except the Hokage is allowed to learn this technique. However, Orochimaru was a candidate for Hokage, so he did not take this rule very seriously. Instead, he asked him what he wanted to do. No, but I have a technique that might be useful. Orochimaru explained. He did not say anything more. The third generation stared at Orochimaru, smacking his lips. His eyes kept scanning Orochimaru, as if he wanted to see a flower on his face. Orochimaru, will you use it for evil? After saying that, his eyes gradually became sharper. It made Orochimaru feel like he was being X-rayed. He shook his head and said, you are my teacher, and I don't want to deceive you. To be honest, I don't know, maybe, or maybe not. After hearing this, the third generation looked at him for a while, and then retracted his gaze, because he couldn't see what Orochimaru was thinking. Maybe it's just like he said, maybe, or maybe not. But he is more inclined to the latter. Because Orochimaru has that magical child, Uchiha, by his side. This child changed Orochimaru's character. He changed from a cold snake to a person with feelings. Okay, you will inherit the position of Hokage sooner or later anyway, and it won't be considered a violation of the rules of the second generation. He stood up and walked out the door. Come with me. In fact, there is also a sealed scroll in the office. It's just that this one is used to confuse the enemy, as a bait. The highest level technique recorded on it is the first one, Shadow Clone Technique. Many people will subconsciously think that this is true as long as they see the first A-level technique, and they won't think much about it. This also ensures the safety of the real sealed book. It can also catch many people with ulterior motives. Orochimaru followed the third generation, turning around, and came to a room wrapped in layers of seals. The third generation, in front of Orochimaru, untied the barrier, seal, etc., and took out inside was a very thick scroll. Then he quickly flipped to a technique that recorded immortal reincarnation. He took out a blank scroll that had been prepared long ago, copied it, and handed it to Orochimaru. This scroll records immortal reincarnation. But you have to remember one thing. The third generation said seriously, this technique is risky. It is recorded in the scroll. I won't say more. Another point is that if you want to use this technique, you must not use it on our Konoha ancestors and disturb their rest. Otherwise, even if I risk my life, I will personally take back the technique and make you unable to use ninjutsu again. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded heavily and responded, don't worry, I won't let you down. After hearing Orochimaru's assurance, the third generation smiled. After restarting all the sealing techniques and the protection of the barrier technique, the third generation took Orochimaru and left the sealed book room. In the corridor, Orochimaru had just swallowed the immortal reincarnation when he heard the third generation curiously ask, what's the matter with Danzo's hand? Originally, he wanted to ask about this matter when he first saw Danzo wrapped in bandages. But Danzo's ambiguous answer blocked his mouth. The Anbu has not investigated the matter in the past 2 days, and Orochimaru is busy with some things. It's delayed until now that he has the opportunity to ask. After all, Orochimaru's current identity is the technical consultant of the route. This identity has not been revoked since the wood release plan began. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, I don't know, but I guess he might want to do something. For example, change a hand that can perform wood release. Hearing this, the third generation was stunned for a moment, looking at Orochimaru in surprise, you mean he wants to change to Rope Tree's hand? But thinking about his old friend's personality, it seems that he might really do this. But isn't he afraid of being beaten to death by Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya? Thinking of this, he felt it was unlikely. So he was just surprised, not shocked. Orochimaru rejected it, saying, "No, he doesn't have the guts to attack Rope Tree." The third generation nodded involuntarily. Yes, if he didn't agree, he wouldn't dare to do many extraordinary things. Without waiting for him to ask, Orochimaru continued, "According to my people, the Root organization received a tip from a businessman in a corner of the ninja world a few days ago. It is said that he found a father and son with special abilities. Their bodies are highly adaptable and can accommodate the blood limit of others. It's just that the man is currently hiding, and Danzo's people haven't found him yet. Combined with the fact that he suddenly wrapped his arm, I suspect he might want to make some preparations in advance, such as a sleight of hand. Let us think that his hand is actually injured. Having been with Danzo for so long, he has already figured out the character and temperament of this dark ninja world. He will definitely do this. For example, transplant the wood release cells into that hand, and then he changes hands, so that he can also perform wood release." The third generation was even more surprised. There are actually such people in this ninja world. The ninja world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Orochimaru said with emotion. If it weren't for the fact that his 3-year-old son had a high fever and he had no choice but to ask for help from a passing merchant, using his own special ability to exchange for money to treat his son, we probably wouldn't have known that there was such a strange ability in this world. After saying this, Orochimaru was a little moved. A body that can accommodate blood limit. If Ghost Bud RA technique doesn't work, then can this person's body be used to carry out the blood net plan? Well, I'll go out of the village another day and find the father and son before Danzo. Chapter 586. Watching the third Hokage return to the Hokage's office, Orochimaru couldn't help but show a trace of entanglement on his face. Are Hokages so tiring? There are endless official duties and meetings to handle every day. Look, the teacher often drags Danzo to handle official duties. The two of them have not finished it even at this point. If I become Hokage, will I not even have time to do experiments and explore the unknown? Then should I still be the Hokage? Thinking so, he turned and left the Hokage office building. He went back home. The next morning, Mirai took Rika away in front of the two brothers. This time was different from the past. He found an old acquaintance standing behind the door. "Hi Gasuji. What is he doing here?" Speaking of this guy, Mirai always forgets to ask teacher Orochimaru what that hormone is for. It's too powerful. Look, this injection turned a big guy into a peach, so cool. Hiss. It's so scary. But he doesn't want to have too much contact with this person. After all, he is the prepared scapegoat. Inside the door, the three people gnashed their teeth and looked at Wei Lai and the others. The man was jealous of Wei Lai, and the woman, count as a woman, was jealous of Ling Hua. When he saw Wei Lai holding Ling Hua's hand, the latter looked very happy, and his back teeth were almost broken. Damn it! This is his dream lover. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so handsome. In short, he is handsome in one word. He is so handsome that he can't tolerate anyone else in his eyes. It is said that he is also very strong and once taught the brothers Hyuga Hayashi a lesson. But why is the person he is holding not himself? Damn it! Looking at the other person's disappearing back, he stopped his steps to chase him. No, if I want him to like me, I have to create a perfect chance to meet. Because he heard that Uchiha Mirai used to dislike girls, especially those who were willing to pay for him. Even when Maitaman Katsubeki, who had a very good figure, appearance, knowledge, and family, confessed to him, he was ruthlessly rejected. And it wasn't just once or twice. It was rejected countless times. Logically speaking, with Maitaman Katsubeki's enthusiasm, even a cauliflower could be warmed up by a snake. But it was useless for Uchiha Mirai. So he learned his lesson and couldn't take the initiative. Do you like Uchiha Mirai? At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi's words came from behind him. This made the latter instinctively restrain the jealousy on his face. She was a girl, so she had to behave beautifully. But when he saw Hyuga Hayashi, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. He didn't forget that it was this man's father, the Hyuga clan leader, who put him in the clan temple and locked him up for 3 years. He just scolded, said a few fair words, who would have thought that he was so petty? He locked himself up for 3 years, how many 3 years are there in life? And he became like this. Although he likes himself now. Speaking of his changes, he thought it was the Hyuga clan leader who did it at first, but when he appeared in front of the Hyuga clan leader, he had observed carefully, and the latter didn't recognize him as Hyuga Tsuyoshi at all. He always thought that Hyuga Tsuyoshi had been burned to death in the fire. But who cares, anyway, he likes his identity as a girl, it would be great if he was a real girl. Speaking of which, he should thank the person who made him like this. If he hadn't met Uchiha, he might have found that person and married him. But now, sorry, I like Uchiha. Because he is the most handsome. Hello, young masters. He smiled sweetly at the brothers. A breeze blew, ruffling his temples. It also made his sweet face hazy, adding a bit of moving color. Feeling itchy on his cheeks, Hyuga Tsuyoshi reached out and fiddled with his hair, tucking it behind his ears. The whole action was full of tenderness. The two brothers blushed and took a step back. Oh my god, this girl is so cute. Looking at the reactions of the two young masters, Hyuga Tsuyoshi felt extremely satisfied in his heart. He liked this kind of enthusiastic gaze. As a boy, he didn't know how to control the boy's heart. So, with a red face, like a young girl whose thoughts were exposed, she lowered her head and said in a whisper, "No, young master, please don't talk nonsense. She is just a child." This at that time, Hyuga Hayashi regretted his plan. Why should he give such a cute girl to Uchiha? His brother is still single. The girl in front of him is so cute, it would be great to be his sister-in-law. He can also go to his brother's house for a meal and drink some wine. So he directly abandoned the plan in his mind. He asked with a warm smile, "What's your name?" "My name is Hyuga-ran." This is the name she chose after thinking for a long time. Hyuga-ran. The two brothers were stunned and looked at each other involuntarily. Your name is exactly the same as Linghua's mother. Really? It is very rare to have the same name in the ninja world. Even in the powerful families, it is difficult to have people with the same name. Because they will all be included in the family tree in the future. If you have the same name, it is easy to get confused when worshipping the ancestors. Hyuga Tsuyoshi was stunned. Hyuga Rika's mother is also called Hyuga-ran. He really didn't pay attention to this. After the marriage was arranged, he only remembered Hyuga Rika's name. As for his parents, he didn't care at all. After all, for him, it was too high for someone from the branch family to marry him from the main family. When I marry Hyuga Rika in the future, even her parents will have to look at my color and compliment me. So why remember it? He couldn't help but look at the corner where Uchiha disappeared. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. What a slut, she is obviously my fiancé, but she is hugging another man at this moment. The most shameless thing is that this man is the one I like. Just wait, Hyuga Rika, I will definitely replace you and become the person he loves the most. So she covered her mouth in surprise, staring with her big watery eyes, and asked curiously, Hinata Rika. Is she the girl with the blindfold just now? As she said this, she seemed to be envious. But speaking of it, that sister is really beautiful, especially when facing that Uchiha, she always shows a very happy smile. She must like Uchiha very much. Unlike me, the person I like likes someone else. As he said this, he put away his envious smile and lowered his head a little disappointed. Hearing this, the two brothers were immediately anxious. You are so cute, there will definitely be someone who likes you. Yes, love is something mysterious, maybe it will come inexplicably one day. The girl seemed to be comforted, he raised his head and smiled at the two brothers. Thank you, you are such nice people. Looking at the girl's flower-like smile, the two brothers were shy again. This girl is so cute. On the street. Looking at the energetic morning, Wei Lai asked curiously, Linghua, what are you going to do? Since Linghua closed her eyes, she found that her hearing has improved a lot. She can also focus all her attention on her ears. She can hear more of Wei Lai's tone changes than before. Knowing that Wei Lai is talking about the clan. After thinking about it, she replied, my master said that I have to wait for 3 years for my eyes to get better, and I want to do it myself. The good here refers to evolution. Speaking of this, she smiled bitterly, I thought it would be better in a week, but it took 3 years. I should have waited. Now she can only move forward with gritted teeth. If she doesn't want to accompany Wei Lai, she can ignore this. But who told her that she had already decided to give birth to his children and accompany him for life? So she couldn't do anything that would shorten her life. Alas, 3 years is fine. Mirai hesitated for a moment and nodded. It just so happened that he wanted to make a bet with Madara-sama for a 3-year period. In just 3 years, they would all be reborn. Minato could learn the Flying Thunder God technique, and Rika and her sister's eyes would become more powerful. Noe's and his strength would also improve a lot. It was only when Sister Tsunade proposed a 3-year deadline to Rika that Mirai suddenly thought of a solution. After all, this 3 years is poisonous. Many villains have fallen into this trap. Besides, he wanted to be with Rika for the rest of his life, so it would be better not to consume his body if he could. Chapter 587. Since everyone in the future has become a billionaire, they are not short of money, so they rarely take missions. Especially the people in Team 7. Because of Rika's eyes, and Minato was tired after doing missions for 3 years, so they unanimously decided to take a good rest for a while. By the way, with Kushina's consent, the future also handed over the perception technique to Rika. After all, the days without sunlight are really hard to endure. 3 days have passed since the last time. At this time, the 3 people in the future are in the grove. Minato and the future are fighting, and Rika is practicing the perception technique. Because she has used the shadow clone to remember all the methods of practicing the perception technique in her mind. If there is anything you don't understand, ask the future. In the field. The battle with Minato depends on the other party's mood. If he is happy, he will be happy to fight with you for a while, and if he is not happy, he can take you away on the spot. For example, right now, Mirai was just one move away from being rushed by the opponent, and before he could react, the opponent had already put a kunai against his neck. This made Mirai dumbfounded. It was as if Minato had disappeared just now, and he couldn't even see the person. Even with the inside advantage of the Sharingan, he could only see a little yellow at most. But his body couldn't react at all. At that moment, he felt his body for the first time in a long time, which was a burden. Minato, you are such a beast. Upon hearing this, Minato scratched his head awkwardly, and he put down the kunai and looked at Mirai with a bit of a smile. No way. Hee. Who told you to use illusion to let me do the task alone, and you went to flirt with Linghua instead? If he didn't take revenge, he would not be Namikaze Minato. After the two of them finished the battle, they sat on the grass, feeling the warmth of noon for the first time in a long time. Minato, how far have you learned the space-time ninjutsu? Mirai asked, lying on the ground with his head on his head. Minato, on the other hand, was holding a kunai and thinking about something carefully. After hearing what Mirai said, Minato shook his head. I'm only at the first stage, I can feel the existence of space, but there is no subsequent training method, there is no progress at all. He smiled as he said that. Mirai rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. Don't come on. This guy's speed is even better than before, and he dares to say that there is no progress, you are kidding me. Seeing Mirai's distrust, Minato thought about it and confessed, in fact, it's not completely without gain. I can clearly sense the existence of space and can touch the space barrier. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and poked at the blank space in front of him. A scene that surprised Mirai happened. Obviously, there was nothing in front of Minato, but from his fingers, he could see that he was exerting force, especially his fingers were poked so that they were slightly bent and upturned. It was like he was poking at a 100% transparent glass. This scene made Mirai open his Sharingan in surprise, but he saw nothing. There was no hair in front of Minato's finger. He exerted force on his waist and sat up suddenly. Then he stretched out his hand and curiously poked in the direction of Minato's finger. The strange thing was that his finger actually passed through. And there was no obstruction. This made Mirai look even more surprised and doubtful. So he changed the direction again and faced Minato. Then he stretched out his hand and poked his finger. This time he felt something strange. His finger did touch a solid plane. The touch from his fingertips was not Minato's finger, but a smooth mirror-like glass. Is this the space barrier? He asked curiously. Minato nodded and said with a smile, yes, I can feel and touch the existence of space, but I don't know how to break it with magic. But because of the existence of the space barrier, I can do a lot of practical things. For example. As he said, he stood up, and then in the shocked eyes of the future, he stepped on the void. It was like standing on the air. But soon he couldn't hold on, and his body shook and fell from the air wall. The Megatama in the future's eyes was spinning rapidly, and Minato's chakra could be clearly seen. Your consumption is so high. In just a short moment, Minato lost at least 10% of his chakra. Hearing this, Minato couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, it's a waste of chakra. If I want to step on the space barrier, I need a huge amount of chakra. It can't last long at all. But he soon laughed, but he found that we see some of the invisible spaces are very hard, while others are very weak. And when we move, these barriers will also passively affect our speed. Mirai was a little surprised when he heard him say that. Isn't that air resistance? Although his speed was not as outrageous as Minato's, he could also feel the resistance under high-speed movement. I used to think that it was air resistance. But from what Minato said, it seems that it is not entirely true. Minato nodded and continued, well, in addition to air resistance, there are actually more obscure space obstacles. So many of us will mistakenly think that this is caused by air resistance. He said this and explained the reason why he was so fast. Since I learned the blinking technique, I found that this technique uses the principles of wind or thunder to achieve super high-speed movement. Minato's words are easy to understand. Instant body technique has two ways of performing. One is the physical technique type. The principle is to stimulate important parts of the body through chakra, so as to achieve high-speed movement, a bit like the straight-line sprint method of Fatty Ling. Or, Fatty Ling imitated the high-speed movement method of instant body technique. This move requires the practitioner to have super physical fitness, otherwise, it is easy to strain the body. The other is the ninjutsu type. Instant body technique that Minato learned relies on the wind to move. When we move at high speed, we will generate wind resistance in front of us. The faster the speed, the greater the resistance. And the instant body technique I learned uses the technique to separate the wind resistance in front of us, so as to achieve the purpose of high-speed movement. When practicing to a high level, even the air has not reacted, and we have passed by. There are so many people. Future understood, feeling instant body technique is this principle. Minato continued, after solving the problem of air resistance, there is only one last problem left, which is the space resistance that is the least noticeable in movement, but does exist. The world we live in is not a whole, nor is it composed of blocks of space. It is like a series of points. They are connected to each other, forming barriers, and there are countless barriers, forming an extremely complex world. We can't feel its existence in daily movement. But the speed is different. When a mass object moves, the faster the speed, the greater the space resistance. However, since the strength of the space barrier is different, if we can pierce from the weak space, the resistance will be much smaller. My super invincible instant light breaking sky roar 4 styles was born. This move was the one that subdued Mirai just now. Mirai was too lazy to complain about Minato's naming. He touched his chin and said in a daze, so that's it. I was wondering why I saw your figure was distorted a lot just now. It must be caused by the curvature of space. He just thought it was his illusion. I didn't expect it to be a blurry scene caused by breaking through the space barrier and moving quickly. He looked at Minato and couldn't help but sighed, you are a genius, it seems that your speed has no limit. As he said that, he thought of a certain uncle. His motto is that the salary is in place, and the 4 emperors are useless. This made him feel a little bit of bad taste. So he directly put his arm around Minato's shoulders and said with a smile, Minato, I have thought of a very high-level saying, why don't you try it? Minato was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Wasn't it just a discussion about his speed? How did it suddenly become a warlike topic? But it would be a lie to say that he wasn't curious. He subconsciously asked, what are you talking about? Mirai said with a strange smile, have you ever been kicked by light? After hearing this, Minato pondered it carefully. Speaking of which, the fastest speed in the world is the speed of light. According to the research report of Orochimaru, light is 300,000 km per second. But it has no mass. If you want to hurt people, you must carry a huge amount of energy. So he happily accepted it, that's right, I'll take care of it from now on. He likes anything related to speed. Hee. Chapter 588. Ling Hua sighed and put down her hands. She listened to Mirai telling Minato what he said, speed is weight, it's so scary, have you ever been kicked by light? And so on. There was nothing wrong with these words, but the problem was the voice of Mirai, which even a blind person like her felt was vulgar. But Minato thought it made sense. It was said that when fighting, saying the most cowardly words first could make the enemy take it lightly, and then fighting the most fiercely could quickly solve the opponent. It could prevent the abnormality from happening. So he took the initiative to hook Mirai's shoulders and begged him to teach him how to say these words so that he could be the most powerful and practical. Kushina, I'm sorry for you. Her lover seemed to be corrupting Minato. She thought about it. Although she also wanted to see Minato's contrasting cuteness, she was more worried about the physical and mental health of her little sister. She listened to the voice and went forward directly to separate Mirai and Minato. Brother Minato, don't listen to Mirai's nonsense, all his nonsense is perverse. Minato was puzzled. No, I think it makes sense and is also very practical. Rika. Oh, it's over. Looking at Minato like this, it seems that Mirai has poisoned him. She immediately said, but brother Minato, don't you realize that what you just said is very vulgar? Especially the sentence it's so scary, the vulgarity is directly maxed out. This made Minato silent. Vulgar. Didn't Mirai say that a vulgar expression would make the enemy unconsciously feel evil and want to kill him? But it would also reduce his vigilance accordingly. Absorbing monsters and showing weakness, this is a good tactic against the enemy. Seeing that brother Minato didn't say anything, Rika understood that her persuasion was useless. She immediately released her trump card. I heard from my sister Kushina that she hates filthy people the most. This statement is very powerful. Minato immediately became nervous when he heard it. Nana doesn't like filthy people. This question made Linghua roll her eyes under the blindfold. Brother Minato, do you think you like filthy people? Hearing Linghua's question, Minato's mind immediately flashed the filthy look of Brother Rope Tree and Master Jiraiya when they were peeping. This made him touch his chin involuntarily. If it was them, he really couldn't hate them. It shouldn't be. He said subconsciously. Linghua? She was stunned, and she was confused by Minato's words. But at this moment, she also thought of what Minato was thinking. He must have thought of the filthy Uncle Jiraiya. Although that person was also filthy, he didn't make people angry. Of course, just don't peek at me. Except for Uncle Jiraiya. Rika thought for a moment, and then said, for example, the wretched future, would you like it? Future, equals omega equals meow. It's none of my business. Minato thought along with Rika's words, because he had just asked Future to teach him. So naturally he saw Future's wretched expression. With a clear comparison, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and mouth. This. It seems to like it more. For a moment, his breathing became a little faster. In fact, when Rika used Future as a metaphor, she instantly realized something. The little sister once told herself that the relationship between the two of them was improper, and they, as mistresses, must always be on guard. No, she heard Minato's rapid breathing, and immediately knew that Minato was excited. Speechless. She didn't want to say anything more, so she used her big move directly. Minato, Kushina really doesn't like wretched people. Sure enough, these words were still very powerful. Minato's excited heart and trembling hands froze instantly. He immediately asked, is this true? Which girl do you think likes wretched people? Minato replied honestly, Sister Tsunade. Rika. Minato said again, Sister Hong Hong. Mirai. But he hadn't gotten angry yet. He was like a deflated ball and soon relaxed. What could he do? Who told his sister to like him so much? Rika was even more speechless than Mirai. I'm so tired. Let's destroy it quickly. I don't want to get involved in these things anymore. Really? Even if the little sister wanted to chop Mirai with a knife, she wouldn't bother to stop her. In short, Kushina definitely doesn't like wretched people. After saying this, Linghua tiredly went to sit under a big tree. With A's melancholy. If the sisters really want to kill Mirai, then what should I do, or what should I do? Oh, it's so tangled. Then she thought of how good Mirai was to her. He always asked her about her health every day, fearing that she was thirsty and hungry. Every night, he came to her house from the secret passage, wet all over, to take care of her until she fell asleep peacefully. If he was really going to be killed by the sisters, So I'll just do it. After all, he is the man I chose. Even if I have to kneel, lie down, or lie like a dog, I have to accompany him and live a wonderful, exciting and happy life. Seeing Linghua resisting so much, Mirai restrained her bad taste in her heart. After practicing with Minato until the evening, and sending Linghua back home, he flashed a few times and got rid of the tracking of Hayagasayoshi. Speaking of this, Mirai was very speechless. I wonder if that guy realized that it was him who made him like this. But judging from his expression, it doesn't look like that. But he just ignored what the other party wanted to do. After all, who cares about the idea of a pot, don't you think? He stood in the shadow of the roof and glanced at the beautiful girl who was stomping her feet in anger at the crossroads. He turned around and left. At Ichiraku's house. Hello, this is the 10-bowl combination ramen set that Danzo-sama ordered. It's already packed. Ichiraku handed 2 packaging bags to the root ninja in front of him. He looked at the 10 bowls of ramen and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, sir, who has Danzo-sama been eating with these days? Why do you always want 7 or 8 servings, especially tonight, you directly asked for 10 servings. The most important thing is that there are 2 people every time." This made him curious. After the root ninja packed the ramen with the sealing scroll, he replied lightly, "I'm bringing this to several root captains." After speaking, he also tied the sealing scroll. So he turned and left. Old rules, record the account first, and settle it at the end of the month. Oh. Ichiraku responded. He didn't care about credit or anything. Anyway, he can now say very firmly that he is not interested in money. After leaving the residential area, Genin walked along the place where there were fewer and fewer people. Soon, he walked out of a dark and deserted alley, and changed from a masked ninja to a middle-aged uncle. He looked around and didn't find anything unusual, so he planned to leave here and go back to bring food to Madara. But as he walked, his steps couldn't help but stop. Because he found that someone was following him. And it was an acquaintance. So he pretended to look back curiously. But he found that the man didn't dodge at all, just stared at him, and walked towards him step by step. Since he was playing the role of a middle-aged uncle with no chakra at the moment, he immediately stepped aside respectfully and planned to let him pass first. In fact, Mirai had discovered this person 5 days ago. After all, he often went to the market or Ichiraku's house to buy some delicious, fun, and beautiful things to give to Linghua. Once he met this person, and at first he thought that it was Elder Danzo who sent someone to get food. But later he found out that it was not, because he met another root ninja on the road. Out of curiosity, he returned to Ichiraku's house. The root ninja who came later had no emotion. After reporting the request, he stood like a wooden stake. At one time, there were actually 2 root ninjas coming to get food. Although Ichiraku was curious, he rarely asked. But Mirai kept this in mind. Then Mirai asked the teacher to pay attention to the recent meals of Danzo and his root organization. It was found that Danzo basically only ate 1 or 2 bowls of ramen, or other delicacies. The captains of the root corps had no appetite and ate all the food in the base. Then the question is, where did the first ninja who took away in the name of the root take the ramen? It is impossible that there will be a ninja who will pretend to be the root again because he has no money to eat. No, out of curiosity, he once used the perception technique from a distance. But as long as this person goes to a deserted place, he will quickly disappear, just like a drop of water merging into the sea. This happened twice in a row, and Mirai understood. It was from that time that he had the idea of looking for Madara and having a 3-year period. I want to find my ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Please help me pass a message. After saying this, Mirai turned and left. Only the middle-aged man was left standing there with a confused look on his face, staring at Uchiha Mirai's back. This is exposed. Omega Omega. Chapter 589. Underground. Black Zetsu was very confused. How did you get exposed? White Zetsu wanted to cry but had no tears, and was even more confused. I don't know, I went to get the ramen made by Ichiraku as usual, and then I was exposed inexplicably. At that time, Uchiha Mirai looked very confident. So he couldn't make any excuses. The question is, how did he get exposed? What should I do? Should I tell Madara about this? White Zetsu asked. Black Zetsu was silent for a long time, and then asked, what do you think? Of course it's not allowed, Uchiha Mirai is too weird, you don't know, when I faced him just now, I always felt like I was seen through. He seemed to know something. You know, although I have experienced this feeling in Madara, it is far less strong than his. Black Zetsu listened to the words of White Zetsu and fell into deep thought again. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Mirai are the people he values most. Now that he has the Samsaranan, Madara's importance has been reduced a lot. However, if he wants to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, he is still the best choice. Of course, with Uchihamarai's talent, he is absolutely capable of opening the Samsaranan, even if he is not the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura. But as long as he knows that the chakra of these two people can draw out the power of the 6 paths, he can naturally open the Samsaranan. It can be said that he has never been so extravagant as he is now in the past 1,000 years. There are actually 2 candidates. For a long time, Black Zetsu nodded directly and said, "Tell Madara, we only need to keep 2 things from Madara. As for other things, we don't have to hide it." He firmly believes that Uchiha Madara is the most determined pacifist. For peace, he can do anything. Because Madara has a temperament that Uchiha and even others do not have. That kind of temperament should be the temperament of the hero in the novel. White Zetsu's original body said with some worry, "But I always feel that the guy named Uchiha is very strange. He seems to know a little bit about everything. The problem is that we don't know where he got the information from." As he said this, he was worried himself, so he spoke again, "Do you think he will also know our real plan?" This made Black Zetsu reject it on the spot. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our plan is only known to the 2 of us. I have never told anyone else. Even the history left by the ninja clan has been tampered with by me. There is no possibility of exposing the true function of infinite moon reading." Faced with Black Zetsu's firm denial, White Zetsu's original body thought about it and felt that he was right. Uchiha is indeed very strange, but it is definitely not so strange that he knows what they want to do. Especially Black Zetsu, an old bastard who has lived for 1,000 years, thinks it is impossible, so he is just worrying too much. If he even knows this, he will be standing upside down and having diarrhea. Well, I'll go back and tell Madara about this now, and let him decide whether to meet Uchiha. Yes. Underground of the Land of Rain. When Uchiha Madara heard that White Zetsu was exposed and Uchiha shouted that he wanted to meet him, he couldn't help but raise his eyes. His red eyes were full of interest. "Interesting. He can actually see through your disguise, this should be caused by your carelessness." As Madara said, he picked up a bowl of instant noodles and started eating. "If I'm not mistaken, it was you who took away the food in the name of the root, which made Uchiha suspicious. But you didn't know this, and as usual, you turned to a deserted place, merged into the ground, and quickly returned to the Land of Rain. Uchiha has a strong perception skill, and it is probably because of this that he suspected you." This made the original White Zetsu embarrassed, and he hurriedly explained, "In fact, when I go to the wild, I will also go to the dark alleys to change my appearance." Ban sneered at this. White Zetsu, although you are the derivatives of the sacred tree, you have mastered strange ninjutsu, and you are good at saving lives, disguising, lurking, spying, and monitoring. But you underestimate humans, and even more so us Uchiha. Your disguise skills are indeed very powerful, even I can't see through your disguise. But there are many things in this world that are not just about appearance, but also about the heart." Ban said. He had finished eating noodles. Then he said to the Uzumaki White Zetsu hanging on the wall, "Let's go to Konoha." "Hell! Go and see my magical back and see what he wants to do." Although he was curious about the fact that White Zetsu's true form would be exposed and that Uchiha knew that it was him behind White Zetsu, he didn't care much. He had no hope for this world. Even if the people of Pure Land attacked the people of Ninja World one day, he would not be surprised at all. Because this world has been filled with boundless hatred and desire. He understood what kind of monsters would be born. So he wanted to realize that technique and wash away the hatred and pattern of the whole world. In this way, the peace that Hashirama expected would truly come. Although this peace would be broken, he believed that this peace could at least last for hundreds and thousands of years, which was much more peaceful than the era of the ninja village built by Hashirama. La. When Uzumaki White Zetsu heard that he could go out, he immediately became excited and stopped hanging on. He jumped down from the wall directly. "Lord Madara, we can go out again." While he was speaking, he had already opened his body and wrapped Madara up inch by inch. In the end, only his head was exposed. At this moment, Madara felt the long-lost sense of power again. Although it had only been a week since the last battle. But his original body was too old, and he could feel weak every time. Uzumaki White Zetsu was still chattering, "Madara-sama, you have eaten so much this time, you must have the urge to defecate, please let me feel it later. Please." Madara had long been immune to Uzumaki White Zetsu's bad taste, and he was too lazy to say anything more. He directly asked White Zetsu's body to move the underground cave to the bottom of Konoha in an instant. As soon as he appeared on the Hokage rock, he noticed the Uchiha market. The guy called Uchiha Mirai was enthusiastically helping an old man cross the street. The smile on his face was exactly the same as the big fool he saw. Humph! Not like me at all. As he said that, he suddenly noticed an old woman on the street, locking the door and going home. Above the door, it was written "3-colored meatball shop." His eyes stayed on the old woman's face. Although a long time had passed, he recognized the old woman in the crowd at a glance. It was when Konoha was first established. He and Hashirama were strolling around the village and met a little girl who fell down. At that time, he kindly wanted to help her up, but she was frightened. It was also because of that opportunity that the bastard Tobirama thought of a way to target him and prevent him from becoming the first Hokage. That is, the villagers voted. Since then, he knew one thing: as long as he was not the first Hokage, then Uchiha would have no way out. As a result, the facts were exactly as he expected. He was undoubtedly not selected for the position of the first Hokage. Although he was also more convinced by Hashirama. Because that guy was very loyal and could stab him twice for his brothers at a critical moment. He was so moved that he cried at that time. But if he was not the first Hokage, then not only him, but also the Uchiha would gradually be excluded and squeezed in the village, and maybe one day they would be absorbed by the big tree of Konoha as nutrients. At that time, he had already seen the future of Uchiha. But none of these guys are willing to follow him. They deserve it. Look, when the election for the second generation was held, the position of Hokage undoubtedly fell into the hands of the Senju clan again, and was inherited by that rotten tomato Senju Tobirama. Those idiot Uchiha actually wanted to launch a coup and try to take back the position of Hokage. Don't you see what kind of character they are? The Anbu troops established by Senju Tobirama directly suppressed the resistance. So that the current Uchiha doesn't even have a pair of Manjiki. For a moment, his thoughts were flying all over the sky. Chapter 590. Well, I was walking with a heavy heart. But as he was walking, he suddenly found an old lady crossing the road. This scared him. There were people coming and going on the road. If someone accidentally hit the old lady, she would be in pain. Oh my! This is not okay. The old lady is so kind, how can I let them fall? So he threw away all the thoughts in his mind and hurried forward to help the old lady up. Grandma, do you want to go to the other side? I'll help you over. The old lady was the same as usual. Before she could react, Walai led her across the road. This made her shout out reflexively. It's little Walai. You've worked hard again today. When Walai heard this, she instantly felt that her pores were smoother. He quickly shook his head and said, No, no. Grandma, this road is so dangerous, how can I watch you cross it alone? Okay, okay. Grandma smiled even more kindly. What a good child. Hee. Future was enjoying it very much. He felt that the fatigue of the day disappeared with the comfort of the old lady. In the shadow not far away, Madara and White Zetsu watched this scene. 2 people, no, if you count Uzumaki White Zetsu, there are 3 people in total. They all watched Future silently. Especially the smile from the heart on his face, let Madara know that Uchiha can also laugh so happily. White Zetsu pursed his lips, and half of his body melted into the ground. He had a lot to say at this moment, but he didn't know where to start. Uzumaki White Zetsu was a gutless person, because he didn't even have a brain. Usually he would say whatever he thought of. Mada, does your youngster have any special hobbies? He didn't understand. It was just helping someone cross the street. Why did he get so excited? It was as if he had accomplished some life achievement. I don't understand. Mada looked at the Future carefully, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This is a child who is far better than me in terms of emotions. Uzumaki White Zetsu said he didn't understand, so he asked directly. So stupid. White Zetsu said speechlessly. Mada means that the richer the emotions of Uchiha, the greater the pupil power will be, and the easier it will be to control. After saying this, Uzumaki White Zetsu understood. Oh. Mada just smiled and didn't say anything, but carefully observed Uchiha Future's every move. Soon, he helped all the old ladies and old men who wanted to cross the road in this market. At this moment, he was looking at the street with a happy face. Mr. Madara, I found that he is most enthusiastic about the old lady, and the second is the old grandfather. Uzumaki White Zetsu hurriedly told what he found. This made the latter stunned for a moment. Not to mention, he didn't notice this difference. So after thinking about it, he controlled Uzumaki White Zetsu and transformed into a 60-year-old charming old lady with a cane in her hand. She had shoulder-length white hair. She also used 2 hairpins to fix her forehead. Then he walked slowly towards the future from the shadows. The future said with emotion, "Today is really a day full of harvest." Then he noticed that not far away, there was an old lady who seemed to be crossing the road. So he rushed over. "Grandma, don't move, I'll take you there. It's too dangerous with so many people coming and going on this road, wait for me." Madara looked at the way the future was supporting him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. If his plan succeeds, then the child's dream should be that the world is full of old ladies, and he will sink into happiness little by little in the voices of good grandson and good baby. Just as he was thinking, the future had already helped him to the other side. "Grandma, if you want to cross the road next time, you must pay attention to safety. There are people coming and going on this street, and it is easy for someone to accidentally bump into you." As he said, he let go of her hand, without giving Madara time to answer, and immediately ran to the side, helped another old man, and slowly crossed the road to the other side of the road. Madara. This, hee. How embarrassing. The voice of Uzumaki White Zetsu sounded from the bottom of Madara-nai's heart. "Madara-sama, why don't you show your cards? I found that there are so many old people crossing the road here." Madara subconsciously looked over when he heard this. Wow! He saw more than 10 old people. He really had to confront Uchiha Mirai, otherwise it would take forever. Excuse me, are you alone? Widow. At this moment, an old man came up to him and asked curiously. This made Ban frown. He was not married, what did it matter to him to get married? "What's the matter?" The old man looked at the old woman in front of him, who was already in her 60s, but she was full of energy, her eyes were bright, and her back was straight. That temperament was so charming. Looking at her, I felt 30 years younger. He couldn't help but blush. He shyly pulled the corner of Ban's clothes and said embarrassedly, "I am a little shy and timid. I will be nervous when facing beautiful girls. So I went straight to the main body." After speaking, he took a deep breath, looked directly at Ban, and asked directly, "Hello, old lady, I like you very much and want to have a twilight love with you until I die. Can you give me a chance?" Ban, Good fellow, he has never been confessed to in his life. I didn't expect that even though he was so old, the first person to confess to him was not that guy, but an old man who was half a century younger than him. And he was the oldest person among his younger generation. This made his face darken. Get lost. You dare to confess to him without considering his status. If it was Hashirama, it would be better. After saying that, he left without looking back. Soon, the whole person disappeared in the street and into the dark alley. The old man who wanted to have a twilight romance hurriedly chased after him. But when he chased into the darkness of the alley, there was only a strange old man inside. He stood straight, with all his white hair combed back smoothly. Just like Haiden, but much longer than Haiden, his white hair was waist-length. This time he was too lazy to play any tricks. He directly grabbed the back of Mirai's neck from behind, and in the latter's confused eyes, he took him away from here with a twin body technique. For a while, it caused discussions among the old ladies on the street. The main thing is that he can survive. Most people of their age have lost their partners. So when they saw such a handsome old man, they felt young again after a long time. But the man disappeared. After discussing for a while, they dispersed. They all planned to ask Mirai who this old man was when they met him in the future. On the Hokage Yanyan, when Mirai reacted, the man was already here. He was stunned for a moment, turned his head and saw an old man with long hair combed back, looking at him face to face indifferently. And his arms were completely inconsistent with their age, and he could steadily lift him, a man weighing nearly 50 kilograms, in the air. Looking at this domineering face, Mirai hesitated for a moment. Tentatively asked, "Madara?" After all, not long ago, he had just asked White Zetsu to bring the news that he wanted to see Madara-sama. Not long after, a person with a strange face and without saying a word dragged him to a deserted place. Most likely it was only Madara-sama. "It's me. Uchiha Madara said, and put down the future, and soon his face changed. The wrinkles on his face began to turn into white larvae and wriggle. Soon it turned into a whirlpool-shaped face. Then it was like a flower blooming, directly exposing his true face to the future. The clothes on his body also turned into a black robe. How to say it, a bit like the furious Obito. Just much older than Obito. After revealing his true face, Uchiha Madara stomped his feet slightly, and a wooden chair immediately appeared on the ground. Seeing this, the future's heart condensed. Is this the ability of wood release? After Madara sat down, he continued to ask, "You asked White Zetsu to inform me, do you want to join my army?" Hearing this, Wulai hurriedly smiled flatteringly and took 2 steps forward, bending down to look at him. Flatteringly said, "There's no rush for this. That old ancestor, you see it's so late, why don't we go to the market to drink a cup of tea, eat a cake, watch the show, and then sit down and talk slowly? What do you think?" He planned to start with the word persuasion, although he didn't know how powerful it would be. But it doesn't hurt to try. If it doesn't work, then he will be in Cao's camp, but his heart is in Han. First, buy 3 years for Linghua and the others. He didn't believe that after 3 years, with the strength of the 7 of them, they still couldn't fight against Madara. Or drag him to death, and then find an opportunity to unite with Kushina, Nawaki, and others to seal Black Zetsu. It's still safe. So this time he took such a risk to find Madara. Chapter 591. Uchiha Madara looked at the future with a smile. He was quite happy to talk to this boy who looked like him in the Uchiha family. After all, this child looked like him. If it was someone else. He was too lazy to even take a look at him, and would even try to plot against him. After all, he had watched this child grow up. He had watched him for almost 4 or 5 years. Even a dog would have feelings for him after watching him for so many years. From a little kid to a boy who was almost as tall as himself, he could be said to be a witness. So his feelings towards the future were very complicated. From him, he could see himself when he was young, like Hashirama, full of vigor and gay love. It was like seeing his grandson and witnessing his joys, sorrows, anger and happiness with his own eyes. In short, it was very complicated. No, let's talk about it. I'm old and can't stand the hassle of going back and forth. After hearing what Madara said, Mirai didn't think about going to crowded places. Instead, he vomited out a box of coal, a slate table, and 4 plates of bowls and chopsticks. Various sauces and vegetables. The vegetables were specially processed, each one was washed very clean, and sealed with plastic wrap. In this way, even if it was the first time to see his import and export vomit, there would not be too much disgust in the heart. That's fine, it just so happens that I always have fresh ingredients here, and eating here is also a different flavor. However, noticing that the light here was very dim, Mirai thought about it and vomited out the rechargeable chandelier. This kind of lamp is also a product of Orochimaru's teacher's laboratory. The sales volume is very high. Many ninjas who go out like to buy 1 or 2, which can improve a lot of convenience. And there are many levels of brightness that can be adjusted, which is quite practical. Uchiha Madara looked at Mirai's actions and narrowed his eyes slightly. 4 sets of tableware, this is interesting. This little guy really knows a lot. I just don't know where he got so much information from. For a moment, he aroused some curiosity that he had not seen for a long time. So he planned to test this little guy. He casually set up a barrier so that people outside could not see what was going on inside. But there was no impact inside, and the scene of Konoha could be seen. This way, he would not be disturbed by irrelevant people. Mirai didn't think so much. He did this for only one purpose, that is, food can make people happy. From the fact that White Zetsu often came to Ichiraku to take away food these days, it can be seen that Madara obviously also likes the food made by Ichiraku. It just so happened that he bought all these seasonings from Ichiraku. These salts, soy sauces, peppers, oils, etc. were all prepared by Ichiraku himself. The taste was much better than those sold in the market. When placing the food, Mirai noticed that Madara looked very happy. He was relieved. Nagato hasn't grown up yet, and now I am using food to make you happy, so if you give me time, I will surpass any old ancestor. Thinking of this, he had more confidence in whether his idea could succeed. And who said that the protagonist had to roar out in 3 years, and the villain agreed to it in a rush for the sake of face and conceited personality? In addition to fighting and killing, there are also human relationships in this ninja world. After thinking about this, he looked at Madara-sama, and a smile like a blooming sunflower appeared on his face again. As long as I am filial enough, I don't believe that no old man will refuse me. Asterisk. The White Snake Immortal is a good example. And Minato once told himself that he was an old man killer. As long as he is an old man, no one can feel disgusted with him. Among them, the old man of Uchiha is the most. Mata, these ingredients are all fresh. We bought them on the spot when we met some farmers cutting vegetables in the fields during our mission. They taste great. As he said that, he took out the iron stove under the stone table and lit the coals with fire escape. After the coals were all red, he put the iron stove under the stone table and started to bake. He thought about it and thought it was better not to mention how hygienic he was and not to let these ingredients get stained with gastric juice and saliva. It would be fine if people didn't have this idea. If he said such words, even if people really didn't think about it, they would not be able to help but think more because of his words. After all, it was the first time for Madara to eat with him. It was not like the friends who had been eating for a long time and were used to it. Uchiha Madara looked at the future who had already sat down and said meaningfully, "You little guy, it seems that you know a lot." Ah! As he said this, he looked at the bowls and chopsticks placed on all sides. Mirai chuckled and said nothing. This was intentional. He just wanted to let Madara know that he actually knew a lot and couldn't be easily fooled. Originally, he wanted to put out Black Zetsu's table chopsticks. But he remembered that the Third World War hadn't happened yet, and Obito hadn't gone to Madara with hatred for the world. That means that Black Zetsu probably hasn't become Madara's will yet. But even if he really became Madara's will, it wouldn't matter. Just say that he wasn't omniscient and omnipotent. Just add an extra serving of bowls and chopsticks at that time. On the contrary, if he exposed the existence of Black Zetsu, regardless of what Madara would think, he would definitely be killed by Black Zetsu. Because Black Zetsu absolutely does not allow the existence of people beyond his control. Knowing his existence, does it mean that he also knows what he wants to do? What? This is not a good idea. Feeling the temperature of the stone slab, Mirai picked up the radish and rubbed it back and forth on the stone slab twice. He didn't know why the iron plate and stone slab grilling had to be done like the iron mesh grilling, but everyone did it this way when eating barbecue, so he just followed suit. Then he brushed it with oil and started to put the ingredients. Seeing that Mirai didn't say anything, although he was curious, he didn't ask any more questions. Some things are the same after eating. And speaking of it, he hasn't eaten barbecue for a long time. In his memory, the last time he ate barbecue was when Konoha was first established, and he came here with that man to eat. Then he was disliked and afraid by the villagers. Thinking of this, Madara shouted, "White Zetsu, Uzumaki White Zetsu, come out, I remember you can eat too." The next moment, a figure emerged from Madara's body. He had no face, just a whirlpool pattern, and his right eye was a hole. He had no mouth. But the voice came out of this head. "Hello. Hello, Uchiha Mirai." As he spoke, he moved his head and grew out of Uchiha Madara's body. Then he turned into a human figure and sat down on Madara's right-hand side. The white Zetsu shell on Madara's body still existed, and there was a tube behind them. "Hello, hello." Mirai responded with a smile. In the original work, he thought that this Uzumaki White Zetsu was a Fi. Because he absorbed Obito's chakra, he could use Kamyu. Unexpectedly, a Fi was Obito. After all, a Fi's personality at that time was very similar to the Uzumaki White Zetsu. Very funny. A white figure slowly emerged on the ground behind Madara. He looked at Uchiha Mirai with a weird face. This guy really knew the existence of him and others. Look, there are just 4 bowls and chopsticks. Of course, he knew that Madara had a different feeling for this Uchiha, so he didn't put on any airs. He greeted Mirai politely. "Hello, it's our first meeting. Please give me your advice." Mirai still responded with a smile on his face, "No, no, please take a seat." As he spoke, he took out beer, sake, juice, etc. At this time, the table was already full of things. Looking at it, Mirai suddenly couldn't help but give himself a slap. The 3 people present looked at each other in surprise. Mirai hurriedly laughed and said, "Look at me, I actually forgot the most important thing." As he spoke, he turned his back to Madara in the puzzled eyes of the 3 people and took out a small medicine bottle. Madara, this is a special effect digestion tablet prepared by my sister Tsunade, which can effectively protect the stomach and intestines of the elderly, so that they will not be affected by irritating food. This bottle of medicine was originally requested by the third generation. After all, every time they had something to do, they would eat a meal first, or after the matter was done, they would eat another meal. Every time something happened, they could see the third generation. And what they ate the most was hot pot, barbecue, etc. These foods have an impact on young people, let alone the elderly. Later, Tsunade made more of this medicine. Anyway, it protects the stomach and intestines, and young people can also eat it, so she distributed it to the future. When Madara heard this, he looked at the future in surprise and took the small medicine bottle in his hand. Then he opened it in front of the future and took a look. The medicine bottle is the size of a paper cup, and the pills are the size of a fingernail. It should be a chewable pill. And the colors are different. The future explained, the red one is tomato flavor, the green one is vegetable flavor, the yellow one is orange flavor, and the white one is apple flavor. As he spoke, Madara took out a pill in front of the future. He put it in his mouth and chewed it. This made Mirai stunned. Madara, aren't you afraid that this is poison? Strictly speaking, this is their first meeting. Chapter 592. Madara tasted the pill carefully. After a moment, he answered Mirai's question. Then will you poison me? Mirai was stunned. He didn't expect Madara to ask this question. So he shook his head honestly, no. That's it. If he dared to poison, it would be even better. He could also cut off this emotion and directly and ruthlessly train him into a useful chess piece. Besides, he has White Zetsu by his side. The most important thing is that although he only knows how to fight and kill, but he has lived for so long and has seen all kinds of assassination methods. Especially poison. It can be said that he has eaten more poison than the ingredients on the table. About 70% of them were poisoned by that bitch Tobirama. So he is really not afraid of ordinary poison. If it is really poison, it doesn't matter. He has a golem and can suppress it. Besides, if it weren't for the golem to maintain him, he should be dead. So why is he afraid of poison? Mirai looked at Madara's conceited expression and shook his head with a smile. That's right, he is such a cunning person, if he really wants to poison him, how can he not see it? So he didn't care about it. Then he put the grilled meat into Madara's bowl with a serving chopstick. Under their feet, there is a thin line on the sole of the foot of the White Zetsu body, which is connected to a depth of 100 meters underground. Then it is connected to a dark figure. The latter looked at the picture sent by the White Zetsu body and was speechless. Originally thought that Uchiha Mirai was going to find Madara to show his cards. Or wanted to ask him not to deal with himself and others. But he never expected it. He actually called him to eat. It's so outrageous. The most puzzling thing is that Madara actually ate it. Together with the White Zetsu body, they also ate it with a hissing sound. No, there is one who didn't eat, that is Uzumaki White Zetsu. I remembered what it felt like for this guy to have no digestive system and to be constantly craving for a bowel movement. Black Zetsu, oh. He felt the happiness that White Zetsu's body felt from eating delicious food, which was continuously transmitted to him through the line, and he felt uncomfortable. I'm not greedy at all. Really? Woo woo. But why did tears of envy flow from the corners of his mouth? Mirai looked at Uzumaki White Zetsu who was just playing with the barbecue and didn't eat it, and couldn't help but ask curiously, why don't you eat it? Hearing this, Uzumaki White Zetsu shrugged helplessly, I want to eat it too, but I don't have a digestive system. However, he could still accept the taste buds coming from Madara. No, he was satisfied and quiet. Hearing this, Mirai was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect this. So he looked at White Zetsu's body curiously. The latter naturally knew what he was looking at, and he glanced at Madara's expression. The latter ignored them, but sipped his wine with a look of nostalgia on his face. It is very likely that Madara wants to use him as the project supervisor, so I'd better build a good relationship with him first. So he explained, all the organs in my body can be simulated. As he said that, he opened the huge mouth parts like a pitcher plant on his stomach, revealing the squirming intestines inside. But it is different from ordinary people. These internal organs are colorful white. Mirai is the first time to see the inside of White Zetsu's body. After giving the White Zetsu original body brought back from the moon to teacher Orochimaru, they have never taken a good look at it. Uzumaki White Zetsu looked at the White Zetsu original body with envy. He couldn't help but mutter sourly, "We are all White Zetsu, why can you simulate organs, but I can't?" White Zetsu rolled his eyes at him when he heard it. "Blame me? It's not me who designed him to be like this. If you want to blame someone, blame Big Sister Kaguya. She is the source of the White Zetsu army." Future thought about it, these two White Zetsu are all people around Madara. This is the relationship between the emperor and the eunuch in ancient times. So you have to gain some favor, so that as long as Black Zetsu doesn't want you to die, he won't have any malice at other times. After thinking about it, he suddenly asked, "I have an idea, do you think it's feasible?" "What method?" The two White Zetsu looked at Future curiously. "Does this guy want to install a digestive system for Uzumaki White Zetsu?" "This is a good idea. This is also the method they can think of at present. I use shadow clone, and then you wrap him up. In this way, do you have a digestive system?" Although shadow clone is although the body is constructed by the technique, it is still a physical clone after all. It can feel the ups and downs of normal people. The most important thing is that the shadow clone is completely controlled by the user. If Uzumaki White Zetsu has any ideas, he can completely make the shadow clone dissipate with a thought. And he can also use the little tricks taught to him by the third generation to completely isolate the feedback of the shadow clone. This way, there is no need to worry that the shadow clone will be tampered with by others. The most important thing is to use the shadow clone to attract the goodwill of the two. In short, this matter is completely beneficial to him. "Hey!" Uzumaki White Zetsu was stunned, and then his few brains told him that this was a good idea. He immediately said, "Hurry up! I want it, I want it, I want it." In this way, he can feel the feeling of defecation. Mehahahaha. In an instant, he looked at the future and found that this person was so handsome. Beauty is a feast for the eyes, cruelty is inhumane, and there is a way. Omega, / Mirai conjured up a shadow clone on the spot. The latter looked at the original body speechlessly. When there is something going on, it is his shadow clone who does it, and when there is nothing going on, it is the original body that enjoys it. How can he be repaired? He looked at Mirai and walked silently to Uzumaki Hakuzesu. He pinched his eyebrows with a headache. "Be gentle, I'm afraid of pain." Uzumaki Hakuzesu looked at him, his heart full of excitement. What Mirai said just now was obviously asking him to take over the authority of this physical clone, that is, he can eat whatever he wants and drink whatever he wants. He can do it completely on his own. This. What a good person. I wish him to get married and have children soon, 108 in one birth. But he also knows the characteristics of the shadow clone, which is crispy. Quite crispy. So he has to be gentle. "Okay, don't worry, I'll be gentle." Thinking of this, he immediately opened all his mouth parts and turned himself into a terrifying carnivorous plant that eats people. Then he couldn't wait to wrap up the future shadow clone. With the combination of his body and mouth parts. Soon, he regained the appearance of Uzumaki White Zetsu. He clenched his fists and shook his waist. The face was finally no longer in a whirlpool shape, but turned into a face similar to White Zetsu. The voice suddenly became excited. "Ha ha ha ha! I finally have a body of my own. Ha ha ha!" Future shook his head and looked at Uzumaki White Zetsu, who was shouting wildly to the sky, and couldn't help shaking his head with a smile. Look at the child, he is laughing like a 50-kilogram child. But laugh, the happier he is, the more he can prove that he likes himself more. He retracted his gaze and put the roasted potatoes, mushrooms, and chicken feet into Madara's bowl. After raising the wine jug and filling it for him, he said happily, "Mr. Madara, listen to me hitting you gently." On the other side, Noeke was tied up on the experimental table. His wrists, neck, waist, knees, ankles, chest, etc., only the parts that could move were tied to the experimental table with special restraints. The laboratory was very dim, and the lights flickered, making a hissing sound of poor contact. This sound could not cover up Noeke's frightened expression at all. In the laboratory, two people in white coats were discussing something fiercely. "Are you sure this will really work?" "Don't worry, leave it to me, I'm a professional." "But..." "Don't say but, you've seen the experimental report of this matter, it's very feasible." "Believe me, I'm a professional." "I'm afraid." What are you afraid of? You have to believe me, I'm unrivaled in this regard. But there were so many failed cases before. That's because I took the wrong path at the beginning, so I failed. This time is different. With 3 sets of gene controls, I have made great progress. Believe me, I'm really a professional. Why don't you wait a little longer? Don't wait, what's more, with the combined strength of you and me, why are you afraid that something will go wrong with rope tree? I'm really a professional. I always feel a little hasty, why not wait a little longer, or practice it with cloning technology first? I'm a professional. Rope tree. Wow. Has no one ever considered my feelings? I want to go home. Chapter 593. The conversation in the previous chapter comes from Orochimaru and Tsunade. They are arguing in the laboratory whether to implant the first generation cells into rope tree. In order to enhance rope trees would release strength. Orochimaru is 50% sure, and if Tsunade is here, he will be even more sure. Tsunade is the ceiling of the medical field, the medical ninja in the ninja world, and no one can surpass her in medical ninjutsu. As for him, in today's scientific community, he dares to say that he is the first. Even because of the natural advantage of magnetic release, the 3rd generation Kazekage who has developed a lot of electromagnetic technology, he doesn't look down on it. He thinks that his beloved apprentice, Uchiha's future achievements in electromagnetics will definitely surpass the 3rd generation Kazekage. Master. Rope Tree looked at Orochimaru with tears in his eyes, and couldn't help but speak for himself, why not do it another day? Orochimaru. He glanced at Rope Tree speechlessly. You agreed to my experiment just now, why do you regret it now? Rope Tree, iota underscore. I really think your experiment is very good, but... He glanced at his sister, then at Orochimaru. But I'm scared of your conversation just now. He was really afraid that he would not die in a hardy battle with the enemy, but die at the hands of his family. Especially dying in the teacher's laboratory. That would be too tragic. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, then at Rope Tree who was a little regretful. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh, okay, since you don't want to, I won't force you. In this way, I will use your cells to clone your body and do the experiment just now on him. Then you will know that your master will not make mistakes. Hearing this, Rope Tree was overjoyed. With a force, she broke the special bandage, and then ran out of the laboratory naked without looking back. Tsunade. Underscore. Orochimaru. They both looked at the broken bandage in amazement. This. It seems that this guy Rope Tree has the strength to break free. Next time, I have to change to a steel strap. Tsunade, why do I feel that Rope Tree's strength has increased a lot? Orochimaru glanced at her, if you hadn't hesitated just now and made Rope Tree rebellious, we would have known about his physical changes long ago. Tsunade rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, blame me. Is it my fault? Tsunade. I find that you are a woman, it would be great. Just like Princess Orochimaru, she never makes herself angry. Even if she was angry, she could make her apologize more easily. Because she was too shy, facing the old wet princess, she had no power to fight back. Unlike the current Orochimaru, he would resist if he was beaten, and he would not listen to him if he was scolded. Alas! Snake, why don't you change into the body of Orochimaru, she is much easier to get along with than you. Bullshit! Orochimaru snorted coldly and turned around and left. Tsunade is even more speechless than Jiraiya. I will jump down from here and die outside, and I will never wear the body of Orochimaru again. On the Hokage Yanyan. Madara and Mirai are no longer here. But the table and the barrier are still there. The original body is really something, running away to accompany Madara, leaving me here to help them barbecue. How can you repair it? When he comes back, I must stand on the moral high ground and severely condemn him. In the Senju clan's land. 4 people slowly emerged from underground. There are many cemeteries here, one of which is very grand. Mirai said with a surprised look, this is the feeling of sneaking underground, what a strange feeling. Hee. Uzumaki White Zetsu said happily. If you like, join us. I'll take you to play in the mud every day. After Mirai's listen to me, I'll hit you just now. He and the 2 White Zetsu have become closer. From strangers to strangers plus. That is, the relationship is above strangers and below acquaintances. But Mirai knows that White Zetsu's heart is always with Black Zetsu. Even if he has a full favorability, even to the point of getting married and having children, as long as Black Zetsu says a word, White Zetsu will kill him without hesitation. So the favorability must be increased, but don't waste your thoughts. SHH. Mirai raised his index finger at Uzumaki White Zetsu and shushed him to stop talking. Uzumaki White Zetsu then discovered that Uchiha Madara actually he took sake and slowly poured it on a tombstone. His expression was gentle as he had never seen it before. This shocked him. Because since he met Madara, this guy has never had too many changes in expression. Even when he saw White Zetsu live streaming food scenes, he was extremely speechless and just rolled his eyes at most. Even if he was excited, he just curled his lips. He looked extremely cold. Is this still the Uchiha Madara he knew? Could it be someone pretending to be him? Uchiha Madara looked at a tomb in front of him and said with a sense of loss, Hashi Lama. The days without you. I am really lonely. That's right, this tomb is the grave of Hashirama Senju. It is the real grave of Hashirama Senju. In the Konoha cemetery, among the rows of graves, there is also the grave of Hashirama Senju, but it is just a formality and empty. That tombstone has a commemorative significance at most. It only buried the clothes of Hashirama Senju. It was a tomb of clothes and hats. The three looked at each other. Although they had already thought about it, the only thing Madara still cared about Konoha was this man. However, when they really saw his tombstone, they were still curious. This was a ninja who had the ability to destroy the world when he was alive. In the past 1,000 years, he was the second person to be called a god. The first was the Six Paths Sage. So they were all very curious. In the past, they had no chance to come here. As an Uchiha, Mirai was never allowed to come to this place even though he had the relationship with Rope Tree and Kushina. After all, the relationship between the two families was not good at all. Because this was the ancestral tomb of the Senju clan. Mirai curiously reached out and touched the ground, wanting to carefully sense the distribution of people around him. But he was stopped by Madara's faint words. Your perception technique is indeed very powerful, but don't forget that your technique was invented by that idiot Tobirama. Although there are not many Senju left now, there are still a few old immortals. There is a person in that house who can easily sense your perception technique. Since he met Uchiha Mirai, he realized that Mirai had learned the same perception technique as Tobirama. Because he could feel that there was a faint breath of receiving chakra fluctuations within a range of 30 meters around Mirai. Immediately knew something. This technique was used against them, Uchiha, so he was very familiar with this move. Naturally, the old immortal Senju had some understanding of the technique invented by Tobirama. With Mirai's current perception technique attainments it is easy to be discovered. After hearing this, Mirai paused, and he turned his head to look in the direction where Madara was looking. There were several wooden houses, which were a bit old. Judging from the traces of time passing, it is at least about 40 years old. It should be that the house was built after Konoha was established. Since Madara said there was someone, he should not move around to avoid any problems. However, after so long, the person has not found anything unusual. It seems that there is also a barrier around them. It's just that Madara's attainments are so high that he can't notice anything. Madara talked a lot about the past. Let the future know more about their past. Uchiha Madara was talking, and suddenly turned his head to look at the future, with a slight smile on his face, which scared the future. Did Madara intend to execute him here, or force him to join his plan? Boy, I think you look like me. Do you like dancing too? Future, confused face, what? Dancing. When did I like dancing? Besides, I don't even know the names of the dances. If he dances, it will make people vomit, not to mention watching. No. After saying this, Mirai thought that he should be very elegant when fighting. He hesitated and said, does the dance of killing count? The smile on Madara's face became more obvious. This child really looks like himself. I can only dance the dance of killing. Boy, are you interested in dancing with me on his grave? Upon hearing this, Mirai was stunned. What? Dancing on the grave of the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. Damn it. This is dancing with your life. Master Madara, you are still good at playing. Good dong. Mirai swallowed his saliva, a little shocked and confused. Master Madara. Aren't you afraid that the first generation of Ki will be so angry that he will jump out of the coffin? Hearing what Mirai said, Madara couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. If he can crawl out, I'll be better than you guys. Still excited. 3 people, _. How are we excited? You are the only one who is excited. Chapter 594. Future never thought that Madara-sama was so cool that he dared to dance on the grave of the god of Ninja World. But think about his title, Ninja World Shura. He understood. It seems that there is really nothing in this world that he dares not do. But dancing on the grave? He subconsciously looked at the name on the tombstone. There were a few big words written on it. The grave of Senju Hashirama. The birth and death time were also engraved on both sides. Hiss. It seems very exciting. How about trying it? If Rope Tree's great-grandfather was really angry and crawled out of the graveyard, he could completely blame it on Madara-sama. He didn't even need to say anything more, just hide behind Madara-sama to avoid the anger of the god of Ninja World. What's more rare is that as long as Madara-sama is there, Senju Hashirama will not care about him, a small shrimp. Just when he was about to agree, Madara retracted his gaze. He sighed, shook his head and said, "Forget it, if you don't like it, I won't be able to dance to my heart's content without a partner." Then he walked to the tombstone and sat down leaning against it. He started to chatter as if no one was around. Mirai, ... I didn't say I didn't like it. Forget it, since Madara doesn't want to dance on the grave, that's a great thing. After a while, Mirai, White Zetsu, and the other 2 stood there in boredom. Madara didn't say much, and didn't chatter for a long time as Mirai imagined. Hashi hot mom, just wait. I will definitely create a peaceful world with you. In that world. When he said this, his eyes were full of excitement. Everyone can realize their dreams, hatred, and disputes will be cut off. Peace will be truly passed on. After saying that, he stood up, waved his sleeves, and left here with a firm face. Only a pot of sake was left in the field, exuding a slight aroma of wine. With a breeze blowing, the aroma of wine was blown away throughout the cemetery. Intoxicated the flowers and people. Back on the Hokage Yanyan, Madara stopped eating. He stood on Hashirama's head and looked at the night scenery of Konoha below. Behind him were 2 white Zetsu, eating tirelessly, accompanied by the shadow clone of the future. During this period, Uzumaki White Zetsu even experienced what it felt like to pee 3 feet in the wind. It made him as excited as a child. And the future stood 1 meter behind Madara. When people stand on a high place, the original breeze will turn into a biting cold wind. The long hair of the 2 people was blown wildly. Madara stood still for a long time, and then asked, "I am in a good mood tonight. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Upon hearing this, Mirai's heart trembled. The critical moment has come. So he set out the draft that he had prepared in his stomach. "Grandpa Madara, can you give me 3 years?" He decided to go straight to the point, and even added the word grandpa for the sake of getting close. Because based on his short time with Madara, he has already figured out this person's character. He doesn't like to go around in circles, he likes to be straightforward. Of course, he also understands going around in circles. So Mirai omitted many complicated words. Hearing this, Madara was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked at Mirai. A hint of red flashed in his eyes. "You kid, seems to know something." As soon as these words came out, the wind in the field became stronger, blowing the Uchiha robes of the 2 men rustling. The long hair fluttered in the wind. Even the 2 white Zetsu who were eating with relish could not help but slow down their swallowing movements, and like the black Zetsu underground, they subconsciously stared at Madara-sama. Mirai nodded, "Well, I know something. The reincarnation eye in Nagato's eyes is yours, right?" The 4 people who heard this all looked solemn. They thought that only a few of them knew about this matter, and it was impossible for outsiders to know about it. So how did he know about this? The 2 white Zetsu could not help but look at each other. "You told him? How is it possible? I'm not familiar with him, why would I tell him?" "So, it's his weird intelligence ability again?" "It's possible." Mirai did not give Madara a chance to ask, and continued, "Mada, do you want to take the road written on the stone tablet?" Silence. Silence. Even the howling wind froze instantly. The only thing that could move in the field was the flying black hair. Because there was no wind, they were all slowly descending. The two white Zetsu put down the food in their hands, their eyes were full of they looked at the future with great vigilance. Even the black Zetsu underground was the same. They had never really come into contact with the future, and most of what they saw about him was through surveillance. The second thing was to piece together their views on the future through the intelligence they collected. They knew that this kid was very strange, and they didn't know where he saw a lot of secrets. They had information that they didn't know. But they never thought that with the strength of the future, they could see the road recorded on the stone tablet. Madara slowly turned around and looked at the future. His face was calm, and his eyes were looking at the younger generation who was almost as tall as him. The future felt a strong sense of oppression. This feeling was as if he was going to surrender and tell everything about himself. In order to prevent Madara from using illusions directly, Mirai hurriedly spoke first. Two opposite forces interact with each other, and you can get everything in the universe. As he spoke, he stretched out his left hand, the power of the 1,000 hands. He stretched out his right hand again, the power of Uchiha. Then, in front of everyone, he put his hands together and continued, combined into one, you can get the power of the origin of the world. The Rinnegan was born in this situation. After Mirai's words fell, the atmosphere in the field strangely recovered its original activity. The wind was flying again. Just like the corners of Madara's mouth, slightly raised. Boy, can you see all the contents on the stone tablet? Although the words were questions, they were very certain. Underground, Black Zetsu also showed a look of relief. So that's it. It turns out that he can know so much because his eyes can avoid the conditions I use to screen people for some reason and directly see through the origin. That's why he knows so much about the past. For a moment, Black Zetsu felt that he had grasped the truth. After listening to the white Zetsu connected to him, he still had many doubts. That's not right. There is no information about the reincarnation I recorded on your stone tablet. How did he know about this? He also knew the passage on the moon and the evolution of the Bun. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu was also stunned. Indeed, where did he know about this? Could it be that the Hyuga clan also has a heritage stone tablet like the Uchiha, and he saw it from there? No, no, no. This is impossible. As far as he knows, the Hyuga clan does not have a heritage stone tablet. Their heritage is that the previous generation of clan leaders personally narrate important things to the next generation of clan leaders. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that it is not like the Uchiha, and it is easy to make mistakes. But the advantage, forget it, in terms of the length of time, the oral secret will become incomplete. There may even be a situation where the beginning is good but the end is bad. For example, they don't know about the Rinnegan. So, where did Uchiha Mirai get this information from, and what else does he have that they don't know? Although I don't know where he got these secrets, from what he said just now, this kid must have seen the contents of the stone tablet and knows a lot of things. At this moment, his originally somewhat uneasy heart instantly settled down. Because what Uchiha Mirai said just now was what he had tampered with. The original text is, combining two opposite forces and interacting with each other can get the 10,000 things forest. The unfilial son of six paths meant that he wanted Uchiha and Senju to put aside their past grievances, tolerate each other, and cooperate with each other. Use love to achieve mutual understanding between people and the ultimate desire for world peace. But a few words were tampered with by Black Zetsu, which changed its meaning completely. That is what Madara saw at present. The combination of Senju and Uchiha can bring out the most fundamental power in the world. With this power as the main force, he launched the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, thus achieving the final peace. Just now, Uchiha Mirai directly said the words he had modified, so it was obvious that he had also seen the words he had modified. Although I don't know how much he saw. But even Uchiha Madara believed in his plan. Then the one who saw the words he had tampered with would definitely step into the path he had set little by little. After all, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan was a plan he had carefully prepared for 1,000 years. People who don't absolutely understand that period of history can't see through the true use of this plan. Madara can't see through it, and Uchiha Mirai definitely can't see through it. So he let down his guard. Chapter 595. Uchiha Madara stared at the future, and the gaze made the future tremble all over. However, the future still gritted its teeth, withstood the pressure, and tried to stand straight. Madara did not want to put much pressure on the future. He said, I don't know how you can see through the restrictions left by the six-path sage on the stone tablet, but since you have said all things in the world. He mistakenly thought that the contents of the stone tablet that can only be seen by the Sharingan at different stages were set by the six-path sage. After all, throughout history, only the six-path sage has the reincarnation eye. Only he can leave information on the stone tablet that can only be seen by the reincarnation eye. Therefore, he believed in the information on the stone tablet. Then you should be able to see the mission that the six-path sage left for our Uchiha clan. This made the future hesitate for a while. To be honest, he really wanted to confront Madara-sama. After all, he was also a miserable man. But there are not only the two of them here, there are also two white Zetsu, and an old bastard who is definitely hiding in the dark and peeping, black Zetsu. He hasn't lived enough. So he nodded hesitantly. I see. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The most real dream allows everyone to become the protagonist in their own world. No pain, no sadness, no anxiety and panic. There are only the most desired dreams in your heart. This is indeed a new path that can cut off the chain of hatred. Hearing the words of the future, Black Zetsu's eyes lit up instantly, and even the two white Zetsu showed a happy expression. This is really great. I didn't expect this little guy to understand the world of infinite Tsukuyomi so deeply. Madara's mouth corners also twisted, revealing a joyful smile. This made him involuntarily cross his arms. Let the wind mess up his hair. So. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the future. But such a world is ultimately illusory, no matter how real and beautiful it is. Mirai said, walking past Madara. The stone statue of Hashirama Senju is much smoother, unlike the head of the second generation next to it, which has many protruding rock-like hairstyles. Fake is fake after all, and it will never become real. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's mouth corners were not hooked. He looked at Mirai coldly, and there was a look in his eyes that Uchiha Mirai could not understand at all. As a member of my clan, you are as naive as that man. As he said, he turned around and faced Konoha. This village was created by Hashirama and I, but you can see how hard it is for the Uchiha to live in this village. The villagers exclude the Uchiha, the upper echelons are wary of the Uchiha, and even newborn babies, under the subtle influence of this environment, have deep prejudices against the Uchiha. I don't deny that the Uchiha have many bad qualities, but the current Uchiha have given up a lot, but people still maintain their previous concepts. I won't talk about these, let's talk about the Senju clan who made the greatest contribution. Look at them, what benefits did they get in the end? Don't tell me you can't see the sacrifices of the Senju clan during the First World War. This village, just like those newborn babies, they are gradually swallowed by the darkness. Just like the Senju clan, sooner or later, we Uchiha will be absorbed by the big tree of Konoha as nutrients. And the cause of all these consequences. As he said, he glanced at Uchiha Mirai and said with certainty, it is this wrong world. This world is not perfect at all. His flaws have shaped the deformity of the ninja world. And these deformities have spawned more hatred. The six-path sage has long seen the imperfections of this world, so he left a stone tablet to record his path to find true peace. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to Mirai. Invited, come on, come to my side, I will do my best to teach you, let you become the real Uchiha Madara, and implement the infinite moon reading plan form. Looking at the hand handed to him, Mirai was entangled. Should he take it? If he followed Madara, his friends would undoubtedly be much safer, but the girl would be very sad. And his sister. But if he didn't follow Madara? Seeing that Mirai was in a dilemma and didn't reach out to hold him for a long time, Uchiha Madara withdrew his hand. He turned around and walked directly towards Baizetsu and the others. He didn't look back, but his words were carried by the wind and into Mirai's ears. It seems that you still have a bond that cannot be cut off. Don't worry, I won't do anything, and will not plot against you, because this world itself is wrong, he will push you to my side step by step. When you see through the essence of this world, you will come to me on your own initiative. I'm waiting for you in Rain Country. After saying that, Madara and the other two disappeared from the ground. Only Mirai and his shadow clone were left in the field. Black Zetsu also disappeared with him. He looked at Mirai's tangled appearance, and wanted to use mental invasion to see what secrets were in his head. But he was afraid that Madara would discover his existence. Because Madara did not go far, but returned to the Uchiha shrine. He went to look at the stone tablet. Obviously, he was worried that Uchiha Mirai could see the stone tablet through the restriction. He was extremely curious about the contents on the stele. To be honest, he was also curious. In order to highlight the importance of the information and prevent some people from being too ambitious and harming themselves, the six-path sage set up restrictions on the Sharingan to see different information at different stages. It became an excellent tool for him to screen the Uchiha clan members. But how did Uchiha Mirai, a 3 Magatama level pupil power, see through the restrictions and know infinite Tsukuyomi? So can he see the techniques left by others on the steel, or even the method of becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki? So Madara must go there to take a look, just in case. If the restrictions dissipate and many people can see it, then he must take it away or destroy the steel. He will never allow anyone to interfere with his plan. Of course, Uchiha Mirai is an exception, as he is the person he has chosen to supervise the plan. Nagato must be allowed to use outer path reincarnation natural technique to resurrect him according to the plan. In this way, he can become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki with a young body, otherwise, the deceased there is no way to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Even more, he cannot cast infinite Tsukuyomi. Of course, if someone else can become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, as long as he can cast infinite Tsukuyomi and bring world peace, he himself has no objection. Madara stood in front of the shrine monument for a long time. Although his eyes are still at the level of 3 Magatama, his pupil power has long surpassed 3 Magatama. It's just that because of his eyes, he can only see information at the level of a kaleidoscope. This made his brows furrow deeply. Strange. The restriction is intact, even I can't forcefully break through the interception of the restriction. How can a little kid like him see the information after seeing it? Uzumaki White Zetsu has returned to Madara's body, and the shadow clone that was originally wrapped by him has disappeared. Madara-sama, how about I try? Transformation technique. He knew that the White Zetsu had a special ability. You can transform into the person and the person's chakra through chakra contact. In this world, neither the Byan nor the Sharingan can easily see through. And you can use most of the person's ninjutsu. If you know more about the person's blood limit, you can also use his blood ability. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but move proudly. Uchiha Mirai has many secrets, especially his ability to give weapons a change of form. He has never seen. When White Zetsu told him about the moon, he had boldly hypothesized that this kid might have secretly opened the Mangekyo and gained special abilities related to time. Although this idea is outrageous, it is the most logical. So he looked through the long river of time and saw secrets that many people did not know. But this time, after close contact, he found that he was wrong. This kid's eyes are still at the level of 3 Magatama, and there is no ability or sign of Mangekyo at all. Okay, by the way, take a look at this kid's chakra. What's different? Uzumaki White Zetsu immediately responded, okay, Master Madara. After saying that, he left Madara's body and transformed into a human again. As his skin color, appearance, hair, and body shape began to change. Gradually, a Uchiha Mirai appeared in Madara's eyes. But soon Uzumaki White Zetsu frowned. Because the Uchiha Mirai that he transformed through chakra was too normal. Except for the huge pupil power, there was nothing abnormal. Strange. Why is there no mysterious power in his body? When Madara heard this, his face sank. It seems that this kid is not as close as he seems on the surface. He is too wary in his heart. No wonder he took the initiative to release the shadow clone and let White Zetsu contact. Obviously, he must have known that White Zetsu has the ability to transform into an extremely real person through chakra. So he must have tampered with the shadow clone. So that Uzumaki White Zetsu could not completely replicate him based on chakra. What a cunning little fox! Chapter 596. The future stood alone in front of the head of Senju Hashirama, silently watching Konoha under the moonlight. To be honest, if infinite Tsukuyomi was not the ultimate illusion that Black Zetsu used to revive his mother, he really thought that this technique was a pretty good peace technique. Unfortunately, it will slowly transform people into White Zetsu. Once you become White Zetsu, you are really dead, and your body is just a puppet. Not to mention myself, those people will never agree with this. If I can stop Black Zetsu, or destroy Black Zetsu, and prevent Kaguya from resurrecting, can I? But he shook his head quickly. Without in-depth understanding, he has no right to speak. Although Black Zetsu has been busy in the original work, when the 10 tails bloomed, Kaguya's will has awakened. And it was she who told Madara to let him devour the flowers of the sacred tree. Thus, God Tree World Advent was performed, and the roots of the sacred tree instantly spread all over the world. In one fell swoop, All human beings were pulled into the world of infinite Tsukuyomi. As a result, he was attacked by Black Zetsu, the sixth one, and the control of the technique was taken away. All the chakra of the wrapped person was gathered on the person through the tree roots, so that Kagaya Otsutsuki could escape from Madara's body. Finally, the Black Zetsu saves his mother that Black Zetsu had been fighting for thousands of years was complete. Forget it, since Madara said to give me time, that's the best. Now that Madara is on his side, it is unlikely to pose a danger to him, so he only needs to guard against Black Zetsu's secret attack. This is much less pressure than the initial pressure. It can be regarded as completing his initial goal. This is already the best ending. To be honest, he didn't expect Madara to be so tolerant of him. He didn't force him, but let him make his own choice. Sure enough. Don't panic when you encounter something, take out a delicious meal first, and even the most difficult things will become much simpler. He couldn't help but recall the symposium in his previous life, and sighed, there is nothing that can't be solved by a barbecue. If there is, then 2 meals. If 2 meals don't work, then 3 meals, 4 meals, there will always be 1 meal that will succeed. After sighing in the wind for a long time, he saw that it was still early in the night, so he simply packed up the barbecue that the second shadow clone had just made and took it away. He planned to go to Linghua's house and have a good meal with her. Uchiha clan land. Dezhuang was sitting opposite Mieko. There was silence in their eyes. Mieko, are you really going to do that? Dezhuang asked seriously. Mieko's young face was indescribably firm. You know the curse of our Uchiha. As long as the eyes evolve, they will become blind one day. With the talents of Future and Hong Hong, they will be able to open their eyes soon. We can't watch them kill each other. Mieko's words made Dezhuang speechless. He sighed and pinched his swollen eyebrows. Mieko, you are worrying too much. Based on my understanding of my son's character, he will definitely take off his eyes and give them to Hong Hong. This kid has shown his resistance to the Sharingan more than once. Mieko. Forgot about it. Anyway, I think we should make preparations early. In case something happens to them, they will have to have their eyes replaced. That is true. Dezhuang nodded. After he finished speaking, the room fell into a long-lost silence. In the root organization base, Danzo looked at the people below, his face gloomy. Why did that person die? Since he learned that there is a special bloodline in the ninja world that is compatible with any bloodline limit, he immediately sent people to increase the search. Make sure to catch this person in the root organization. Because he thought of a good way. That is to transplant his arm, and then control the wood release ability through the arm. Thus realizing his wish to control wood release. The idea is good, and for this he injured his arm in advance and wrapped it with a special bandage. He is not afraid of attracting other people's attention when he puts on a new wood release arm in the future. But who could have thought that the target person was already dead before it even started? All he brought back from the root was a middle finger. This. Should he transplant this middle finger himself, and raise his middle finger to the enemy first when he faces the enemy in the future? I always feel that if he does this, he will be beaten to death. But the target person is already dead, and there is only this middle finger left on his body. He is a little unwilling to give up just like that. Yes, Lord Denzo. The Anbu ninja kneeling in front of Denzo felt nothing. He responded with emotion. After Denzo snorted coldly, he suppressed his anger and asked, explain it. These root ninjas are emotionless machines. Even if he wants to get angry, he has nowhere to vent. Our people have found the mountain where the target is hiding. We were about to surround the other party, but another force found him before us. Our people decided to catch the cicada while the Oriole is waiting behind. At the critical moment, they caught the other party off guard. And they successfully grabbed the target person. But who would have thought that this group of people was so insidious that they put 1,000 detonating talismans on the target person? At the moment of the explosion, we lost 17 people, and only one of them fought hard to grab this finger. After listening, the anger in Denzo's eyes became even worse. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. I want to see who in this ninja world dares to go against my ninja world darkness. Yes. The kneeling ninja immediately took some people and left. There is one more thing. Denzo suddenly said, I will not pursue the failure of this mission, but the son of that person must be found. If this mission fails, you all commit suicide. Now the bloodline is only that child, he doesn't want this guy to fall into the hands of people other than Konoha. Yes. After waiting for a while, seeing that Lord Danzo was really fine, all the root ninjas left. Soon, Danzo was the only one left in the room. He looked at his middle finger and was silent for a long time. Change, or not change? This is a question. Minato's home. Minato looked at Kushina with resentment, which made the latter extremely embarrassed. After she hesitated for a few times, she turned her back and dared not look at Minato. Nana. When Minato saw the name on their estate certificate, not only the corners of his mouth, but also the corners of his eyebrows twitched. You have kept it from me so hard. Kushina blushed when she heard this. She looked around in a trance, but she didn't dare to look at Minato. I'm not showing my cards now. When Minato heard this word, he wanted to cry even more. 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? Do you know? For 3 years, he couldn't eat well or sleep well. Every time he closed his eyes, green banknotes immediately appeared in his mind, and then they all grew small wings and flew away. At that moment, he felt that he was almost bald. Alas! Kushina also knew that what she did was not authentic. She immediately took out another sealed scroll. Then she opened it in front of Minato, revealing a pile of banknotes inside. Then she smiled at Minato in a flattering way. Minato, this is all my fault. Look, I put all your rent here, not a penny less. Looking at the green banknotes, Minato had nothing to do but smile bitterly. You, don't cheat me next time. Hearing the helplessness in Minato's tone, Kushina hurriedly patted her small chest during development and promised, don't worry, there will definitely not be a next time. After saying that, she fell headfirst on Minato's chest and laughed. He. She knew that Minato loved her. Look, he couldn't bear to scold her. Minato. Minato was not angry at all. He just deliberately put on a stern face just now, wanting Kushina not to play so fast next time. It was very deceptive. After hearing her call, he touched her hair lovingly and asked with a smile, Hey. What's wrong? I want to give birth to a bunch of babies for you. Okay, let's give birth to 18, no. 118. Okay. Then I have to read the postpartum care manual for sows carefully, so as not to be in a hurry when the time comes. Oh. I hate you so much. Kushina hit Minato with a shy face. Then she let go. The two gradually calmed down, leaning on each other and looking at the moon outside the house. Enjoy this wonderful time. Chapter 597. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. That's right, there were no missing chapters, no mistakes, and 3 years just passed in such an ordinary way. People of Kakashi's generation had already gone to school 2 years ago. Today's Konoha is a thriving scene. While other countries were still licking their wounds from World War II, Konoha had already started a comprehensive plan to become a well-off society. But Orochimaru, your proposal is okay, but it's too expensive, and I think this plan is not very practical. In the Hokage meeting room, Orochimaru stood among a group of people. Beside him was the much more mature Tsunade and the slightly thinner Jiraiya. At this moment, they all held the Konoha development plan proposed by Orochimaru in their hands. On the practicality of Thunder Chariot, Mirai fully supports the teacher's idea. Although the Thunder Chariot will only appear in the future Boruto period, Mirai thinks that if Orochimaru is really interested, he can make it in minutes. But Mirai's support is useless. Others think this plan is a bit wasteful. In the military, the Thunder Chariot can indeed transport more supplies, but it is also more obvious. Once a war breaks out, the Thunder Chariot will become a firefly in the dark and will be easily destroyed by hostile forces. And even transporting troops is not very practical. After all, even if the troops are increased, a person running a long distance will consume at most 2 steamed buns. But if the Thunder Chariot is used, let alone encountering an ambush, its power consumption alone is very large. If it is replaced with a steam engine, it will need too much coal. In terms of people's livelihood, it can be done, but it is undoubtedly a huge consumption in the early stage. It will make Konoha's income and expenditure completely unbalanced. So the top leaders really can't see what benefits this plan has in a short period of time. On the contrary, everyone can pick out a lot of disadvantages. Hearing his plan being rejected, Orochimaru sat down calmly. What a short-sighted bunch! He cursed in his heart. They only saw the immediate benefits, but never thought about the future benefits. Once the thunder car is successfully built, the economic prosperity of their Konoha will instantly double. Because the nature of human beings is to be lazy. Civilian technology serves this nature. People will rely heavily on things that make them convenient. If the thunder car is successfully built, it will be extremely easy for towns to trade with each other. It will make many businessmen see the huge benefits and invest in it. Stimulate local economic development. Although Konoha cannot collect taxes, it can still collect rent. It can be said that the thunder car is one of the basic constructions. That's why he put forward his ideas at this meeting. Unfortunately, it was rejected. After the meeting, Jiraiya hugged Orochimaru and walked out of the meeting room. He smiled and comforted him, "Don't worry, your plan is really good. Once it is successfully built, people will travel more conveniently. But those old guys also have their own considerations. This is a big project after all, so it's right to be cautious." Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya speechlessly and slapped his hand away. "Look, even you can understand it, I don't believe they can't see the benefits." But they didn't even ask for the details and directly rejected the plan. At the end, he snorted disdainfully. "Okay, stop complaining. The teacher's health is already going downhill. I think he will pass the throne to you soon. By then, you will be the Hokage. You can build as many railways as you want and make as many thunder cars as you want." Tsunade hurriedly smiled and smoothed things over. But it would be great if the third generation didn't hear this. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood behind Orochimaru and the other three with a black face. Hee. His mouth twitched twice, and he groaned meaninglessly. "Ah, teacher, why are you here?" Tsunade shouted after realizing it belatedly. The third generation had no expression on his face. "Then I'll go." "Don't." Jiraiya quickly gave up his good friend and invited the third generation. "Well, teacher, the three of us want to go to Minato's house for a meal, you can come too." It's just right for him to communicate with Orochimaru about the thunder car, so as to avoid a gap between them. Although this gap is very small. "Okay." The third generation nodded in response, just in time for him to have a heart-to-heart talk with Orochimaru for a long time. Minato's house. 6 little ones, no. Now they should be called 6 big ones. Each of them has grown a lot taller. Take Minato for example. He was only a little over 1.5 meters tall at the age of 12, and his face was still full of childishness. Although he looked mature, if you look closely, you can find the immaturity hidden under this maturity. But now, not only is he 1.75 meters tall, but his appearance is even tougher. Even all over his body, you can faintly see the muscles under his clothes. But overall, he is tougher and more handsome. No one would treat him as a child. He and Kushina walked out of the kitchen with fruits. The house has been transferred to Minato by Kushina. It is said that this is to make up for the fact that she cheated Minato in the past. It once caused a lot of jokes from friends. It is said that Minato not only got a house worth 35 million taels without spending a penny. He also got Kushina, a little rich woman, for free. It is simply a good thing that everyone dreams of. In the kitchen, only Ichiraku was cooking in an orderly manner. Ichiraku was like this, he liked all the ingredients to go through his own hands, so that he would feel at ease. So every time when it was time to cook, Ichiraku would drive them out of the future, and they were not allowed to get in the way in the kitchen. On the sofa. At first, the 6 children could only sit in a row, but now it is not possible. They have to sit in 2 rows. Next to the future is Rika, next to Minato is Kushina, and there is only the single dog Nawaki in the field. His height has also increased a lot, reaching 1.8 meters directly. Although there are no bulging muscles on his body, just standing can make people feel a strong sense of oppression. Rika is much more mature than before. The contours of her face are a little tougher than before, and she looks like a queen. Especially that temperament, like an orchid blooming alone in the mountain stream. Empty and profound. On her eyes, there was still the cloth that Mirai had given her. Now she had also learned the chakra perception technique, so she didn't need anyone to take care of her all the time. But looking at her face that looked like Hinata, Mirai was 100% sure that Linghua was Hinata's mother. Based on her 80% to 90% similar appearance to Hinata. So every time he faced Hyuga Hayashi, his eyes were extremely weird. He always felt like he had cheated on someone else's wife. This made the latter frown every time he saw him. What a rare good time. Nawaki put his hands behind his head and looked up at the ceiling. Unknowingly, they had been together for more than 7 years. Looking back on 3 years ago, it was like the previous chapter. As a result, a page was turned, and 3 years had passed without any special events. Now that everyone is an adult, it's time to talk about topics that only adults can talk about. So he sat up straight, looked at everyone, and asked curiously, I heard that Joe of Sand Village and the third Kazekage have a conflict. What do you think of this international situation? After a few people glanced at Rope Tree, they continued to do their own things. Future, I'll sit and watch. Ling Hua covered her mouth and chuckled, and said with Future's words, I'll watch with my eyes closed. Seeing his good friend say this, Minato thought about it, and shrugged and said, I don't want to watch. Rope Tree. Oh. Look, what is the generation gap? This is the generation gap. Sometimes he and Future can't pee in the same chamber pot. Hong Hong is still good. When he thought of Uchiha Hong, the corners of his mouth curved. Today, Hong Hong is already in the best double 9 years of her life. There is no need to say much about appearance, after all, Uchiha has never had ugly women and ugly men. Uchiha Hong is already the representative of the flower of the Uchiha clan, and no one can surpass her in appearance. This caused the threshold of the Future family to be trampled by matchmakers. Seeing a group of wild boars around, thinking about their own cabbage, De Zhuang was so angry that he directly said something harsh. Whoever can defeat Uchiha Future head-on will be qualified to date his daughter. This made Future very happy. After all, he wanted to find someone to fight. And he could vent all the arrogance he received from Shang Shu on these suitors. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But unfortunately, these people are geniuses in the outside world, but they are not good enough to face Future. There are not even a few people who can make Future draw their swords. Chapter 598. Soon, Tsunade and the others were welcomed in by Minato. After sitting down, the third generation looked at the kitchen and found that there was still some time, so he simply continued the previous topic and said, Orochimaru, it's not that I don't want to agree with your plan, but the ninja world has been uneasy recently. He said with a sense of loss, 7 years ago, we just ended World War II, but everyone hasn't healed the scars yet, and some people are ready to move. You know about the Rigwin village, they heard that there was a gap between the elders of the Sand Village and the Kazekage, so they couldn't wait to gather people and station troops on the border. What they want to do is clear at a glance. So, I will reject your proposal. After all, there are many ambitious people in this ninja world. Once the war starts, Konoha's financial pressure will explode. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. He looked down on those high-level people who looked ahead and behind. And he was indecisive like a woman. But after leaving the meeting room, he also figured out the key points. The main reason was that the plan he proposed was somewhat inappropriate, so it was rejected. But then again, if this plan was proposed in the right environment, it might not be agreed by the senior management. These people like to eat ready-made things. If they are asked to do it themselves, few people will be happy. I know the teacher's difficulties, and I don't take it to heart. Let's leave this plan for later. Hearing this, the third generation nodded, and Orochimaru didn't take it to heart. Okay, leave it for later, it can add to your political achievements. The third generation said happily. Although his political achievements are not as good as those of the previous 2 Hokage, he thinks it is enough. Improve the education system and create a task team model with 1 division and 3 people. Increase the development of people's livelihood in the village. And ended World War II. Control the fruits of victory in Konoha. Seeing that the teacher and his best friend were really fine, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel relieved. He laughed heartily and asked, Future, when do you plan to become a Chunin? Chunin. This is a position, but it is more often used as a criterion for judging combat power. Those who have the strength of a Chunin will definitely become a Chunin, but those who have the position of a Chunin but do not have the strength of a Chunin will not be able to do it for long and will be kicked out. There is a saying that goes, virtue does not match the position. After hearing this, Future and others were all stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. Why don't you become a Chunin? Future looked at Nowaze and asked. Nowaze shook his head, I'm waiting for someone. Future. Tisk, I shouldn't have asked him. Who is he waiting for? It's just his sister. It's speechless. Every time his sister takes a mission, the village will inexplicably hold the Chunin exam. Even if the Chunin exam was announced in advance, and the elder sister and the others were ready. There would be delays in registration due to strange things. But the Chunin exam can only be registered if the leading teacher and the students themselves are willing. So his sister is still a genin at the age of 18. Mirai shifted his target and looked at Ichiraku, who was carrying the dishes. What about you? Ichiraku immediately shook his head and said uninterestedly, I'm not interested in that. Everyone, ... They looked at the bowl of bone soup on the table, which was delicious and fragrant. Really, why did I ask this question? If I didn't ask, I wouldn't be so speechless. Before everyone asked, Kushina said, I want to wait for Minato too. Everyone's eyes were directly fixed on Minato. Seeing this, Minato shrugged and said, I want to wait for Rika. Everyone didn't believe it at all. No, no, no. You are waiting for the future, right? And the future is waiting for Linghua's eyes to recover. This is really a complicated relationship line. The corners of the eyes of the Sandai and others were twitching. And after Minato finished speaking, the twitching became even greater. Jiraiya rubbed his cheeks to stop the twitching of his mouth and eyes, and then said speechlessly, so this is why you don't become Chunin. Hey! I'm confused, do you think you guys are a little sick? As he said, he only thought about the future. You are not interested in Sharingan, but you are very good at eyes, swords, and even ninjutsu. And you? Jiraiya pointed to Ichiraku, who was serving dishes in the kitchen. I have never seen such a weird ninja like you. Your ninjutsu strength is actually related to cooking. Fire escape, water escape, swordsmanship, medicine, poison, and medicinal food are all excellent, but why don't you want to be a ninja? Ichiraku glanced at Mirai, who also shrugged his shoulders at him with a don't look at me expression on his face. Mirai saw Jiraiya was about to point at Minato, so he interrupted and said, Okay, Uncle Jiraiya, we are all weird. But we are also human beings, and we also have joys, anger, sorrows, and happiness. Besides, who doesn't have a side job? Tsunade tried to smooth things over and said, Okay, stop talking, and eat quickly. As soon as Tsunade spoke, no one said anything more. Everyone sat around the dining table, happily enjoying Ichiraku's cooking. After serving the last dish, Ichiraku looked at the satisfied expressions of his companions and the elders who were savoring the food. He smiled. He smiled from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved by a meal. If there is, then 2 meals. 3 meals, 4 meals are fine. I've decided, I want to be the man of the Ramen King. Underground of the Rain Country. Uchiha Madara watched the live broadcast of the White Zetsu's body. He ate the roasted sweet potato in his hand. He was immune to the poison of the White Zetsu's body. His live broadcast was like this. When he turned on the machine, he was eating or making food. He was immune to everything. 3 years have changed them a lot in the future, but Madara has changed even more. 3 years ago, at least he could still stand up straight, but now his back is hunched. The only thing that remains unchanged is his rock-hard eyes. Compared with 3 years ago, his will is stronger than before. In the cave, in addition to the 2 white Zetsu, there is also an unexpected person. 3 years have also made her grow up a lot. Big where it should be big, small where it should be small. Very convex in the front, very curved in the back. Long limbs, well-proportioned muscles with curves. Long black hair like a waterfall, scattered casually. She looks very royal, but she has a baby face. It's just that she put on heavy makeup, which makes her look a little more mature. When she saw the handsome man in the picture, her white eyes instantly turned into little hearts. She immediately turned her head and looked at the age spots behind her. Mr. Madara, the 3-year period has come, please let your subordinates go to welcome back Uchiha Mirai. More than a year ago, she was hunted by enemy ninjas because of a mission. She was forced to jump off a cliff and thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, she was saved by a white figure. Then she became a subordinate of Uchiha Madara. Naturally, she also learned from Uzumaki White Zetsu about the future of Uchiha, and what plan Uchiha Madara wanted him to inherit his name and execute. In short, if it weren't for the fact that the 2 people's hairstyles were different, she might have thought that Uchiha Shihamurai is the grandson of Uchiha Madara. But it's okay. She has been in this place for a year or so. Except for the initial treatment of injuries, she eats and drinks here. There is no chance to go out. Every time she sees White Zetsu merge into the ground and leave, she is extremely envious. However, she is a member of the Hyuga clan, and her chakra attribute is non-attribute, which cannot be added to the earth escape technique. Not to mention going out. Hearing this, Madara raised his head slightly and looked at her. There was a flickering red blood light in his eyes. Go. As his words fell, a not very conspicuous wall in the crypt suddenly moved. It slowly rose, and soon a dark passage was revealed. This made Hyuga very excited. Uchiha Mirai. I'm here. In an instant, she directly performed the instant body technique and left here. This surprised the two white Zetsu. Just let her go? Chapter 599. Happy New Year and Prosperity. 2 more chapters today, thank you for your support. Orochimaru took out a stack of documents from his arms. This year's Chunin exam. Orochimaru originally wanted them all to participate, but he suddenly froze. His expression couldn't help but become strange. Teacher, is it necessary for them to participate in the Chunin exam? Hearing this, the third generation was also stunned. For the 6 future disciples, he adopted a free-range approach. So he rarely asked about them, and even hardly assigned tasks for them to do. Of course, he didn't assign tasks because he was afraid of provoking Minato's task-crazy personality again. You know, in the previous 3 years, that kid directly became a task-crazy demon in the task hall that everyone feared. As long as there was a D-level task, he would snatch it away. And the speed of completing the task was very fast. In the system score, it was also quite high. Later, after they came back from the moon, Minato didn't accept the task. At the beginning, many genin were almost unable to make a living. Now thinking back, he must have fought so hard because of the rent. I have gone too far, let's stop. In short, each of these 6 little monsters, if released, can determine the victory of a small-scale battle. Letting them take part in the Chunin exam is pure bullying. Should we keep them as a backup? For a moment, he was very tempted by this idea. In the future, it will be easy for them to be promoted to Chunin or even Jonin. It is just a matter of a word. If you are careful, you can go through the motions and arrange 2 Chunins to practice with them. But once they become Chunin or even Jonin, they will be searched vigorously by those spies, and their information will be sent back to the village. Although they are disciples of the 3 ninjas, they are not very low-key. But those information are outdated. If they are stimulated, will they update their information again? However, the 6 of them had to make the decision on this matter, and he followed their opinions. What about you, do you want to become a Chunin? The future people looked at each other, some were moved, some didn't care. Others were a little entangled, not knowing which one to choose. As they looked at each other, they all focused their attention on Ichiraku for some reason. This made the latter speechless. No. What are you all looking at me for? Can't you just look at Uchiha Mirai as usual? I'm not interested. If you need to form a team to participate in the Chunin exam, I can sign up. The implication is that if it's a single person, then don't count him. If you need to sign up for a team, he can go to make up the number. Obviously, this was said to Noeki and the others. After Ichiraku expressed his opinion, everyone turned their attention to Mirai. Mirai has long been accustomed to this. I don't care. He looked at Minato and suddenly asked, does the system for the Hokage election require a resume of a lower, middle, or upper ninja? His words made many people look at their teachers, and then their eyes fell on the Hokage. Seeing this, the 3rd generation explained, that's right, the Hokage must ensure that he is clean and flawless, and has outstanding achievements, so that the villagers can be convinced. So the mission resume must also have the level of the missions performed, as well as the mission scores, so that others can be convinced. After hearing this, Noeki nodded and said, I want to participate. He wanted to be Hokage. After Kushina glanced at Minato, she also echoed, and me. If all the friends want to participate, the future few people will not refuse anything. They also took the forms and filled them out. Noeki also asked for 3 more copies. This is for Honghong and the others. Tsunade looked at these 6 people and couldn't help but feel sad for the candidates who participated in this Chunin exam. You said you could choose any other time to participate, but you chose the time when these 6 people all wanted to participate. Alas! The 1st to 7th place in the Chunin exam, if you think about it carefully, will only be Konoha. If they all participate in the future, it will not be a bad thing for the 3rd generation. It is just right to use this exam to deter people from other countries and let some ambitious people give up their ideas. As for the spy thing, forget it, let Sakumo and Zixiao work harder. Well, there is still half a year before the Chunin exam, but I have a request, that is, don't try too hard. Don't try too hard equals keep a hand. They will understand in the future. Don't worry well, third generation sir, with our strength, we are just going through the motions. Noeke said happily. He decided that the Chunin exam would be the day for him to make a splash. He wanted to overturn the sky and let the world know that they, Konoha, had another would-release ninja. Those people would be scared to pee when the time comes. Hee. As if he saw what Noeke was thinking, the third generation said lightly, you can't use blood limit, you can only use half of your strength. Everything has a limit, too much is as bad as too little. If Noeke and the others really want to fight with all their strength, I'm afraid those people won't be able to sleep after they go back. They will definitely unite to resist the development of Konoha. So he set a few rules. Ah! Noeke was stunned for a moment. You all know the saying that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The third generation explained, if people from other villages knew that we have monsters like you who are so powerful, they will definitely unite and attack Konoha. Because they are the best at hindering us. If we can't develop ourselves, we can't let other villages develop either. So I want you to hide your weaknesses, and also to protect your safety and maintain the current ninja world structure. Mirai didn't care, okay, it's more interesting this way. As he was talking, he suddenly froze. Wait, we've been talking for so long, and we still don't know which country will hold the Chunin exam. When Mirai said this, everyone in the field was stunned. Orochimaru blinked twice and looked at Jiraiya. Didn't we say it? No. Tsunade also echoed, indeed, we didn't say it. The third generation also came up and said, indeed, we didn't say it. Jiraiya counted on his fingers. I counted, it's our turn to hold it this year. Should? Mirai and others, confused face, they all looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Wasn't it held in Konoha last year? Why did they use the word should this time? Instead of the word also? What about next year? Next year, it will be our turn in Konoha. Mirai and others, eyes closed face, Teacher Jiraiya, you are very humorous. Why don't you just say that Konoha will always hold it? The third generation looked at the funny Jiraiya with amusement, and then said, well, I will draft a document when I go back later, so that people from major countries can recommend suitable candidates to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exam. After everyone talked a little more, they began to evacuate in twos and threes. They left some messes behind for Minato to clean up. The couple liked this atmosphere of doing housework together. On the way, Ling Hua suddenly covered her eyes, and her face turned pale for a moment. Hiss. Although Mirai had seen Ling Hua in this painful state many times in the past 3 years. This was because of the fetal movement during the development of the reincarnation eye, which caused Ling Hua to experience brief pain. It will be fine after a while. But she couldn't help but worry in her heart, are you okay? The formal way to obtain the Rinnegan is to use the purest bloodline of the Otsutsuki body to carry the most flawless Baigan. Thus the eyes evolve. But Ling Hua did the exact opposite. Using the Hyuga body, she absorbed the Rinnegan's pupil power. So in the future they don't know whether this road is easy to walk or not. Can they make it to the end? After Ling Hua took a few breaths, she felt much better. Hey! I'm fine, it's just that my eyes are moving. She could clearly feel that a new power was growing in her eyes. She could mobilize this power at any time, but Master Tsunade said that she should take care of her eyes while raising her son. Let it develop on its own, and never interfere. It turned out that the power of the reincarnation eye stored next to the eyes had been integrated into her eyes. In her retina, there was a progress bar that only she could see. 90%. One fetal movement increases 5 points, which means that there are only 2 fetal movements away from the complete reincarnation eye. After carefully sensing for a moment, the future found that Ling Hua was fine, so she relaxed a lot. This reincarnation eye actually has fetal movements, which is really a learning experience. Future couldn't help but joked. Just like a woman's 10-month pregnancy. Ling Hua rolled her eyes at him, although her eyes were covered. But that touch of charm still made Future a little distracted. You can't be more serious. Hey. Chapter 600. The next day, Mirai took Rika to Minato's house. There is something I neglected. Minato is a man who wants to be Hokage, and he is a member of our team. Many times, he cannot take missions above sea level. We owe him 3 years alone. If it weren't for the blood disease he had and the 3 years of recuperation, why would Minato only be able to do D-level missions, relying on a large number of missions to barely meet the conditions for renting a house? Later, after they came back from the moon. Because of the Rin-Egan matter, Minato's mission was delayed again. So that now all his missions are D-level. These words made Rika sigh with emotion, and she felt a lot of guilt in her heart. Especially for Minato. Although he never said or complained, she knew that Hokage was his dream. But it is too difficult to become Hokage. Especially for him who has no background advantage. So he must seize the advantage little by little, make himself better, and stand out among the many heirs of the Will of Fire. Now is a peaceful era, nothing can make people famous faster than a mission. Hey! Just when the two were feeling guilty, a light sigh suddenly came from behind them. Mirai and Linghua didn't need to look back to see the familiar chakra color. The latter put his hand on Mirai's shoulder very skillfully, looking at them with a smile on his face. Why are you so elusive? Mirai smiled bitterly and looked at the yellow-haired man behind him. Tell me, have you learned the Flying Thunder God technique? Otherwise, why didn't he sense the trace of Minato within a radius of 50 meters? Hearing about the technique, Minato couldn't help but smile bitterly. Oh, don't mention it. I originally thought that with my talent, I could deduce it to some extent, but the result is good. Every time I deduce it, it's a dead end. Minato didn't want to say more about this matter. He turned and asked, by the way, what are you doing here? He noticed the future from a distance, but the two of them obviously didn't notice him. And through the vague conversation and lip reading, Minato roughly guessed that it was because of his affairs that made them feel guilty. Look, he immediately flashed behind them and greeted them enthusiastically. Go shopping. After the future responded, he was surprised to find that Kushina was not with Minato. This is the first time in history. Where is Kushina-chan? Why don't you see her with you? Linghua asked curiously. She went to Tsunade's house. It is said that she wants to discuss her views on the Yin seal. Hearing this, the future and the two nodded. So that's it. Linghua thought about it, and suddenly asked, Minato-kun, what stage have you learned in your Flying Thunder God technique? Still in the first stage. Minato laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that this technique was so difficult to learn. With his talent, he couldn't enter the second stage for 6 years. He was thinking about whether he should do more tasks recently to exchange for merit points and find the third generation to exchange for the second stage of practice methods. Speaking of which, he has been too lazy recently. Every day, he either goes shopping with Kushina, practices together, and reads books. Or he has a meal with his friends. It was okay before, because he had the rent to pay, and he had motivation. But since the rent was fully refunded, he inexplicably got an extra house. He can also learn from Nawaki and pat his chest and shout proudly, I'm not interested in money. Hearing this, Linghua immediately made up her mind. Minato-kun, please follow me. I have a gift for you. This made Minato look at the future subconsciously. Minato, take a look. Blinking twice, a telegram was sent out. What gift? Future, Future directly responded with a gesture. Indicated that he didn't know either. However, Rika had already pulled the future and hurriedly ran towards the Hokage's office building. Seeing this, Minato simply followed. Minato thought the gift would be a piggy bank, ornaments, and other small things. But he didn't expect that Rika's so-called gift was actually the second stage training scroll of Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he was shocked. He hurriedly returned the training scroll in his hand to Linghua, and said firmly, No, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. But Linghua shook her head, handed the scroll back to Minato again, and said, My merit is no longer useful. Besides, I have already exchanged it. You can't think that I can learn Flying Thunder God. Hearing this, Minato was silent. If he hadn't learned Flying Thunder God, he would be very sure that Kushina, Rika, and others would be able to learn it in the future. Who said they were all too evil? But after he learned the first stage and was stuck in the second stage for so many years, he realized how much talent this ninjutsu depends on. His talent is top-notch among them in the future, but he can't deduce the subsequent training methods. It took a lot of time and energy to barely learn the first stage. To be honest, he thought that he was the only one in the world who could learn Flying Thunder God. This For a moment, he hesitated. This technique is really too important. For him, it is like adding wings to a tiger, and it adds a lot to his combat power. Mirai saw Minato's hesitation, he stuffed the scroll into Minato's hand, and said with a smile, Flying Thunder God technique is a very powerful space technique. If you can learn this trick in our team, our safety will be greatly enhanced. So Minato, don't refuse, just accept it. Speaking of safety, Minato was stunned for a moment, and he subconsciously glanced at Mirai. Then he looked at Ling Hua. This, okay. After Minato took the scroll, he looked at Ling Hua solemnly and said seriously, Ling Hua, this is a favor I owe you. Money is hard to pay back, and debts of favor are even harder to pay back. Of course, a person without personality has no concept of debts of favor. Ling Hua said hurriedly, no, this is the reward for holding you back for 3 years, how can it be a debt of favor? If it weren't for me, you and Mirai would have done A-level tasks long ago. Even bolder, they have done several S-level tasks. Minato shook his head, don't say that, we practice too fast, 3 years is just enough time to settle down and consolidate our superficial strength. This is not your fault, please don't take it to heart. This flowery words made Mirai laugh. Really, once this guy gets serious, it's easy to ignore his yellow hair. Okay, stop complimenting each other. Mirai interrupted hurriedly. Then he invited, let's go to the grove and try it. Hearing this, Minato's eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't wait to say, okay, okay. Let's go. He really wanted to see what was different about the second stage. But before he even walked out of the Hokage building, Minato was grabbed by Kushina. For a moment, in front of the gate, only Mirai and Ling Hua looked at each other. This. My best friend probably has something urgent, so she's so anxious. Ling Hua said hesitantly. Forget it, let's see later. After Mirai said this, he took Ling Hua and went to other places. Minato was confused and was pulled into the room of the Whirlpool Tower by Kushina. Then he took out a scroll mysteriously. Here, this is the training method of the 3rd stage of Flying Thunder God that I exchanged for my own merits. Minato. Ah! He was completely stunned. He felt his head buzzing. Kushina also exchanged the training method of Flying Thunder God technique for him. This. What day is today? This kind of thing actually happened to him twice in a row. Hee. Take it. Kushina said, and then her eyes swept around Minato. I went to the 3rd generation to exchange for the 2nd stage of the training method, but he told me that Ling Hua had already exchanged it, so I exchanged for the 3rd stage. Hearing this, Minato took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag in a daze. This is the training method that records the 2nd part. Seeing the scroll in Minato's hand, Kushina smiled slightly. Sure enough, the little sister exchanged it for Minato. Great, you practice quickly, there is a barrier here, and it will not be seen by people outside.